Morning, colleagues. Good morning to our central staff employees who do exceptional work behind the scenes to allow this institution to thrive. Good morning, testifiers, and a special good morning to the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. The Committee of the Whole meeting for Monday, May 11, 2026 is hereby called to order. Before we begin, I would be remiss if I did not express my deepest condolences on the passing of our former Senator Pedro Pete Encarnacion, which follows the recent passing of two other former senators, John A. Bell and Ronald. Oh, no idea? Okay. So we'll take a brief recess while I guess, for 5 minutes until we fix some technical issues. Stand in recess for 5 minutes. Committee of the Whole meeting is back on the record. We had a minor technical glitch, which we were able to fix. But I was saying before we took a break, I would be remiss if I did not express my deepest condolences on the passing of former Senator Pedro Pete Encarnacion. And colleagues, you know, this follows the recent passing of two other former members of our legislature, former Senator John A. Bell, former Senator Ronald Russell Esquire, leaving a deep void in the living history of this institution. Colleagues, we're losing our giants. These men shaped the laws and the values of this territory. Their legacies endure in the institutions they strengthened, the constituents they served, and the colleagues that they inspired. I ask all Virgin Islanders to join me in honoring their memory, and I call on the community to hold all three families in prayer and remembrance. This morning's agenda is dedicated entirely to land use, a subject that sits at the very foundation of how our communities grow, how our neighborhoods are shaped, and how we balance the rights of individual property owners against the broader public interest. We have before us 8 bills, spanning all three of our islands, St. Thomas, St. John, St. Croix, and covering rezoning requests and zoning use variances that, taken together, reflect the living, evolving nature of land development in the U.S. Virgin Islands. To all testifiers, we ask that you be specific, that you speak to the public benefit and the community impact of what you are proposing, and that you be prepared to answer questions from members of this body. The legislature's role is to ensure that every land use decision made under our authority serves the people of the Virgin Islands well. To my colleagues, I encourage thorough questioning. The decisions we make here will outlast any of us in this chamber. Let us proceed with the seriousness that this work deserves. Madam Clerk, can we please have a roll call?
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden absent. Senator Angel L. Bolquez Jr. Senator Bolquez absent. Senator Bolquez Jr. absent. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff absent. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca absent. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr.,
I'm here.
Senator Francis Jr. present, Senator Alma Francis Heiliger, Senator Francis Heiliger absent, Senator Hubert L. Frederick,
Present.
Senator Frederick present, Senator Kenneth L. Gittins, Senator Gittins absent, Senator Maurice C. James, Senator James absent, Senator Franklin D. Johnson,
Here.
Senator Johnson present, Senator Carla J. Joseph, Senator Joseph present, Senator Clifford A. Joseph Sr., Senator Joseph Sr. absent, Senator Avery L. Lewis, Senator Lewis present, Senator Milton E. Potter,
Here.
Senator Potter present, Senator Kurt A. Viale, Senator Viale absent. Mr. Chair, you have 5 present, 10 absent, and 5 present, 10 absent.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, Madam Clerk. Are there any pieces of correspondence to be read into the record at this time?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Letter dated May 11, 2026, to the Honorable Milton E. Potter, Senate President, 36th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, Capitol Building, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands, 00802. Dear President Potter, I write to inform you that I will be unable to attend the Committee of the Whole scheduled for today, Monday, May 11, 2026, at the Earl B. Otley Legislative Hall on St. Thomas. Please have my absence recorded as an excuse. Respectfully submitted, Maurice C. James, Esquire, Senator, 36th Legislature of the Virgin Islands. Letter dated May 11, 2026, to the Honorable Milton E. Potter, 36th Legislature Chairman of Committee of the Whole. Greetings, Senator Potter. Please note for the record that I will be tardy to the Committee of the Whole scheduled for 10 a.m. on Monday, May 11, 2026, in the Earl B. Otley Legislative Hall due to a previously scheduled appointment. I will arrive as soon as possible. I thank you for your understanding. Regards, Senator Alma Francis Heiliger, 36th Legislature, Member, Committee on Rules and Judiciary. Letter dated May 11, 2026, to the Honorable Milton E. Potter, Chairman, Committee of the Whole, 36th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, Capitol Building, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands, 00801. Dear Mr. Chairman, I am writing to respectfully inform you that due to unavoidable circumstances, I will be tardy in attending today's hearing of the Committee of the Whole. Thank you for your understanding and consideration, and I look forward to a productive hearing. Sincerely, Marvin A. Blyden, Senator, 36th Legislature, Virgin Islands. This concludes the reading of today's correspondences, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Based on your earlier calculation, I think you said that there were 5 persons present, but we're counting 6. I see 3 on St. Croix and 3 here on St. Thomas. Yeah, we still don't have a quorum, but we have 5 and 6. But we will go ahead and proceed. We'll proceed since we're not taking any votes today, so a quorum will not be required to pass any bills or to receive testimony today. So we're going to go ahead and proceed. Testifiers, can you please put your names on the record and your titles on the record, beginning... I'm sorry. Madam Clerk, can you please read the agenda into the record for today's hearing?
The Committee of the Whole Official Agenda, Revised 1. The consideration of floor agenda. The 36th Legislature will convene in the Committee of the Whole to receive testimony on the following. Block number 1, Bill number 36-0266, an act amending official zoning map number SJZ-1 for the island of St. John, rezoning parcel 15, Estate Susannaberg, number 17A, Cruz Bay Quarter, St. John, from R4, residential medium density, to R3, residential low density. Invited testifiers, Honorable Jean-Pierre Oriol, Commissioner, Virgin Islands Department of Planning and Natural Resources. Mr. Ronnie Jones, property owner. Kurt Marsh Jr., property owner's representative. Bill number 36-0268, an act granting zoning use variance from the P public zoning designation for parcel number 300-B, Revised Cruz Bay Town, Cruz Bay Quarter, St. John. Invited testifiers, Honorable Jean-Pierre Oriol, Commissioner, Virgin Islands Department of Planning and Natural Resources. Honorable Lisa Alejandro, Commissioner, Virgin Islands Department of Property and Procurement. Bill number 36-0270, an act amending official zoning map number SCZ-20, St. Croix, to rezone parcels number 11F and 11G, Estate Penitentiary Land, Company Quarter, St. Croix, from R3 residential medium density to P public. Invited testifiers, Honorable Jean-Pierre Oriol, Commissioner, Virgin Islands Department of Planning and Natural Resources. Honorable Justa Encarnacion, Commissioner, Virgin Islands Department of Health. Block number 2, Bill number 36-0272, an act amending official zoning map number SCZ-20 for the island of St. Croix to rezone plat number 4 of 12 Estate Richmond, St. Croix, Virgin Islands, from R3 residential medium density to B2 business secondary neighborhood. Invited testifiers, Honorable Jean-Pierre Oriol, Commissioner, Virgin Islands Department of Planning and Natural Resources. Mr. Xavier Acevedo, property owner's representative. Bill number 36-0288, an act amending official zoning map number SCZ-6 for the island of St. Croix to rezone plat numbers 242, 243, 563, and 564 Estate Strawberry Hill, Queen Quarter, St. Croix, from R2 residential low density 1 and 2 family to R4 residential medium density. Invited testifiers, Honorable Jean-Pierre Oriol, Commissioner, Virgin Islands Department of Planning and Natural Resources. Ms. Alicia Barnes, property owner's representative. Bill number 36-0289, an act granting a zoning use variance from an R2 residential low density 1 and 2 family zoning designation for plat number 395 Estate Wim, Western Quarter, St. Croix. Invited testifiers, Honorable Jean-Pierre Oriol, Commissioner, Virgin Islands Department of Planning and Natural Resources. Mrs. Andrea Christian Michael, property owner. Block number 3. Bill number 36-0291, an act granting a zoning use variance for plat number 295-D-2 Estate Barren Spot, King Quarter, St. Croix, to allow warehouse and storage services general. Invited testifiers, Honorable Jean-Pierre Oriol, Commissioner, Virgin Islands Department of Planning and Natural Resources. Kevin Rames, Esquire, property owner's representative. Bill number 36-0287, an act to rezone right-of-way parcel number 1-68A and parcel numbers 1-68-1, 1-68-2, 1-68-3, 1-68-4, and 1-68 remainder Estate Baccarat number 5 Frenchman's Bay Quarter, St. Thomas, from R1 residential low density to PAD planned area development, R3 residential medium density. Invited testifiers, Honorable Jean-Pierre Oriol, Commissioner, Virgin Islands Department of Planning and Natural Resources. Mr. Joseph Todd Donahue, property owner. Mr. Roosevelt David, property owner's representative. Mrs. Correll Sheridan, resident. This concludes the reading of today's agenda, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. And please record Senator Maurice James, Senator Alma Francis Heiliger, and Senator Marvin Blyden as excused. Okay, we will proceed with our testifiers. Testifiers here on St. Thomas for us, when I ask you to just put your name, beginning from my right, just put your names on the record and we'll use that as a mic check. Your name and who you are, who you represent. Beginning with you, Mr. Marsh.
Good morning. Kurt Marsh, architect for Mr. Ronnie Jones. Ronnie Jones, representing Parcel 15, Susannaberg, St. John.
Kishore Samuel, planning technician, DPNR.
Thank you. St. Croix?
Good morning, Gail Pagan, planning technician at DPNR.
Good morning, Leah Laplace Matthew, Territorial Planner, Department of Planning and Natural Resources.
Good morning, beautiful people. Ruben Malloy, Assistant Commissioner, on behalf of the Honorable Commissioner Justa Encarnacion, Virgin Islands Department of Health.
Good morning, Anisha Stanley, Department of Health, Director of Project Management.
Good morning. This is Brett Ellis. I'm the Laboratory Director at the Department of Health. Thank you.
Thank you very much, testifiers. We're going to now proceed with Ms. Laplace. Are you prepared to begin with your testimony?
Yes, Senator.
You may proceed.
Good morning, Senate President Potter and members of the 36th Legislature. Again, my name is Leah Laplace Matthew, Territorial Planner, Department of Planning and Natural Resources, and I'm here with staff of the Division of Comprehensive and Coastal Zone Planning on behalf of Commissioner Oriol to present the department's recommendation. For the first agenda item, Bill number 36-0266, I will ask Planning Technician Gail Pagan to read that testimony into the record.
Good day, Senate President Milton E. Potter, members of the 36th Legislature, legislative staff, and members of the public. My name is Gail Pagan, planning technician with the Division of Comprehensive and Coastal Zone Planning, CCZP, within the Department of Planning and Natural Resources. I'm here to present the department's recommendation on zoning map amendment, application number CCZP 0085-25. This application was submitted by Ronnie Jones of Susannaberg, LLC, seeking to amend the zoning designation of parcel number 15, Estate Susannaberg, number 17A, Cruz Bay Quarter, St. John, from R4, residential medium density, to R3, residential medium density. The purpose of this request is to develop in 3 phases a 48-room hotel guest house within 6 buildings with a maximum height of 3 stories. The first phase of this development will erect public spaces such as a restaurant, event space, spa, gym, pool, and 42 parking spaces. In the second phase, construction of the first set of guest rooms will take place. The third phase will develop the final set of guest rooms and landscaping. The site plan includes 12 ADA accessible guest rooms and parking spaces. The architect made statements about a terraced, low-impact design. DPNR has conducted an exhaustive review of the application, including an analysis of the surrounding land use, zoning trends, infrastructure availability, and public input. The surrounding area includes national parkland to the north and west, and residential lots to the east and south. The surrounding area has R1, R2, R3, R4, B2, B4, C commercial, and P public zoning. The department notes the following key findings. Water will be provided by cisterns, while sewage will be managed by an on-site wastewater treatment plan. No additional DPNR division reviews are required other than permits for new construction. At the DPNR CCZP public hearing held on November 25th, 2025, there were 2 commenters and 3 post-hearing correspondences submitted. Commenters' input included questions requesting development details and the differences between R3 and R4 zoning. objections regarding the unauthorized widening of the access road and associated encroachments. Broad concerns were raised regarding island-wide zoning trends, enforcement challenges, and community impacts. Concerns about setbacks, height, and environmental protection, including erosion, contamination, and drainage into sensitive guts, were also raised. One commenter supported rezoning while requesting conditions be put in place, including a 15-foot setback, a maximum of 3 stories, and stormwater and waste management protections, including fencing and berms. The applicant's responses to these concerns are documented in the report, file item 19, applicant response to public comments. The request represents a shift between 2 medium-density residential zones. While R3 allows a broader range of uses as of right, it imposes more restrictive development provisions, including lower lot occupancy, 30% for R3 versus a 50% for R4. Higher usable open space requirements, 35% for R3 and none for R4, and less environmental impact. The R3 zone is more consistent with the site's sensitive context, particularly its proximity to national parkland and low-density residential areas. It also aligns with the 2024 Comprehensive Land and Water Use Plan's recognition that the Susannaberg Centerline Corridor may evolve into a mid-island mixed-use center, which requires zoning reforms that allow appropriately scaled developments while protecting environmental and community character. An R3 zone possesses greater environmental safeguards due to the stricter development standards which align with the proposed hotel guest house development and associated amenities. The density of the proposal, 72 persons per acre, is also within R3 limits. Following thorough analysis of the applicant's request, the surrounding uses, and the applicable permit standards, the department finds that the proposed rezoning is reasonable, more environmentally protective, and supports long-term planning objectives for the area. Therefore, the Department of Planning and Natural Resources recommends approval of the zoning map amendment request from R4 to R3 and concurs with Bill number 36-0266. Pursuant to Title 29, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 3, Section 238, the report of the Planning Office regarding this proposal, including the detailed reasons for our recommendation, is incorporated into the records submitted prior to this Committee of the Whole hearing. We respectfully request that the PowerPoint presentation for C0085-25 now be displayed.
Thank you very much, Ms. Pagan. Media is queuing up the visuals. And please mark Senator Marvin Blyden as present. Thank you. And
this is
Senator
Leah LaPlace
Clifford
Matthew.
Joseph as present. I'm sorry, Ms. LaPlace. You may proceed.
Okay, this is Leah LaFace Matthew going through the PowerPoint presentation. So the first slide is a map geo aerial of the property showing its location within Estate Susannaberg. It's to the north of Centerline Road. Next slide, please. This is the official zoning map marking the property's location. The surrounding zones differ from the map because there have been many zoning map amendments in this estate. Next slide. This is a conceptual site plan for the hotel guest house development. That concludes the PowerPoint and the department's presentation for this application.
Thank you very much, Ms. Laplace Matthews. Mr. Ronnie Jones, are you prepared to proceed with your testimony?
Yes, sir.
You may proceed.
Good day, Mr. President and honorable members of the legislature. For the record, my name is Ronnie E. Jones, and I am the owner of Parcel 15, Estate Susannaberg, St. John, U.S. Virgin Islands. I am before you today to respectfully request approval of a zoning map amendment to rezone my property from R4 residential medium density to R3 residential low density. I inherited this property and approached this request with a deep sense of responsibility to my family, to the Susannaberg community, and to the island of St. John. My intent is not intensive development, but reduce density and capable use. The purpose of this rezoning is to allow for the development of a small boutique hotel designed to align with the character, environmental sensitivity, the scale of the surrounding neighborhood, Rezoning R3 to R3 provides a framework for a lower intensity development and responsible land use. This proposal offers clear public benefit, including support for substantial tourism, creation of local employment opportunities, positive economic contributions while preserving St. John's natural beauty and residential integrity. Most important, this request represents a move toward less density, not more. It reflects thoughtful planning, environmental respect, and community compatibility. I respectfully ask this body to approve the rezoning Parcel 15 Estate Susannaberg from R4 to R3. Thank you for the opportunity to be heard. I am available along with my architect, Mr. Kurt Marsh, to answer any questions. Respectfully, Ronnie Jones.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jones. Does that cover all of the testifiers for this particular rezoning? I think it does, right? Okay, we'll now proceed to Bill number 36-0268. Ms. Laplace Matthews, are you prepared to proceed with your testimony from DPNR?
Yes, Senate President Potter, and I will ask our planning technician, Kishoy Samuel, to read that testimony into the record.
Excellent. Mr. Samuel?
Good day, Senate President Milton E. Potter, members of the 36th legislature, legislative staff, and members of the public. My name is Kishoy Samuel, planning technician with the Division of Comprehensive and Coastal Zone Planning, CCZP, within the Department of Planning and Natural Resources, DPNR. I am here to present the department's recommendation on zoning map amendment application number CCZP 0104-25. This application submitted by the government of the Virgin Islands requests a use variance to the P public zone plat number 300-B Revised Cruz Bay Town, Cruz Bay Quarter, St. John, for the purpose of allowing the development of a 3-station car wash facility. The proposed car wash would be the only such facility on St. John, serving residents, businesses, and tourists. DPNR has conducted an extensive review of the application, including an analysis of adjacent land use, zoning trends, infrastructure, and public testimony. The neighboring areas is characterized by B2, business secondary neighborhood, and P, public zoning districts and uses. The department notes the following key findings. The intent of the use variance is to allow the construction of a 2-story building comprising of a car wash and a cashier booth on the first floor. The second floor will be utilized by the lease for a non-public office use. Parking for 6 employees will be provided off-site at the lessee's existing car rental businesses, which is across the street. Operation of the car wash would run from 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. The project entails demolish of an existing slab and completion of construction in approximately 18 months. Over 15 years ago, the site operated as a restaurant and bar. Infrastructure needs, including water and sewage, will be served by public utility lines. No other DPNR division reviews are required other than permits for new construction. At the DPNR-CCZP public hearing held December 30th, 2025, there were 4 commenters and 2 post-hearing email submissions. The public input summarized below were: 1. Requests for adequate lighting to discourage loitering. 2. Requests for Sunday operation to begin after 12 p.m. 3. Concerns regarding drainage, specifically the needs to prevent flooding or water buildup. And surrounding neighbors show strong support for these projects. They highlighted petitioners' reputation for responsible business practices, good communication, and community service, including confidence that the business will benefit St. John. The department analysis found the following key findings. The proposed car wash use is not permitted in the current P-zone public zoning district according to the zoning table of permitted use. 2. In evaluating this use variance request, DPNR considered several proceedings from the past decade in which the government leased public land for private ventures that provided public benefits ranging from housing, propane operation, hotels, soccer fields, car rental operations, and business expansions. 3. The proposed car wash is consistent with existing surrounding ventures which are primarily commercial in nature. 4. It will be beneficial to the public as it would supply an essential service currently unavailable on St. John. 5. This car wash is supportive of the government's intent to diversify the types of permissible enterprises on leased public land, promoting control and productive economic development. 6. The public aligns with the broader goals of leveraging government-owned properties to meet community needs while retaining public ownership of essential land resources. After reviewing the applicant's request and assessing the current zone against the need for diversity in business enterprises on St. John, the Department of Planning and Natural Resources recommends approval of the request use variance and concurs with Bill number 36-0268. Pursuant to Title 29, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 3, Section 238, the report of the Planning Office regarding this proposal, including the detailed reason for our recommendation, is incorporated into the records submitted prior to this Committee of the Whole hearing. We respectfully request that the PowerPoint presentation for CCZP 0104-25 now be displayed.
Thank you, Mr. Samuel. Media, are you prepared to proceed with the PowerPoint presentation? All right.
This is Leah Laplace Matthew, and I'll be presenting the PowerPoint. So we have first slide, map geo aerial view of the property, which is in the area of the Julius E. Sprouse School. Next slide. We have the official zoning map showing the property's location within the P Public Zoning District, which is the zoning district for government-owned properties. Next slide. And this is the conceptual site plan of the proposed car wash. And that concludes the slides and the department's testimony. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Laplace Matthews. Mr. Richards, you have a testimony to present?
Very brief. Good morning.
You may proceed, sir.
Good morning, Senate President. Good morning, Committee Chair Milton E. Potter, Vice Chair Kenneth L. Gittins, Honorable Senators, Central Staff, fellow testifiers, visitors present in chambers. I am Vincent Richards, Assistant Commissioner, Department of Property and Procurement. I appear today on behalf of Lisa M. Alejandro, Commissioner, to offer testimony on the use variance of the subject property number 300B, Revised Cruz Bay St. John Quarter, St. John, U.S. Virgin Islands, which is before this committee for consideration. DPP requests this committee's ultimate approval in accordance with Title 29 VIC subsection 238A as this variance on behalf of our Courtesy Car Wash LLC. The Department of Property and Procurement entered into a 30-year lease agreement with Courtesy Car Wash LLC, ratified by the Legislature of the Virgin Islands on December 22nd, 2022, for parcel number 300-B, Revised Cruz Bay, consisting of approximately 2,911 U.S. square feet, or 0.07 acres of improved land, more or less. The property will be used to operate a public car wash and for other related purposes. To accommodate the intended use and maximize the use of the property, the proposed use variance is necessary to commence construction in compliance with the Virgin Islands zoning laws. This project is designed to enhance service availability to the community, improve convenience for residents and visitors alike, and contribute positively to the local economy. The Department of Property and Procurement, in accordance with Title 29 VIC 238A, respectfully requests approval of this variance for the permit to operate a public car wash and for other related purposes on the subject property, which is currently zoned P for public. This request aligns with the scope of improvements outlined in Article 4, improvements of the current lease agreement. Mr. Chair and members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to present this testimony and for consideration of this legislation. This concludes my testimony, and I'm prepared to answer any questions the committee may have.
Thank you very much, Assistant Commissioner Richards. We will now proceed to Bill number 36-0270. Ms. Laplace Matthews, are you prepared to move forward with your testimony?
Yes, Senate President, and we will have Planning and Gail Pagan place that testimony into the record.
Good day, Senate President Milton E. Potter, members of the 36th Legislature, legislative staff, and members of the public. My name is Gail Pagan, with the planning technician with the Division of Comprehensive and Coastal Zone Planning within the Department of Planning and Natural Resources. I am here to present the department's recommendation on zoning map amendment application number CCZP 0008-25. This application, submitted by the Virgin Islands Department of Health, seeks to amend the zoning designation of plot numbers 11-F and 11-G, Estate Penitentiary Land, Company Quarter, St. Croix, from R3, Residential-MediumDensity, to P, Public. The purpose of the request is to bring the property into zoning compliance for the BSL-3 Public Health Laboratory and Emergency Medical Services offices. DPNR has conducted an exhaustive review of the application, including an analysis of adjacent land use, zoning trends, infrastructure availability, as well as public input. The neighboring area is zoned R3, C Commercial, and P Public, with 2 prior rezonings, Act numbers 4181 and 5905. The department notes the following key findings. The site, formerly the Ralph D. Chabert Housing Project, is leased from the Virgin Islands Housing Authority. The surrounding area includes residential, commercial, and public uses, which includes a fire station and the Juanita Gardin K-8 school. The proposed use will be conducted in the 2-story buildings designated for office and laboratory functions. The laboratory will not be open to the public. Water and sewage needs will be met by public infrastructure. No additional DPNR division reviews are required. At the DPNR CCZP public hearing held March 25th, 2025, concern regarding the permanent use of the site was raised. Subsequently, it was clarified that the site will be used as a non-public facing lab and office. No opposition or post-hearing comments were received. This petition follows 10 previous petitions for rezoning government-owned properties to P public in accordance with Title 29, Chapter 3, Section 229, subsection Q of the Virgin Islands Code, which mandates that publicly owned properties be shown as Zone P public on zoning maps. In accordance, 10 similar rezonings have been approved since 2022 for government agencies across the territory. Additionally, these rezonings bolster eligibility for federal disaster recovery funding. After reviewing the applicant's request, the department finds the proposed rezoning to be consistent with legal requirements and the intended public use of the property. Thus, the department recommends approval of the zoning map amendment request and concurs with Bill number 36-0270. Pursuant to Title 29, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 3, Section 238, the report of the Planning Office regarding this proposal, including the reasons for our recommendation, is incorporated into the records submitted prior to this Committee of the Whole hearing. We respectfully request that the PowerPoint presentation for CCZP 0008-25 now be displayed.
Thank you, Ms. Pagan. Media is queuing up the PowerPoint right now.
Leah Laplace Matthew for DPNR presenting the PowerPoint. So on the first, we have the aerial photo of the site, which was formerly the Ralph D. Chabert Housing Project, and it is behind the Department of Health's temporary offices. Next slide. The next is the property once again in map geo form. Next slide. The zoning map showing it's adjacent to P public zoning property, but it's within the R3 zoning district. Next slide. And this is existing site conditions, post-construction photos. And that concludes the department's presentation on this application. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Laplace Matthews. Assistant Commissioner Malloy, are you prepared to proceed with your presentation at this time?
Yes, I am. Good day, Honorable Milton E. Potter, Senate President and Senators of the 36th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, and those viewing and listening. I am Ruben D. Malloy, Assistant Commissioner, here on behalf of the Honorable Justa Encarnacion, Commissioner of the Virgin Islands Department of Health. Joining me today is Anisha Stanley, Director of Project Management, and Dr. Brett Ellis, Director of Public Health Laboratories. Come before you today to testify on Bill number 36-0270, an act amending official zoning map number SCZ-20 St. Croix to rezone parcel numbers 11-F and 11-G, Estate Penitentiary Land, Company Quarter, St. Croix, from R-3, Residential-MediumDensity, to P, Public. These parcels are currently in use for essential public health operations, including 2 Virgin Islands Department of Health divisions, the Certified Public Health Laboratory and the Emergency Medical Services State Office, which supports our regulatory functions. It also includes supporting parking and logistical access. Our EMS Regulatory Division was recently recognized at the national level with a State EMS Office Excellence Award, reflecting the territory's continued progress in strengthening emergency medical systems through innovation, compliance oversight, and workforce development. This request does not introduce a new use, but rather aligns the zoning designation with the existing and ongoing public use of the property. Approval of this measure will support continuity of critical health services and provide necessary regulatory clarity for government operations. Importantly, this rezoning is also a critical component of the planned rebuild and long-term modernization of the Donna M. Christensen Public Health Facility. The transition from residential to public zoning provides a legal and planning framework necessary for a department to move forward with infrastructure redevelopment, future capital investment, and federal funding opportunities tied to public use facilities. It ensures that the property can appropriately support expanded public health operations, emergency preparedness activities, laboratory modernization, and integrated community health services designed to meet the growing needs of the territory. The rezoning also strengthens the department's ability to responsibly plan for resiliency, accessibility, parking, emergency response coordination, and future public health expansion, while ensuring compliance with land use requirements. Simply put, without proper zoning alignment, the territory risks delays and limitations in rebuilding critical public health infrastructure that serve the people of St. Croix and the Virgin Islands as a whole. The department respectfully requests your favorable consideration of this measure. Honorable Senate President Potter and all senators present, thank you for your time and your commitment to the health of our community and for your support as we continue to expand and improve our healthcare infrastructure. We stand ready to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much, Assistant Commissioner Malloy. I think that concludes all of our testimony for Block 1. Just for the edification of the general public, there are no votes taken in the committee of the whole meeting. We will hear testimony and we will vote on these matters at our next session, which has been scheduled for the 26th of May. And yes, before we proceed, I want to acknowledge, Madam Clerk, the presence of Senator Alma Francis Heiliger, and Senator Angel Bolquez also, he just stepped away from his desk. Please record them as present. Okay, colleagues, we will proceed with a 4-minute round, beginning with you, Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. You may proceed with your 4 minutes.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Good morning to my colleagues. Good morning to the people of the territory. Good morning to the testifiers, staff, and those here in the well. First of all, I would like to say I hope everyone enjoyed their Mother's Day. For the mothers out there that help regenerating the population, we appreciate you, because without a mother, I would not have even been here to be representing you. So I am grateful to my mother and all mothers. So the first question I want to talk about is 360270 from Mr. Richards, Property and Procurement. I want to ask a question, and this is just for my edification. If a government property is rezoned to public, can P properties be leased out, or they have to stay for governmental use?
Vincent Richards for the Department of Property and Procurement. Senator, they could be leased under any zoning
Okay.
once the zoning complies with the usage.
Okay. And what is open for, do you know, like, so once it's complies with, like, for example, P, public use, it could be leased out? Okay.
Yes, Senator.
Thank you. I want to ask another question. I noticed that this piece of property is 2.60 acres. What percentage of it is going to be utilized for the building of the facilities, laboratory, et cetera? Is the entire almost 3 acres going to be utilized for this? Or I'm trying to understand why we're shifting almost 3 acres from maybe using a quarter of it. I'm trying to understand what's happening with that. Can anybody answer me?
Good morning again. Ruben Malloy, Assistant Commissioner, Virgin Islands Department of Health. The layout of the property maximizes the use of the acreage.
Okay.
In that the public health, the public health laboratory sits on a portion of it.
Okay.
The EMS office sits on another portion of it.
Okay.
We also have storage containers occupying a portion of it. And there is a section that is currently unused. But as we stated, we anticipate future
Development?
expansion.
Okay. All righty. Well, thank you for sharing that. I just wanted to know what that was about, but thank you for sharing. When it comes to Bill 360266, the hotel, I like when hotels are being built, but I also like to know about their characteristics and how they're gonna, not only the environmental aspect of it, but also the characteristic. Is it gonna be built in a way that it's going to blend in culturally? What are some of the things that are gonna be included in this hotel? Because as you know, St. John is very unique. I almost look at that like we preserve a little bit of who we are when it comes to
30
St. John.
seconds.
So what is the thoughts with that particular build out of the hotel?
Thank you for the opportunity to speak, Senator. My architect will give you the more detailed technical stuff.
Okay.
But from my perspective, the properties in the Virgin Islands, especially the ones that are owned by local St. Johnians, we have always been in the mindset of taking care of our properties. One of the reasons why even there's a national park today is because of senators like Senator Sproul and their vision for preserving land on St. John so it will be always beneficial to the entire community. So we are mindful of how we're going to build, and we want it to be something that's not obstructive in any way, but definitely appreciated by all.
Okay.
And if I could piggyback on that, because you asked specifically about, if I may, Mr. Chair, I heard time was called. You asked specifically about the character of the building. And so a part of why we're requesting the zone change and all of that, I was on the comprehensive planning team, and so I'm very sensitive to what the government and the people want to see in the form of new development.
Yes.
And so this project seeks to do that. The building is positioned where it's terracing the hillside, so that we minimize the amount of excavation that we need to, that needs to happen for the footprint. We are about 20% under the allowable development footprint, and also, so that also mitigates soil erosion and displacement. We have a landscaping plan that seeks to capture a lot of the runoff and retain it on site for gray water treatment systems and things like that. And then the building itself is very contemporary in its design. It's sort of like a ribbon that kind of wraps around the hill and breaks and terraces. But there are details like stonework that, and as we see in the ruins and things like that, that will bring in some of those more traditional elements. So we'll see arches, we'll see stone, we'll see a whole lot of landscaping, and the building will try to disappear in the hillside.
Okay. Well, I appreciate that explanation, and I like what you're saying in making sure that some of the elements are there. I did hear time. Could I just ask one last question?
One last question,
I
Senator.
appreciate
You may proceed.
Mr. President. 360268. When I heard a car wash, I want to know, is there a high demand for car washes in St. John? Because I'm asking because I'm like, wait a minute, I don't even think they have one. So I was like, is there a high demand and maybe the good business sense to be going down that direction? And just from the environmental standpoint, I know you have to deal with chemicals and other things to do the car wash. How will that water set be treated? And that's my final question. Thank you so much for the additional time. I will let you answer on the chair's time. Thanks.
Thank you, Senator Heilig.
That question is for me?
I believe so. Who did you direct your question to, Senator Francis Heilig? DPNR?
Because they could tell us about the environmental aspect, as he kind of shook his head about, I heard the other gentleman shake his head about the demand, so.
Okay. Ms. LaPlace Matthew?
Yes, so regarding the environmental aspect, it will go through permitting with DPNR's Division of Permitting, Environmental Protection, to ensure that there's no environmental impacts. And there is the public lines which will capture the water that the car wash would produce.
Thank you. Thank you for your response. I love the idea of a locally owned, environmentally friendly boutique hotel on St. John. I love the idea. Now, I wanted to get a sense, and maybe Ms. LaPlace Matthew, might be in the best position to sort of guide us through the process, the rationale, as to wouldn't it, a commercial, it's going to be for commercial hospitality use. Wouldn't it qualify as more a commercial use or mixed use zoning as opposed to a residential low density or medium density zoning? I just want to kind of understand the rationale and the thinking of DPNR when you make this type of decision.
Thank you for that question, Senator. So as an education point, all of our zones are mixed use. So we have to look at the table of permitted uses as well as the development provisions. So for this particular application, the R3 zone allows for hotel use versus the R4, which does not. But then when we look at the development provisions, the R3 use is stricter in its regulations compared to the R4. The R4, you tend to see it in the town areas where there's not as much green space.
Okay. Thank you for your response. I appreciate that. Now, Mr. Jones, what does a small boutique hotel mean in concrete terms? Like how many rooms, what footprint, and what anticipated traffic, water, sewage demand, that sort of thing?
I will pass that to my architect.
Mr. Sewer?
Good morning again. So the building footprint is less than 25% of the 3-acre site. So it's very, very minimal. In terms of sewage capacity and things like that, there will be an on-site treatment plant. Once we get past this set part of the process, then we could begin to consult with other subject matter experts. There are folks in the territory that we can speak to about treatment plant sizes and capacity. Right now, we're at 48 rooms. I nudge Mr. Jones all the time about trying to have a cap at actually less than that, but we'll see where we land between now and the end of the project. Because if we're trying to do something boutique, I think we want to think about quality, not quantity. And so the type of experience that we're trying to curate at the site with this project, I think is more important than the number of rooms and the amount of people that we can get there. I think the value is more in the experience. If you've ever been to that site and you see the grandeur, Mr. Jones is calling this project Heaven's View. If you see the grandeur of the view, looking back at the Keys all the way to St. Thomas in the distance, and on a clear day you can see Vieques, Culebra, Puerto Rico, there's value in that experience. And so we want to make this project, we specifically want to focus on the value.
It's an impressive view. It's a very impressive view. I've seen it. And for some reason, today I want to call you Mr. Sewer instead of Mr. Marsh. So
I'm a sewer, so that's fine.
Okay. All right, thank you. Senator Franklin D. Johnson, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Good morning. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good morning to my colleagues. Good morning to the testifiers. Good morning to the viewing and listening audience. And I'll start out by saying happy belated Mother's Day to all the mothers present and those viewing and listening. I had a wonderful day with my mom, so I hope everyone else did with theirs. I want to start off right before Mr. Marsh left off. You spoke about the view, and I was looking forward into seeing some drawing as some kind of drawing of what your structure going to look like. I like to see something like that, and I didn't see that today. What's the status on any kind of preliminary drawing so that we can see what your plans are?
Well, we did have, for the DPNR presentation, we did provide renders and floor plans and room concepts. Ms. Laplace Matthew only showed the rough draft of the conceptual site plan, but I'm more than willing to share some of the render details with the body for your consideration.
If you have that at some point, we would like for you to at least put it up so we can see what we're talking about. And
I wish
most
you
of the
did.
times, once DPNR is in full support, you don't have no pushback. I only got one question with this project here, and I'll start out with DPNR. My question is regard to the encroachment allegations that they need to have a widening road. What did you guys review, and what's the status?
So
at least for that access.
Yes, Senator. So that concern was brought up to the applicant, and they did confirm that there was no violation. It's an interfamily dispute that's going on.
Interfamily dispute. Let's go back to the Mr. Marsh and them then. What's your status and what is going to be done to widen that road to make sure? Well, first of all, you need to have some kind of agreement with the families. What's the status on that? Because that road, it's clear with what you're going to do. You're going to have need a little wider road. What's the status?
I'll let Mr. Jones take that, but there is a 30-foot right-of-way there that has never been to the 30 feet. So I'm assuming that the plan would be collectively to establish the officially drawn road, but I'll let Mr. Jones speak more to that.
Thanks for your question, Senator. One of the processes of DPNR and these hearings are for clients like myself to present something that I'd like to do, a proposal, and then our job is for the community to come in and state things, concerns, good or bad. One of the things that came up with this particular concern was there was never an encroachment, there was never an expanding of roads, there was nothing. If you notice in the question you have, you can't say the parcel name nor the person who owns the parcel because there was never a parcel in the first place. So we can't answer to something that never happened and never was. So we never needed a road to get to my property. That road was established from the time the estate was built.
And so what's the measurement of the road from the establishment, if you are aware of that?
The measurement of the road from the establishment? The road is
yeah, to get to the...
There's, like he said, it's over 30 feet road, and we don't even use half of that. But the point is there was never an encroachment. And we were asking for that to happen, for the person to produce the name of the person and the parcel number of where the encroachment occurred, and up to the deadline that Ms. Laplace gave them 21 extra days to present their concern, and nothing ever showed up.
No, that's the width. And the length of the road is? Do you have the measurements of the length of the road?
The reason that I'm hard to answer that is because the road leads from, it's a large parcel.
30 seconds.
Susannaberg is a estate property that runs through a main road, from the main road all the way up. So I don't know what you mean by the measurement of the road.
So you're saying to me from the time this entire parcel was established, there was an access road there. So there's no challenging with you guys having access going to where you're going to construct this hotel?
No, sir, none at all, because that's the main road that's always been there.
All right.
If I may, Senator.
Thank you very much, then. Sure, please.
If I may add to that, there's the main estate road and also a secondary easement. So we actually have 2 points of access to this property.
Time.
Thank you very much. Mr. Chair, I wanted to ask a next question to the next property because but no one is there to represent besides DPNR. Is there anyone in the gallery to represent this car wash?
No, I don't think there is any. Is there a specific? I was going to kind of ask a question, really, because this is something that the government has really initiated, this whole rezoning. Is this something that you're going to put out to try to attract an entity that is interested in developing a car wash, which is badly needed on St. John, or maybe you can clarify, Assistant Commissioner Richards.
Very good question, Senate President Potter and Senator Johnson. The Department of Property and Procurement entered into a 30-year lease agreement in 2022 with Courtesy Car Wash LLC. They have a company there called Courtesy Car Rental that's right next door to this subject property, and they're the one that's developing the subject proposed car wash. They're an excellent tenant. They're excellent business people, local, excellent tenants. And we're here as property owners. It's required of us as the property owner to request the rezoning. So that's why we're here.
And did you not invite them for them to come and do their presentation and what they're trying to expand?
Good question. Unfortunately, I'm a member of the executive branch and not the legislative branch. I don't control who was invited and who's not invited, Senator. So I apologize.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Frankie Johnson. I wanted to ask, since we're on this...
Point of information.
Okay, I'll get to your point of information, Senator Gittens. You may proceed with your point of information.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning to all. I was trying to, based on the question from the senator from Frederick said, I'm trying to get that 30 feet that he spoke about, was that in width?
Yes, it's a 30-foot wide estate road.
Okay, that sounds real wide to be a roadway, because as I think of it, when it comes to a lane, it's usually that of 12 feet, and when it comes to local streets, you can expand. But even if you were to have 2 lanes, so would you refer to that roadway with the width as a 2-lane road or 1?
It would be a 2-lane road. Typically, when you're doing road construction, you have about 3 feet on either side for easement, for utilities and things like that. So the lanes themselves are actually maybe more like 12 feet apiece. So the road itself is typically, the paved road itself is usually about 24 feet. And then you have swale or culvert or any other types of infrastructure on either side of it. But that's typical. 30 feet wide is a typical estate road width.
Correct. I was just still trying to picture that, and especially on St. John. Thank you for the response. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Gittens. I wanted to ask Ms. LaPlace Matthews, why a use variance approach was the chosen mechanism as opposed to B2, which would cover the actual use, the actual intended use, given the commercial nature of the car wash? Why a variance as opposed to B2?
Thank you for the question, Senator. So we've noticed over the years a number of applications by the government to rezone, and the code does state that government-owned property should be zoned P-public. The problem is the table of permitted uses has not been updated since 1972 to allow the government to utilize its property to its full potential, whether for government use or for leased uses to bring in income.
Okay.
So we opted to keep it as the P-public zoning because it is government-owned property and simply tack on the use variance.
Okay. Thanks for your response. I appreciate that. Senator Angel Bolquez Jr., you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Mr. Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning to the listening and viewing audience. Good morning, Central staff. And, of course, the testifying panel for the bills before us today. I wanted to start off with property and procurement because I know that this bill came before us in the form of Bill number 34-0364, which became Act 8666 in relation to the courtesy car rental property. And I was curious to know why at that time didn't we just apply the current rezoning that we're doing today?
Vincent Richards for Property and Procurement. Senator, that's a very good question. I'm drawing a blank on the answer at this point.
Okay. I think it would have been a more expedient way to get it done, but you know, things happen. I understand. The car wash, I wish someone was here because I would have questions surrounding stormwater management and detergents and runoff, you know, what the plans or mitigation would be surrounding these things because we also want to protect our environment. Please proceed.
Senator, very good comments. Pardon me for interrupting. One, the Department of Property and Procurement, we have adjusted our policies and procedures internally to make sure that the zoning is in line with the use before we execute agreements or at least start the process when we're executing an agreement with when the zoning is not aligned. So we have instituted a corrective measure for that one. Number two, I want to believe that I remember during the applicants or the lessees application to DPNR, I think, you know, plans for recycling as much of the water as possible is part of their plan. And I was very surprised that they weren't here this morning, Senator.
Okay. And for DPNR, are you aware of any mitigation concerning detergents and cleanup, oils and so forth? Any plans by the operator in this project?
They did mention plans for that. However, in the permitting process, that's when the concrete details will be coming out because they would have to get permits from Division of Environmental Protection.
Okay, very well. And I'm sure that you will keep your eyes and ears open on this matter. Thank you. Let's move forward to the next bill. Mr. Jones, good morning. Bill number 36-0266 for the development of a 48-room hotel/guest house on the island of St. John. So I'm all open arms for this.
1 minute.
What I do understand is, and I've had a couple calls about a number of concerns, and the concerns specifically were from R4 to R3, with the fact being that R3 would then allow for a 6-story rather than 3. So I wanted to know here publicly what were your plans. Were you planning to go above 3 stories, being that R4 does not allow more than 3 stories, and you can build up to 6 stories with a R3?
Good morning, Senator. The plan is for 3 stories. We know what the zoning allows. Our main concern is the title, getting a hotel status. But our construction, everything right now, our plans is all centered around 3 stories.
Okay, with no plans to change up to 6. I see Mr. Marsh, proceed.
Just to add, we actually welcome that as a criteria for the approval. So if the legislature approves the zone change, we welcome there being a cap at 3 floors.
Time.
Okay,
The whole part of the idea and the concept is a minimal, low-key project on the hillside. We don't want it to stand out.
Okay, very good. With this project, how long do you think it's going to take to develop a project of this magnitude?
We're exploring concepts of different development types. There are foam systems that we could deploy from nearby in Puerto Rico. The recent hotel development on the waterfront, they did something totally different where they precast all the slabs and shipped them in because that was cheaper than to use construction concrete here. So we're exploring those things. Mr. Jones is in consultation with entities for financing and things like that. So those are conversations we will continue to have as the project develops. The zone changes are a really important part of things moving forward.
Very well. I'd like to move forward now to Bill 36-0270 in relation to the Public Health Laboratory. What specific functions or biological materials would the property be handling at the BSL-3 facility?
You may proceed, Commissioner.
Ruben Malloy, Assistant Commissioner. I'll let Director Dr. Brett Ellis answer that question.
Good morning. This is Brett Ellis. So the Public Health Laboratory is really focused on those diseases or areas of public health concern. So primarily what we deal with is infectious diseases of public health concern, things like COVID, dengue, respiratory pathogens, gastrointestinal, foodborne kind of pathogens. But at times we're also involved with environmental testing. So when we had lead issues,
pardon my ignorance for a second, but are there any other laboratories handling those specific? I know our hospitals do their part, but do we have any other laboratories functioning now in the Virgin Islands, to include St. Croix? How many?
Yeah, thanks for that question, because I am proud of the laboratory. We do fill a gap that wasn't there previously.
Right.
So the lab is really focused on, it's a modern, high complexity, modern laboratory, and fills a gap that we didn't have before, where a lot of that testing would have to be getting sent off island. And when we do that, then we have delays between when a patient can get their test back. So we're not in competition with local laboratories, private or with the hospitals. We all work together, in a complementary fashion. And at times we also provide additional support for local labs to also augment their testing. But this is testing for private labs and maybe for hospitals. These may not be commercially viable tests. Like, hopefully we don't always have tons of COVID. So those labs, it could be prohibitive for them to run those locally when there's not high volumes or the equipment is, really costly to maintain. So we work complementary to the hospitals and to private labs.
Well, I thank you for your response, and I appreciate the Department of Health's proactive look in trying to move forward with trying to fill the gap in these areas. So thank you for the time, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Bolkes. I wanted to ask Assistant Commissioner Malloy, the current status. You mentioned Donna M. Christensen Public Health Facility. I wanted to know if you're aware of the status and the timeline, and the anticipated timeline of the rebuild. Has the design already been commissioned, and has FEMA or any federal agency committed funding contingent on this specific rezoning?
The Ruben Malloy, Assistant Commissioner, Virgin Islands Department of Health. The Donna M. Christensen Public Health Facility is in the construction phase. I'll ask Director Stanley to elaborate.
Good morning. Yes, so currently the Donna M. Christensen facility is slated to be completed in 2028. And also it is fully funded, federally funded. And I think, yes.
Is anything contingent on this specific rezoning? Is any of the federal dollars that have already been committed, is it specifically contingent, if you know, is it contingent on this rezoning passing?
Yes, it is. And again, I'd like to commend Dr. Brett Ellis for his foresight in when we were asked to reduce first of all, in order to build a new facility, we had to relocate operations that existed on the property. The modular laboratory was one of those items that components that we relocated down to this property, which began as an emergency and now has evolved into permanent, as we were asked to reduce the size of the Donna M. Christensen facility due to costs. We were fortunate to have developed the laboratory down on that property so that we were able to, it made the ask to reduce less or more feasible. And also this DPNR, as a part of the federal consistency review process, required us to, since it was now permanent, to align the zoning with the use of the property.
Thank you very much, Assistant Commissioner Malloy. Senator Hubert L. Frederick, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you very much. 1, 2, 1, 2. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Pleasant good morning, colleagues, testifiers, listening and viewing audience, my staff, central staff, and everyone viewing from abroad. Let me start off with bill number 36-0266. Mr. Jones, good afternoon. Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
How you doing?
Fine.
First off, congratulations and thank you so much for attempting to add more capacity to St. John and being a local product. You know, you've got my support there, but I want to make sure that there's other permitted uses. When you start shifting a request, it opens up other questions, and I just want to make sure we put those questions at bay. For example, one of my colleagues talked about the number of stories that comes up, and you said the intent is for 3 stories, not 6. There are also other permitted usage for other types of businesses that would support your hotel. Do you have any plans for that? Any other type businesses will be located there?
We've discussed other types of publicly accessible spaces. These would include a spa and gym, a restaurant, as well as meeting and event spaces.
Any discussion about a rental car company?
Honestly, I'm very pleased that there's a moratorium right now for rental car companies on St. John, and I would not be a proponent of encouraging more rental car companies.
Okay. I'm just asking the question, so please understand people have different concerns. All right. In terms of, you talked about Heaven's View, and I love that concept. I think it's going to definitely generate some excitement, the viewpoint. You still didn't say whether or not the material you're using will be environmentally friendly or not. You're still considering whether it's prefab or blah, blah, blah. Is there any consideration for environmentally friendly materials?
Ronnie Jones. I attended a session that was hosted by Senator Blyden about 4 months ago relating to the different types of building opportunities that we're going to be able to have that we can use in the Virgin Islands that's approved. So I'm looking at many different ways of building, but we're definitely concerned with the cost to build and making sure that it's something that's going to last us, if that answers your question.
Awesome. And then we talked about only utilizing 25% of the land that's under discussion. Is the other spots going to be parking or green space?
The 25% footprint.
75%.
Sorry,
Yes.
The 25% footprint is for the buildings themselves, and the intention is to design a permeable parking lot, not a hard surface, so
30
that
seconds.
water can then be mitigated in addition to all of the other mechanisms that we'll have on site. So we allow for water to percolate through the surface rather than sit on top of it.
Okay, great. Thank you very much, and best of luck, Mr. Jones, and pray everything goes well for you and your family on this project. Let's move on to my favorite, the Department of Health.
Time.
Bill number 36-0270. You're billing on precious sacred land, my kindergarten. So I want you guys to know this up front. What is the distance between the proposed building and the residential units to the, I guess that would be the south? I know to the north of that building, it's nothing now because that's where the housing community was. But on the opposite side, aren't there residential units like one street next to it?
Yes, Ruben Malloy, Assistant Commissioner, Virginia's Department of Health. Yes, there is residential areas across the street. However, the biosafety lab requirements, and again, our lab is certified. All the biohazards are self-contained by, and I'll let Dr. Ellis elaborate. So it's a non-public facing facility.
Okay, so before Dr. Ellis starts, I'm glad you brought that up because that's where I was going. This is a public lab dealing with infectious diseases, and you've got people living directly across the street, not, literally a street across. And so there's some concerns there, and rightfully so. I'm surprised no one came to testify. We need to at least address those concerns, let them know that how safe it is. Also, you're in a blast zone with WAPA. So here's some concerns. So Dr. Ellis, if you could make me feel more comfortable and my constituents, that'd be really nice.
Yeah, thank you, Senator Frederick.
Senator Frederick, your time was called, but I'll let Dr. Ellis respond.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, so laboratories, you are often dealing with infectious agents that, a person get infected or someone in the laboratory could get infected. So biosafety is a major concern of these laboratories to prevent persons working in the lab from, contracting an illness or from the public contracting an illness. In biosafety, we have 4 levels, basically. 1, just be like a hospital benchtop. BSL-2 is the same. BSL-3 would be something where there is some risk of respiratory. So something like, maybe not COVID, but related SARS or chikungunya, because it was highly contagious, was considered a BSL-3. And then BSL-4 is like Ebola and those really, really scary viruses. So we have the lab set up to be a possible BSL-3 if we needed to, if there was an agent that presented itself. And in those designs for biosafety, there's a number of levels protecting both the individual, going from PPE, wearing gloves or a mask, then to the facility itself. They're in contained rooms inside of a biosafety cabinet. All the air is filtered. Any of the water that's used is treated. All the waste is autoclaved. So fortunately, there's been decades of work to ensure that both the staff and the public are safe. The facility is not open to the public. We just work directly with providers or hospitals or with clinics, so there's not traffic in or out. The laboratory itself is, next to where the new Charles Harwood or Donna Christensen building will be built. We're on the edge, so there is a residential street. I guess that's on the south side. We're on the opposite end of that lot, but it's approximately about 300 feet from that residential neighborhood. And then there is areas that are not being inhabited, or the fire station. And it's a small facility, not very many staff, so it doesn't create much noise for the neighborhood, maybe when a generator turns on. But otherwise, we are proud of our biosafety procedures that we have in place, and we're not working with Ebola or those kinds of agents, but we do have the facilities and procedures in place if we did need to confront an agent that could potentially be infectious, like COVID or something like that.
Just if I can close it out, just to finish it off, the biosafety components include negative pressure ventilation, HEPA filtration at 99.97%, two-door controlled access, on-site sterilization of all wastes, and the certification, the CLIA certification, CMS certification that recently had a survey in mid-2025 that certifies that all these components are in place, and they had 0 deficiencies.
Yeah, no, I will say we do comprehensive risk assessments that go through all of these for any agent that we work with. Fortunate for us, actually, most of the time, let's say you get a blood sample from the hospital, as soon as that's drawn at the hospital, it's put in a tube, then it activates the virus, so it's no longer a risk. So we have multiple levels of measures and procedures and risk assessments to ensure that both our staff, the laboratory, and the community are safe.
Thank you very much for your response. Senator Avery Lewis, you're recognized for your point of information.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning to the people of the Virgin Islands. Good morning to the testifiers. I'd like to ask Mr. LaPlace or Mr. Samuel, like Mr. Marsh and Mr. Jones placed on the record that when they did the public hearing, I think it's a public hearing, they submitted some renderings and drawings. If that could be given to us, at least before they leave here, because a lot of questions are rising, so people could kind of get a kind of concept of what we're working on. I don't know if Mr. Marsh have it on his laptop or an email that he could share with us that we could give to media before we leave. And that was my main ask this morning, Mr. Chapman.
Thank you very much, Senator Lewis. Mr. Marsh, is that something that you can share with us today, or?
I actually just sent you an email 10 minutes or so ago.
Okay.
There are a few conceptual renders in that file to be shared.
Thank you very much. We'll make that available. Senator Dwayne DeGraff, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, testifiers, all viewing, listening, and present. I want to make it loud and clear. Ronnie, you building a hotel, and we talking about capping at 3 stories because of this and that. You're a local Virgin Islander. I don't agree with you agreeing to cap to 3 when you could build 6. Stand up. Be proud. I support you 100%. But I'm saying we tend to, for lack of a better word, we tend to dumb down local people, our Virgin Islanders. Not me. If you want to go for the 6 stories, talk with me. I got your back. Okay? If you want to maintain what you want to maintain, that's fine. But I ain't supporting no Virgin Islander dumbing down because of what it is, people saying it, and then everybody else will come in here and do what they want. No, not on my watch. Who don't like what I say? Like I say, I am representing me only, but I let you know I support you 100% of what you're trying to do, without a question. That's first and foremost. So all the things, so again, you can respond if you choose. Yeah.
Senator, it's interesting that you say that, because one of the things with development is it's just like our roads and how we build our towns in the Caribbean and the Virgin Islands. We never build for future.
Right.
And we don't think future. So when people say only, it all depends. It's just like when one of our former senators asked people who have a lower level under your house, then now you can now put an apartment under there.
Correct.
Because we have to now always be thinking a little bit about the future. But right now our project is locked in at 3 stories. But who knows what could happen 20 years from now in the need for situations to change.
Leave the steel up on the top of the roof to put up them extra floors.
But so far
Build
we're
your
presently,
foundation strong.
committed to 3 stories.
No, because like I say, you're going to say the right thing. I ain't trying to pull you out into it. I'm just letting you know that I supporting you 100%. Mr. Marsh, you want to say something? Sure.
I just wanted to add, I appreciate the sentiment. I am a licensed architect with planning experience. I would be wrong to have just been a part of the comprehensive land and water use planning team and making very clear recommendations for how we should develop to do a development at that scale in that area. And so we've had many conversations about the project fitting the space. We don't want to have an outlandish project in the space to upset our neighbors.
1 minute.
Mr. Jones is an heir to that estate. Everyone around him are friends and family, and so we don't want to create any additional friction unnecessarily.
No, but
there's room for expansion because the
Right.
footprint is less than what's allowed. So we could always build a few more buildings, but we could spread out. We don't have to go up.
And that's fine. And that, like I say, that's fine. But I'm saying now, I wasn't saying anything to try cause confusion, to say, hey, let's go in and build 6, or let's go for 10. I'm saying now, as a Virgin Islander, sometimes we got to put stuff aside and say, hey, what we could maximize. I don't think any of you would do anything opposite to what the norm would be. So I'm just saying, if along the line down the road, 6 could do, because it benefits what a Virgin Islander is trying to do, I support it. I may not be here when that decision time comes, but now I support it. And that's what we have to take. That's my stand. Who don't like it? No, I ain't gonna say lump it, but I'm just saying who don't like it, we all have our opinions. So that's basically what I wanted to say in regards to that. I support 100%. So you ain't gonna ask me what vote I vote. Ask 14 other senators what they vote. I vote yes, even though we ain't voting here, okay? So we can move on. Thank you. On St. Croix,
time.
The one question I had for DP and St. Croix, if I just ask this one question, I'll finish now, Mr. Chair. In regards to the lab, I understand the lab, and I don't think these gentlemen, Mr. Ellis and those, are any less professional. But what was the feedback in some of the public hearings that took place regarding building a lab? I guess Ms.
The concern?
Yeah, sure.
Yes, Senator. So the concern really was about what type of lab, and it was clarified that it's not a lab that the public goes in and out to. It's a non-public facing lab. So that was the concern.
Okay, and so they asked about what kind, and when you gave that answer, what was that feedback?
They were fine with it.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator DeGraff. Senator Carla J. Joseph, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you so kindly, Mr. Chairman, and a pleasant good day to everyone. Of course, belated happy Mother's Day to all the mothers who are mothering out there, and the sound and view of me. I had the occasion yesterday to be the keynote speaker for a very impactful organization here in St. Thomas, Hearts in Service Association Incorporated. And their name speaks volume about the work that they do, providing homes for persons who are less fortunate than us. I know we're discussing today building some hotels in St. John and also car wash as well as laboratory, but we use those revenue generating mechanism to definitely help those less fortunate in us. So I want to say kudos to Hearts in Service Association, its executive director, as well as the founding member, Dr. Ruthlyn White, for their foresight in this organization. Now, I want to ask you, Ms. Laplace, regarding bill number 36-270. When was that application? What date is the application submitted? Because I was here looking through the documents you supplied, and that is up on the public drive, and I don't see a date when this application was submitted. Oh.
I'm pulling up that information for you right now.
Okay, and I didn't see who signed it. I see for official use, it says date application received 8/26/2024. But I don't see, just to clarify, I don't see who submitted it, print and sign. You have an area that says, we attest that the information submitted on this form is a true and accurate representation of our development plans for the property. Don't you normally have somebody sign off on there?
Some applicants may not sign, but we do have the Senate letter in the file.
Okay, from the applicant, who would be the government, right?
Correct.
So wouldn't a government head have to sign on that? No? I'm just asking for clarity.
Sometimes the applicant in error doesn't sign the application, but we have other documents in the file, as part of the support of them submitting the application.
So you're fine with it being this way? I just wanted to see, because usually when you submit an application, somebody has to sign. Now, what date was the other application submitted? Because that one was from 2024. When were the other dates these other applications were submitted? 266?
That is the date that it was submitted, 8/26/2024.
Yeah, but the other two on the agenda, 36-0266, what date was that submitted?
30 seconds.
For Parcel 15, Susannaberg, that application. That one was submitted 9/5/2025.
And 268.
Time.
Mr. Chairman.
We'll be very generous with you today, Senator.
Revised Cruz Bay. Pulling up that file.
I'm getting at something here because
was in October of 2025.
Okay, so I wanted to understand what was the delay with the one in St. Croix, because that was from 2024, and
yes,
you had significant delays. That's why I asked for that time to show the delay, because it looks like, and I have some just concerns. I like to see things a little bit standardized, because these other two in St. Thomas, they had some backlash. People had some opposition. But what was the delay for the one in St. Croix?
Well, applicants can submit the application not complete. We just won't process it until it's complete. So some documents came in, little bit by little bit.
Okay, so theirs wasn't a one shot, and it was on the applicant submitting the information. I just wrap up, Mr. Chairman, and just saying I am in support, and I believe Mr. Richards wants to comment. I am in support of the rezoning, and I really like that it's a variance for 270. In St. Croix, and also the one in St. John. I had the opportunity to visit that site, I think it's a year ago, Mr. Jones, with you, at a other site. I do my homework, so I had it about a year ago to see the site, and I'm very impressed today that a local man of the soil is doing this work. And very much in support of it. And also the other property with the car wash in St. John. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Carla Joseph. Sir Richards, you may proceed with your...
Yeah, Vincent Richards for Department of Property and Procurement. Senator Joseph, I remember my staff being fully engaged with the Department of Health in trying to locate the ownership documents and the deeds for that property. It's a very old property that dates back, I believe, to the Danish era, and I believe that was one of the bottlenecks was getting proof of ownership for the property as well. So,
okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Richards. Thank you very much. Senator Novel E. Francis Jr., you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and good morning to my colleagues. Good morning to the testifiers, and good morning to the people of the Virgin Islands. I first wanted to also offer my condolences to Pete Encarnacion family and his passing, and continue to wish them well during this difficult time of bereavement, as it seems like the legislature is under siege with 3 recent announcement of bereavement. So I'm hoping that they always say they come in 3, and I'm hoping that we get a little bit of a reprieve from any other situation in the very near future. Mr. Jones, good morning, and I too want to join in commending you in moving this development forward, and wish you good luck in it. Is there anything about this development that gives you reason for pause?
No, there's no reason to pause. What I hope comes out of this development, sir, is one of the things that Senator O'Reilly, when she mentioned that locals need to come back home to the Virgin Islands and bring creative ideas. I wanted to be one of those persons when I came in 2004, when I moved back home, to be one of those persons. And when I saw the grandfather's estate that he left us, my concept was, how can I make this better for the community and for all of the 18 children that he left? And the one thing they stated was, when I got home, is we St. Virgin Islanders are, what do they call it, land rich and money poor. And my job was to say, if we can get families to work together, even though there's always going to be challenges, we can make a lot of things better for our community and ourselves. So this is kind of big, saying the word hotel, but really it's just, for me, it's an opportunity for people to say things can be done. Don't sit on your hands, say the Senate can't help you, the government can't help you, but we asking the government for stuff. What are we contributing to the economy to make the government function better? We have to do more to help the government, not just ask the government to help us.
Very well, I appreciate that approach, because of course, we often hear about being land rich and cash poor, and certainly I think that you're leading the pack in helping us to develop those ideas further. Have you had any discussion with the local government in respect to how do we perhaps try to subsidize or assist you in this endeavor? Any CDBG funding that may be available? Any such discussion being had?
Not necessarily. We were waiting for this phase to be over first because we had to rezone. But I did hear that there is a program here that helps you with a government program that helps with a business plan. And that's the first thing I'm going to be stepping into once this is approved, and I'm hoping it's approved. So I'm going to get some government services helping with the business plan and then moving forward from there.
Very well, thank you. And you have a great architect there next to you, so I know that he'll help you to make this a reality, so we look forward to that. Assistant Commissioner Richards, in respect to bill number 36-0268, is it customary for the government to request use variance, or that's the responsibility of the leasee?
Vincent Richards, good question, Senator. The application was submitted with the assistance of the property, the lessees, and the GVI, supported the application. We discussed a rezoning versus variance with DPNR, and decision was made jointly to do the variance, and thus we're here.
So I would imagine that we're not setting precedents here. That is something that DPP will continue to do, or how do we separate ourselves from the pack in terms of who's responsible for pursuing zone changes?
So since this lease and a couple others that required zoning changes or variances, we have developed a policy change internally as to where the property would have to be rezoned either before or at the time when the lease is going through.
So you're saying that there's currently policy that guides you on this matter?
Yes, Senator.
Can you share that policy with the body, please?
I will.
Thank you. Moving on to the next Department of Health, and Dr. Ellis. I mean, you had a lab, you had a certified lab, a stone throw away from where you currently have this additional lab, correct?
So this is the lab that was
30 seconds.
previously on Charles Harwood that's then been relocated.
So you just moved from the left to the right, from upper to lower,
Yeah,
right?
about a block away.
Great. So you don't have a significant move in that respect. How are we doing with communicable disease? I mean, I know sometime back we heard about Zika, chikungunya, Ebola. Where are we with that? And how, once this is staffed and certified, how then you'll be able to ensure that we're doing the necessary testing?
Yeah, you know, one of the main objectives of the laboratory and epidemiology divisions is surveillance. And in the 10 years or so since we started getting that lab together, yeah, we've had a lot. We've had Zika and chikungunya, and then COVID. Most recently, a couple years ago, we had dengue. Every year, I hope we get a reprieve, but it is our jobs, you know, to be on the alert and try to pick it up as soon as we see something.
Mr. Chair, I heard my time call. I just have two quick follow-up questions, please.
You may proceed, Senator.
Thank you. In respect, I know some time back there was some release of mosquitoes for the purpose of some analysis. Can you give us an update on what transpired with that?
Yeah, we did have a project. There was some funding after the hurricanes with CDC to look at innovative ways to help prevent dengue in the future. Fortunately, that money has since run out. We did not proceed on releasing any mosquitoes or anything at that time. We did do a lot of community outreach and surveys and things, but at the time we didn't release any. So we're back to traditional methods right now of surveillance and treatment if we see any cases of dengue or chicken.
That's good. I was a little bit concerned about the release of those mosquitoes anyway. And my final question to you, Assistant Commissioner Malloy, is in respect to the maintenance of that facility. I passed by there recently, and there's a lot of overgrowth and stuff like that. Who's ultimately responsible, and can you, again, put on record to ensure that we're properly maintaining, landscaping, and protecting that facility?
Ruben Malloy, Assistant Commissioner, Virgin Islands Department of Health. Thank you for the question, Senator. We have staffing challenges, and so we are exploring different strategies, and one of them is outsourcing. And in addition, some of the work that needs to be done involves larger trees that require DPNR approval. But I hear you, and we're working on it.
Very well. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time. Again, I just want to wrap up and say, as a government, we got to make sure that we lead in from the front in terms of ensuring that the beautification of our facilities are properly maintained, and we got to really do better at doing that. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for the time and opportunity.
Thank you very much, Senator Francis. I think we have access to those renderings that Mr. Marsh just provided. I think we forwarded it to media. Media, are you prepared right now, or should we give you a few more minutes? We can move forward with the next set. They're here. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, media. So, Mr. Marsh, maybe you could describe what we're seeing.
Could they maybe transition to one of the other images?
Media, can you? Okay.
That's better. So you begin to see how, especially up at the top, and this is still under development, but the idea is that, as I mentioned before, the building will terrace down from the high point of the hillside. Again, the real main focus is to capture the view. So where you see this little knoll in that opening, if you stand there, that's where you get that really dramatic view of, all the keys from Cruz Bay across to Red Hook, and then St. Thomas, Puerto Rico, Vieques, Culebra. And all of that additional open space will be green space. So just to reinforce this very minimal intervention on the site, that more flat area to the back is where we've designated as the parking. It's at the low point of the site. And because it's at the low point, as I mentioned before, we wanted to create a permeable surface so that as water gathers in that area, it settles into the site. It doesn't go back onto the estate road to cause erosion and things like that. And it's also separate from the other main functions of the property. And so we have this terracing happening. We have these ribbons that want to split and open up. In some ways, it becomes the staircase and circulation up and between the buildings. And then we have, as we mentioned before, we have cisterns on site, septic treatment plants. Those things are all to the rear. The zoning doesn't require a setback, but we've initiated one. We have a 15-foot setback across the entire perimeter of the site, and the intention is to keep that as a green buffer. And so where there aren't plants now, we will put plants so that there's a screen between the neighboring properties and this development. We understand that people might have concerns with light or noise and things like that. So we're trying to take steps to avoid some of those complications. But yes, this is a very bare bones draft of the overall design. So I can't give too many additional details that you can't visualize yet.
Understood. Thank you very much. What sort of timeline, Mr. Jones, are you looking at? If you are really ambitious, when would you like to actually see this project completed?
I am 67 years old. I want to give it to my kids on my 70th birthday as a present.
Ambitious.
2 years.
I love it. Thank you. Thank you for that. Senator Clifford A. Joseph, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning to the testifiers. Good morning to everybody in the room. Happy belated Mother's Day to all the ladies. I mean, I got outstanding ladies surrounding me, from my mother to my wife to my staff that I work here in the legislature with. And all of them are good, strong parents, good, strong women. So this morning, I also like to give condolences to Pedro Pete in Canaston. I worked with him as a director. A very humble individual that takes time to listen. And people who take time to listen normally makes wise decisions. So as far from my family to his, my condolences as you go through a period of mourning. Good morning, Mr. Jones.
Morning, sir.
I myself is in support. If DPNR, yes, morning, and how are you doing today? Well, with not having any pushback so far from DPNR, I too in support of your building of your residential, not residential, your hotel setting that you're planning to build. How long have you been working on this rezoning?
The application was submitted maybe October or November last year. We had one delay in writing the bill because we were supposed to have this hearing on the 12th of last month.
Okay, because I know, I want to just make sure that I listen to you talk about your 70th birthday and everything to be kind of slow down and then hurry up, slow down and then hurry up. So just hoping for yourself that your financing will fall in place in a hurry as well. And I hope you have more than one plan of financing to make sure that you could hit the road running. So you're ready to conclude with your drawings once this is approved by us?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Well, thank you. I don't think I have nothing else for you. Bill 36-0268. My question would be to Property and Procurement. Looking at you say you have more than one policy and how you address individuals that are using government property and the government supporting them. Because I noticed with Viper situation in St. Thomas with the Benoit Group, it was clear that they the one had to be in here today.
1 minute.
So now I see that this company who will be building this car wash is not here at all to answer no questions. So what's the status on
Vincent Richards for Department
some
of
kind of consistency from Property and Procurement?
Vincent Richards for Department of Property and Procurement. We assisted the lessee with submitting the application.
30 seconds.
We supported the application. I myself, Senator, was surprised that the developer or the lessee was not here today. Unfortunately, again, we don't control who's invited to testify today. So I think what I tried to explain was that previously we would allow lease agreements to go through with zonings that were not conforming with the planned lease, but we have since adjusted internally our SOPs in terms of making sure, checking our zoning certification to make sure they were in line with the planned use and or beginning the process at least of the rezoning and or variance to meet the planned use of the future development of the property. I hope that answers your question.
So the lessee is the ones going to be building this facility, or the government going to be building the facility?
The lessee is going to be building, Senator. Senator, in my testimony, I mentioned that we entered into a 30-year lease agreement with Courtesy Car Wash, LLC. It was ratified by the legislature in December 22nd, 2022.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Senator Joseph, I don't know if you have a wrap-up question.
That we need to have the individual here. I got a wrap-up question. This question is for the health department. The lab that's being built, what's the security around the lab itself? What it looks like?
This is Brett Ellis, the laboratory director. It's a fenced area with access control, and then the laboratory itself has another layer of access control, magnetic doors and key cards.
Any cameras?
And cameras, yeah.
Okay, good. Thank you for your response. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Joseph. Assistant Commissioner Richards, I know just looking at the application and for the rezoning, and there isn't any evidence on our application that we're looking at where the lessee has submitted anything requesting this rezoning. So everything that we've seen was exclusively coming from the government of the Virgin Islands, Department of Planning Property and Procurement. Just wanted to put that out there.
Understood, Senator. I mean, this is a process we'll continue to try to do better, make it more efficient and more streamlined. During the hearing, I believe was in late December of 2025, the lessee was there with them and their attorney and made the presentation with us. I have multiple people on my team that's quarterbacking these things. So, even though I'm forward-facing, but we'll make sure next time that they're going to be here with us to make sure it's efficient and as informative as possible.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. Senator Ray Fonseca, you are recognized for your 4 minutes.
Yes, good morning and thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, sorry, yes. And colleagues, welcome. Testifiers, welcome. Good afternoon to the viewing and listening audience. I want to start first with Bill 360266. First, before I get to that bill, I want to say thank you to Department of Public Works. I love the road walk we did out there in Bavoni and the Benny Benjamin Highway. They pave it up good. Down by the gas station, though, the sidewalk need to sweep, but we'll talk about that another time. I want to say I'm so proud of Public Works for paving all the road going wrong Nada back up past the Lima Church. I know my colleague right here from Nada, Bavoni, and also the Madam Rules Chair. We're also appreciative of that road paving in the Bavoni, Nada area, and blessings. Thank you. Happy Mother's Day to all of the hard-working mothers who dedicate the time and all attention it takes to raise a family. Bill 360266. Congratulations, Mr. Ronnie Jones. This is my classmate. We graduate together. We spent a lot of years together. I know him well. Good friend. I'm definitely voting for this. Question, Mr. Jones. I got to call you Mr. Jones. This is the first time I ever call you Mr. Jones. It's always Ronnie. But Mr. Jones, so this here is on Centerline Road or Giff Hill Road. Which one is it on?
It's off of Centerline Road.
Centerline. Okay,
and you'll
so
be going north.
you're looking over Harkness Beach, right? Okay,
Yes,
good.
sir.
Yeah, this is a nice land. You can also see Lavango Cay, the boats them going up to Tatola, Jos Van Dyke. Nice area. I'm in agreement with my fellow Savanero, but you clarified it that you want to do the 3 feet, but put them little steel up, put them in some PVC just in case later on you want to go up, because you're a local Virgin Islander, pure born St. Jonian. So I definitely support this, and congratulations. I want to go quickly to Bill 0270. I want to follow up on the freshman St. Croix senator question regarding the blast zone radius for the propane tanks, DPNR.
1 minute.
The blast zone radius for the propane tanks. Is this within that radius? Question.
Yes, Senator.
It is within the radius. Yes? I didn't hear you.
Yes, Senator.
Okay, so I want to get more specific. How?
Yes, Senator.
What is the radius in the circumference of the radius? What is that? That's from the center to the
I do not have the exact number with me. I can get it for you.
So is this like closer to the border or
seconds.
closer to the center of the radius? You don't know. Through the chair, can you give me that information? I don't want to waste the time because
I have to
that's
get that for you.
okay. Yes, that's a concern, and also Bill 060268. I'm not sure on this vote. The chairman has given us that information, and I want to see some additional information. I want to see the recipient of this, the beneficiary. I want to see what's really going on. A question: was there any contested, any opposition to this proposed rezoning? Bill 060268. The variance, was there any anyone that contested DPNR?
No, Senator. There were some concerns with the timing of the operation on, say, Sunday, but overall there was support for this application from the public.
Okay, and before my time is up, real quickly. So I don't know if any other of my colleagues asked this, but the water is coming from where?
Vincent Richards, it's public water.
lines, Senator.
Okay, it's coming from the public line. Okay. And approximately how many cars can it accommodate? Because I noticed that it's a pretty small lot, only 0.07 of an acre. Approximately how much cars can it accommodate, Assistant Commissioner Richards?
Senator, I believe it's like 3. Senator, if I'm not correct.
Okay. Well, I don't have any other questions except I'm so proud of you, Mr. Ronnie Jones, and congratulations. This is definitely a yes vote. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Fonseca. Senator Marvin Blyden, you're recognized.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon to my colleagues, listening and viewing, public staff, central staff. Good afternoon, testifiers, and thank you so much for your testimonies. In this block, I do support all of the bill in this block, but I want to speak specifically to bill number 36-0266, the boutique hotel. Mr. Jones, I must say, about time. We've been speaking for some time about you doing some type of development in property, and this is a very good choice, in my opinion. I saw the rendering, and you showed the excellent individuals who is not only a environmentalist, but architect. And that's a unique perspective in terms of someone who actually going to assist you in moving forward. That location, excellent view. And they're coming from a campsite to a hotel. Imagine that. That's a big difference. But let me ask you, though, because I know I was spoken of earlier in terms of funding. Of course, the different CDBG-DR grants and other grants and other opportunities. I know you have private funding also, but if you need any assistance in terms of different type of lending proposal, just you know what to do. Just give me a call, okay?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Also, I was happy to see at the Innovative Housing Construction Summit, and I'm sure you got some great ideas also from that summit because that's what it was all about. And I believe once you be innovative, you can get it done affordably, and that's very important because there are many different types of building materials out there that's not too expensive because at the end of the day, the bottom line, you need a cash. I know I heard my colleague ask you about environmentally friendly materials. Yes, that's important, but at the same time, the bottom line is cash. How much is it going to cost you to build such a nice-looking boutique hotel on the island of St. John? So that's critical also. Let me also say, though, in respect to the buildings, you say 6 different buildings. I like how they take it off in terms of, keeping a view. God, that's critical, that view. And you said 45 units. How much units we talking to about?
Currently, it's at 48 rooms.
Oh, 48 rooms. Okay. In terms of staffing, etc., I know it's early in the game, but you think about how many individuals you believe it would take you to run such a hotel when it comes to staff, construction-wise, and then once it's built. Have you looked that far out or not? Or you have any idea of the type of staff you're talking about?
No, sir, but it's going to be considerate.
Okay, very well.
1 minute.
If I could add.
Of course.
In terms of how we've approached the number of units, I've referenced other similar types of projects around. Gallows Point, I think, is a really good example of a nice moderate development, particularly for St. John. And so a lot of the conversations and ideas will come from similarly scaled developments. We look at the amount of staff they have, what divisions, departments, and things like that.
And you said it's going to be a boutique hotel. Why you chose boutique compared to conventional? And I think I know why, but I want you to talk about that.
So I'll just reiterate what I said earlier, which is that quality over quantity is the approach. You could have a lot of rooms and have a major turnover, but I think taking advantage of the site, the views, the quality of space is precedent.
And you spoke to green space several times. And being an environmentalist, I know that's your passion. What would that look like, though? What type of or you're going to have fruit trees, etc., stuff you can cook in the kitchen on the property? And then I'll go to Mr. Jones when you're finished.
Time.
So, Mr. Jones, if I may, Mr. Chair, we do the annual 1733 pilgrimage to the Revolution. And as a part of that, as a part of our site visit to Susannaberg, Mr. Jones actually takes people around, picks soursop, pick fruits and things like that. So that exists on site already. We want to improve on that because the idea is that you're bringing people to a St. John space. We want them to have a St. John experience. And so we'll have, we could call it an orchard, so to speak, of fruit trees that's manicured and curated across the site to enhance the experience as well.
Very well. Mr. Jones, if I may, Mr. Chair.
I just want to say thank you, Senator, for the seminar that was held, educating the community about different ways to build. It has given me a lot of confidence and understanding when I'm talking to the architect and anybody else about the future. Also, on that session, there were 4 people up in the front that you guys brought, Mr. Graham and different people to reference. And I recruited Mr. Graham, who is here with us now, as a person to help me moving forward with Mr. Marsh.
Good choice. Thank you so much again, and thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
Former Senator Graham.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time. And thanks for responses.
Thank you, Senator Blyden. I get out.
Oh, well, we'll go do that. Hello. I ain't gonna be so bad today. I'll be good.
Senator, you want to give yourself an extra 8 minutes?
Thank you. But before I begin and ask anybody any questions, I just want to put this on the record. And I'm glad to see Mr. Jones here today. And I'm going to say this to all my colleagues. This is why I'm talking about we're giving us homies a chance. Right? Because I've seen all kind of faces come in. I've been an EDA board. I've served a lot of different places too. And I see all kind of faces that are not our homies. And we give them chances, and when they get in, what they do, they run the homies them out. They try to run the homies them out. Mr. Jones, thank you to you and your family for making this step forward. I'm hearing you and Mr. Marsh talk, but I ain't really hearing the real VI come out in you. I want you to get EDC benefits. I want you to hook up with reputable chains and so forth so we could get the best bang for our buck out there in St. John. Not this thing, but, well, we're going to do this. No. Just like how they roll in here with a briefcase and a 3-piece suit, I want you to do it too. Go for the bank, go for the best, go get your EDC benefits, go down, go get SBDA, go whoever else giving out money. We going to tap into that. Now moving in. Have we done a traffic study? A traffic plan, make sure things don't flow right. Impact, no neighbors, anything, something of that magnitude. Can you look into build better than the Western? So you're gonna have a lot of people going in and out. Like, what's going on? You engage VIPD, all the local entities, agencies.
To clarify, Senator, it won't be as big as the Western, but we do have. You're
downscaling yourself again, but go ahead.
We do have more than one access to the property. We do have the roads are, everything is consistent where it won't be a traffic issue. Our biggest concern was parking. We have that covered. Mm-hmm. So we think we have the traffic thing taken care of without any issues to anyone. Because the way the property is structured and set up, it's not really, remember the east of us, the west of us is National Park. So there's not a lot of traffic that goes on that road in front of the property.
So let me ask DP this question. They're planning to have cisterns and wastewater system on their properties. Are there any impact to the environment around there that we should know about that's potential?
No, Senator. We did share with the applicant from our Division of Fish and Wildlife plants that may be of interest, so that if they do come upon them, they would let us know, but also for their landscaping plan that they can incorporate it into their development.
1 minute.
Thank you. Mr. Assistant Commissioner Richard, as it pertains to this car wash, I mean, you talk about the wastewater going into the public system and so forth. Are we put in something there that eases the public system, that would maybe catch the sediments and so forth from this car wash and so forth?
Senator Vincent Richards, Department of Property and Procurement, from the presentation that they've given to us and the presentation they made to DPNR in December of 2025, the answer is yes.
All right, so before they had a bar and restaurant there, right?
Before my time, yes, Senator.
That coming back?
No, Senator, absolutely not, Senator.
Because what will happen, we're going to get a little car wash. Then a man going to come and you want to change some oil. Then election time come, somebody campaigning out there, then they continue for years. So let's be real now, we're going to put in a car wash because everybody wants the best bang for their buck. However we could maximize and make the most, let's be honest here today. That were in the plans?
Senator, I wish Mr. and Ms. Edwards were here. Mr. and Ms. Edwards are one of our best tenants. They pay on time. Their balance is always zero. They say what they're going to do and they do what they say.
Okay. No dispute, no, Ms. Assistant Commissioner. I'm just asking, what's the plans, the entire plan, so we could get better understanding. I support the project, and I am out for progress. You don't have to answer. I'm always for progress, And then before I go here, let me make this clear to all of you who are developing today and asking for rezoning. I hear not one of you talk about ADA accessibility today. Don't forget it. Please. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Avery Lewis. You wanted to respond, Mr. Joe?
Yeah, if I may, we have considered ADA compliance, and we actually have 12 of the 48 rooms. Well, 12 of the 48 rooms are designed to be ADA compliant. They have direct access to the parking area, and there's an access ramp so that we could, if there's a golf cart or something, we could drive people directly up to some of the lower level rooms in 2 of the courtyard suites, we're calling them.
Excellent. We're glad to hear that. Sir Richards?
Property procurements, lease templates all require ADA compliance in their lease agreements from all their lessees.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Senator Lewis. Senator Kurt Violet, you are recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President, and good afternoon to the people of the Virgin Islands. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon to the testifiers. In reference to, and I'm not sure if I missed it, the Susannaberg Hotel Development Project, do you have the requisite financing in place or the possibility of getting the financing?
We have the possibility, but we do not have, Ronnie Jones, we have the possibility. We do not have it in place, completely in place yet.
Have you already begun to make inquiries and you're getting feedback that you need to get the zone in? What's really behind?
I do not have any questions about whether we're going to get the financing. Our main thing was getting the zoning changed so that we could be under the status of hotel, because the R4 did not give us that status. So after that, everything should be moving forward.
Okay, so you have the mindset that you would be able to get the necessary financing?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And in reference, there was the conversation in reference to how much stories. And my good colleague from St. Thomas, the minority leader, spoke about the 3 and 6 stories. But a lot of time when these developments are taking place, it's not about whether it's a local or it's an outsider, because there are other individuals adjacent and behind of that property. And one of the issues on St. John was that if you go up to high and you have a local behind that has an acre behind and want to build a home, the entire view is blocked. So it's more about making sure that all of the property owners in that particular area won't be affected by any development, and they will be able to develop their property and get the best usage for their property. Would you agree with that, Mr. Marsh?
Absolutely, and I'll reiterate what I've stated a few times. We approached this design very conscientiously. We do have the opportunity to do 6 stories, but I don't see the need to, especially because it would just feel too out of place in that location. I think there's a great opportunity to expand the footprint outwards rather than to go higher. We have a lot of green space. We're well under the threshold that zoning allows, so we could expand outwards instead of upwards, and that would be for exactly the reason you stated, to protect the view shed for everybody around as well.
And I thank you for that. I know you are always looking out for the best interest of St. John, but sometimes anything could happen, especially if a property is sold and it goes into the hand of somebody else. But I'm praying that with this development, Mr. Jones will be able to develop it just the way that you have portrayed on the record.
1 minute.
In reference to the property with the car wash, Mr. Richards. So I know this is a variance, but the land where they're building the car wash belongs to the government of the Virgin Islands?
Yes, Senator.
And they already have a negotiated lease with Property and Procurement?
Yes, Senator. It was ratified and approved by the legislature in December 2022.
30 seconds.
Okay. And then you found out after that this needed to be done in order for them to develop the car wash?
Yes, Senator. It was discovered afterwards.
So back in 2022, did they want to develop a car wash, or they just came up with they received the lease from PMP in 2022 to build what?
Specifically for a car wash, Senator.
In 2022?
Yes, Senator.
Okay.
Time.
Now, what was it, with your indulgence, Mr. Chair, what was your rationale for them not coming and speaking in reference to this variance that's going to affect the property that they're developing? What was the rationale with them not being here?
Senator, honestly, as I sit here right now, I honestly can't tell you what our thoughts was at that time, but again, we have adjusted our SOP internally to make sure things like this don't happen again in the future and waste time for this body and for developers. So I can't answer that question at this time.
Mr. Parson and also you, Mr. Richards, should we invite them at the next hearing for them to come and put their statement on the record?
Senator, I'll yield to you on that, but if you're asking me my personal opinion, time is money. 2022, here we are in 2026. Monies have been spent and expended. That's just my personal view, but I'll yield to you and to this body to do what it sees fit.
Ms. Laplace?
I echo Assistant Commissioner Richards' sentiments. It's up to the legislature if they wish to have the leasee come.
Okay. And I'll end with this. It could be a variance and it's just a couple feet for a road. It could be a variance for a pole that needs to go on the property. But this is a variance that is dealing with wastewater, correct?
For the use, yes.
Yeah, so I think you need a little more detail. You need to know exactly from the developer what's their wastewater management plan before you just go ahead and grant a variance. I'm in support of it, but I think it's important to have the information for them to put on the record exactly what they plan to do before the legislature grant this particular variance. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Kurt Violet. There is value in having that conversation with the leasee before moving forward. So we'll contemplate that and make the decision as we move forward. I think we've exhausted our round of questions. Mr. Jones, we get excited when we see the possibility of a local native St. Johnian embarking on a project like this. I mean, it's like it just checks all the boxes. Something that's environmentally conscious, environmentally sound, true to our history, and it's in the hands of somebody local. You get a little goosebumps when we contemplate that. Now, is there, and I hate to even ask you the question, but I'm going to ask you it anyway. Is there any possibilities of this project after it's rezoned somehow getting in the hands of some other entity, some maybe a Marriott or someone, some larger developer who may see the attractiveness of this? And I know you, I know your family, I know your history, I know you're entrenched in this community, but I would be remiss if I didn't at least ask you that question and get your response.
Good, very good question, sir. We are not soliciting anyone. This is a project that's dear to me and to my family. And no, there's no interest in seeking outside another organization running it like a big corporation. I think we can handle this. We can do this.
Okay. I think you can too. So thank you very much. Colleagues, we've exhausted our round of questions for the testifiers. I am going to ask you, Mr. Jones, Mr. Marsh, Ms. DPNR, Ms. Laplace Matthew to put your 30-second wrap-up on the record, and PMP also. Beginning over here with you, Mr. Jones.
I want to thank the Senate body in total and the viewers and listeners to be participating with this with me. It's a big opportunity for me and my family and for the Virgin Islands community. As our history, especially on St. John and the preservation of land, started with this Senate when Julius Sproul, one of your first senator at large, met with Mr. Rockefeller and decided the possibility of us preserving land on St. John. One thing I wanted to make for the record corrected is Mr. Rockefeller only owned one property on St. John, and that was Caneel Bay. All of the land that was donated to the national park was just that. It was a land donation because the locals wanted the land of St. John to be preserved for the territory, that we can always have a place where you can see a donkey in the road and a goat crossing the road and trails and beaches. So this is only adding to the fact that we have made the Virgin Islands so beautiful and attractive to the world that now we have opportunities, not just myself, but the whole of the Virgin Islands, that if tourism is a market that can benefit you, use it, because the government and everybody around us benefits when we put something in place instead of having land sit dormant. So I'm glad for this opportunity. I guess it's kind of big, though, saying hotel, but I'm hoping not scaring anyone, that we need to try and do more things and ask for the support of the government to help us economically so we can help the government also.
Sure. Thank you. Mr. Marsh, any?
Not necessarily, but to echo Mr. Jones, we've had this conversation for generations and generations, especially on St. John, about being land rich and cash poor. And I think too many times when we hear about development and proposals, we think that it's a negative. But I think if we hire the right people with the conscientious minds, and we use the right methodologies, and we look at history. My great elder relative, Holdasua, ran the guest house with 12 rooms with 2 or 3 people and herself. And so if we scale things in a way that works with the community and our own capacity, we could also be a part of the conversation about economic development. We could play a role, and we could provide, again, quality experiences. Because when you scale things up really big, it becomes a numbers game. And so if we maintain quality over quantity, then we have experiences that we're curating that are more real and more true and more authentic.
I love it. Quality over quantity. Assistant Commissioner Richards.
Mr. President, thank you very much on behalf of Commissioner Alejandro and the Department of Property and Procurement and our property staff. Thanks as well to the Department of Planning and Natural Resources for their support. We appreciate the opportunity to present here today, and we look forward to continue to adjust our policies and procedures internally to make it a little bit more efficient as well. So I'd just like to say thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Assistant Commissioner Richards. And Ms. Laplace, no, I'll save Ms. Laplace for last. Assistant Commissioner Ruben Malloy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for your time, consideration, and continued support. of Public Health. Thank you to all the committee members. Thank you to my colleagues at the Virgin Islands Department of Health, without whom the public health function will not be able to accomplish what it's been able to accomplish. Thank you to my colleagues, Directors Stanley and Dr. Ellis, for supporting our presentation here today. And thank you to the listening and viewing public for your continued support of the public health function. But thank you to the listening and viewing audience.
Thank you very much, Assistant Commissioner Malloy. Now, Ms. Leah Laplace-Matthew, statement on behalf of DPNR.
Thank you. So on behalf of the department, I want to take this opportunity to let the public know that the Comprehensive Land and Water Use Plan, it is very much a living document for the department. I'm sure many people have seen the press release about the preservation that we're doing across the island. We have Lowry Hill most recently. We have work being done within the department, contracts with zoning amendments, earth change program changes. So the Comprehensive Land and Water Use Plan, we want to thank the public for continually pushing for it over the years. We're thankful for those who were part of the process, Mr. Marsh and many others. Just want to let the public know that the zoning map amendment contract that we're working on, the behind the scenes has been going on since September. We're hoping to now have the public portion in the summer. So we do need the public, the legislature, to be a part of the changes needed to our code. It's from 1972. And we're hoping that updating the code will have less rezonings. There's always chances that a rezoning is needed for special circumstances, but many of these applications would be resolved with amendments to our code. So the public, keep an eye out for announcements from the department of all the different changes that we'll be making to implement the Comprehensive Land and Water Use Plan over the next 10 to 20 years. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Laplace-Matthews. The Committee of the Whole stands in recess for approximately 5 minutes as we transition from Block 1 to Block 2. Committee of the Whole is back on the record. Good afternoon. Once again, ladies and gentlemen. Madam Clerk, can you please read the agenda for Block 2?
Block number 2, Bill number 36-0272, an act amending official zoning map number SCZ-20 for the island of St. Croix to rezone plot number 4 of number 12, Estate Richmond, St. Croix, Virgin Islands from R3 residential medium density to B2 business secondary neighborhood. Invited testifiers, Honorable Jean-Pierre Oriol, Commissioner, Virgin Islands Department of Planning and Natural Resources, Mr. Xavier Acevedo, Property Owners Representative. Bill number 36-0288, an act amending official zoning map number SCZ-6 for the island of St. Croix to rezone plot numbers 242, 243, 563, and 564 Estate Strawberry Hill, Queen Quarter, St. Croix from R2 residential low density, 1 and 2 family, to R4 residential medium density. Invited testifiers, Honorable Jean-Pierre Oriol, Commissioner, Virgin Islands Department of Planning and Natural Resources, and Ms. Alicia Barnes, Property Owners Representative. Bill number 36-0289, an act granting a zoning use variance from the R2 residential low density 1 and 2 family zoning designation for plot number 395 Estate Wim, Western Quarter, St. Croix. Invited testifiers, Honorable Jean-Pierre Oriol, Commissioner, Virgin Islands Department of Planning and Natural Resources, Mrs. Andrea Christian Michael, Property Owner. This concludes block number 2, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Testifiers, I'm going to ask you to once again put your name on the record, beginning over here on St. Thomas. One solo person here, Mr. Samuel, so we can touch your microphone.
Kishoy Samuel, DPNR.
Thank you. St. Croix.
Good afternoon, Gail Pagan, planning technician at DPNR.
Good afternoon, Leah Laplace Matthew with DPNR.
Good afternoon, Alicia Barnes, Rittenhouse Consulting.
Charles.
Please say your name again. We missed you.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Oriol Charles.
Good afternoon, Nia Sylvester, Operations Manager, Rittenhouse Consulting.
Thank you. Thank you very much, testifiers. Ms. Laplace Matthews, are you prepared to move forward with your testimony on behalf of DPNR?
Well, I'd like to recognize the 2 other testifiers we have on St. Croix for the other applications.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
Many blessings. Xavier Acevedo, representing the owners of plot number 4, Estate Richmond.
Good afternoon. Andrea Christian Michelle, representing number 395, Estate Wim.
Thank you.
So good afternoon. Good afternoon again. Leah Laplace Matthew with the Department of Planning and Natural Resources. And I will ask Planning Technician Kishoy Samuel to read the testimony for the application number CCZP 0066-25.
You may proceed, Mr. Samuel.
Good day, Senate President Milton E. Potter, members of the 36th Legislature, legislative staff, and members of the public. My name is Kishoy Samuel, planning technician with the Division of Comprehensive and Coastal Zone Planning, CCZP, within the Department of Planning and Natural Resources, DPNR. I am here to present the department's recommendation of zoning map amendment application number CCZP 0066-25. This application was submitted by Ana Crestincia Tavares Pampas, seeking to amend the zoning designation of plot number 4 of 12 Estate Richmond, Company Quarters, St. Croix, from R3 residential medium density to B1 Business Central Business District. The purpose of the request is to develop a mixed-use building with a family-run bar and restaurant on the bottom floor of 3 efficiency apartments on the top floor. DPNR has conducted a thorough review of the application, including an analysis of surrounding land use, zoning trends, infrastructure availability, public input, and comparative analysis of the property's characteristics against the request B1 zone and the B2 zone. The surrounding area includes R3 zoning with nearby rezonings to B3 and use variance granted for mixed-use activities. A comparative analysis of the proposed development against B1 and B2 zones districts found that while both zones allow mixed-use development, the B2 zone is most appropriate for this site. The property is only 5,000 square feet, and the B1 zone requirements a minimum lot size of 20,000 square feet for residential use. The B2 zone supports neighborhood scales commercial activity and provides flexibility for redevelopment in town areas. The department notes the following key findings. Infrastructure needs will be met by public water and sewer lines. The site is located within the historic Christiansted Town District. Therefore, the Historic Preservation Commission will be required to review any permits. At the DPNR CCZP public hearing held on September 16, 2025, the opposition was expressed regarding the current condition and lack of maintenance of the property. However, no post-hearing comments were received. After reviewing the applicant's request, the department findings rezoning to B2 Business Secondary Class neighborhood will be consistent with the comprehensive plan and appropriate for the intended use given the proposed building size, residential density, and lot characteristics. The department recommends approval of this zoning map amendment request to B2 Business Secondary Class neighborhood and concurs with Bill number 36-0272. Pursuant to Title 29 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 3, Sections 238, the report of the Planning Office regarding this proposal, including the reasons for our recommendation, is incorporated into the records submitted prior to this committee of the whole hearing. We respectfully request that the PowerPoint presentation for CCZP 0066-25 now be displayed.
Thank you, Mr. Samuel. Media is queuing up that PowerPoint right now. Media, are we there with the PowerPoint? Come on, okay. 36-0272, that's the SCZ20. Okay. Should we do a brief recess? Yes. Okay. We'll do a brief recess for 2 minutes while media gets the PowerPoint situated. Committee of the Whole is back on the record. We have the PowerPoint presentation queued. DPNR, you may now proceed.
Good day, Leah Laplace Matthew presenting the PowerPoint for this application. So the property is currently undeveloped. Next slide. It is within the historic town district nearby to Basin Triangle. Next slide. As you can see on the zoning map, it is within the R3 zoning district. However, the area has a mix of uses, residential and non-residential. Next slide. And the conceptual plan for the development, a two-story building where a restaurant will be on the bottom floor. The top floor will have 3 dwelling units. And that concludes the department's presentation and testimony. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Laplace Matthews. We will now proceed to bill number 36-0. No, before we do that, we will have, do you have a representative there, Miss, for this rezoning on St. Croix? Is that Mr. Acevedo?
Yes, correct.
Mr. Acevedo, you may proceed with your testimony.
Many blessings to everyone. Good day. Good day, Honorable Senate President Melton Potter, other members of the 36th Legislature, staff, the listening and viewing audiences. Thank you for the opportunity to appear before you today. My name is Xavier Acevedo. I am the representative of Ms. Ana Tavares, owner of plot number 4 of 12 Estate Richmond, St. Croix. We respectfully request the rezoning of this property from R3 to B2. The property is currently vacant, underutilized, and in poor condition. This request is intended to bring the property into a compliant, structured and productive use. The proposed development includes a first-floor restaurant with dining and food services, including the service of alcoholic beverages, 3 second-floor efficiency apartments, off-street parking, full use of existing sewer and potable water infrastructure. This is a small-scale project designed to fit within the neighborhood. The use is consistent with the surrounding area and will operate as a neighborhood serving business. The development will improve the condition and appearance of the property, create economic activity, provide limited housing, and increase overall property value. There will be no significant impact to traffic or infrastructure due to the size and scale of the project. In summary, this is a practical and responsible improvement to an underutilized property. We respectfully request your support of our proposed zoning change. Thank you for your time and consideration. I remain available to answer any of your questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Acevedo. We'll now go to the next bill on the agenda, bill number 36-0288. Mr. Laplace Matthews, can you proceed with DPNR's presentation?
Thank you. I will have planning technician Gail Pagan read that testimony into the record.
Good day, Senate President Milton E. Potter, members of the 36th Legislature, legislative staff, and members of the public. My name is Gail Pagan, planning technician for the Division of Comprehensive and Coastal Zone Planning within the Department of Planning and Natural Resources. I am here to present the department's recommendation on zoning map amendment application number CCZP 0107-25. This application, submitted by Mr. Earl Charles, seeks to amend the zoning designation of plot numbers 242, 243, 563, and 564, Estate Strawberry Hill, Queen Quarter, St. Croix, from R2, residential low density, 1 and 2 family, to R3, residential medium density. The purpose of the request is to develop a 2-story, 6-unit apartment building containing 4 2-bedroom units and 2 1-bedroom units, with construction to occur in a single 24-month phase. Proposed amenities include high-speed internet, CCTV, trash removal, green space, landscaping, buffering, and 10 parking spaces. DPNR conducted a review of the application that included an analysis of land use compatibility, zoning context, infrastructure capacity, subdivision history, and consistency with the 2024 Comprehensive Land and Water Use Plan. The subject parcels, totaling 0.52 acres, are surrounded by R2 zone residential homes with vegetation and historical ruins to the north. Water and sewer needs will be met through public utility lines, and a Phase 1 cultural resources survey is required due to nearby historic ruins. At the DPNR CCZP public hearing held on January 29, 2026, no opposition was expressed and no post-hearing comments were received. This indicates no immediate community objection to the proposed development. The 2024 Comprehensive Land and Water Use Plan highlights significant territory-wide housing challenges, such as rising costs of housing, limited land availability, high construction costs, low local incomes, and demand pressures from non-residents. However, the comp plan also emphasizes the importance of avoiding spot zoning, ensuring rezonings further long-term planning objectives rather than individual development preferences. DPNR evaluated whether existing tools under the R2 zoning could support the proposed development. Options considered included subdivision, group dwelling permit, and planned area development, PAD. The results were as follows. A planned area development requires a minimum of 5 acres. The site's combined 0.52 acres disqualifies it from the PAD option. Number 2, a group dwelling permit under R2 allows 8 dwelling units per acre. The site's combined 0.52 acres would allow development of only 4 units, not the proposed 6. And 3, the lots created in between 1970 and 1971 are substandard in size, approximately 5,523 square feet each, compared to the R2 zoning minimum of 10,000 square feet. Given these constraints and considering the history of the subdivision, the department determined that R2 zoning was improperly applied to this area when the zoning code was adopted in 1972. Because the subdivision has access to public water and sewer, the R4 zoning district would have been the appropriate designation from the beginning. Further, comparative analysis showed the petition R3 zone would allow development meeting the applicant's needs. However, the R4 best matches the subdivision's original design, lot sizes, and infrastructure capabilities. Rezoning to R4 would correct the historical zoning error, reduce repeated non-conforming cases, and provide the most consistent long-term framework for the area. Thus, although the applicant petitioned for R3, DPNR finds that R4 is the zoning that should have been previously adopted for the Strawberry Hills subdivision. The Department of Planning and Natural Resources recommends approval with modification to the zoning district requested. The department recommends from R2, residential low density 1 and 2 family, to R4, residential medium density, not the R3 as petitioned. R4 is the zoning district most appropriate for the subdivision and consistent with planning principles. Pursuant to Title 29, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 3, Section 238, the detailed planning office report regarding this proposal is incorporated into the record submitted prior to this Committee of the Whole hearing. We respectfully request that the PowerPoint presentation for CCZP 0107-25 now be displayed.
Thank you very much, Ms. Pagan. We're going to go into recess for just 1 minute so that we can transition from one court reporter to the next. No? We will proceed. We will proceed. You can proceed, Ms. Pagan.
Leah Laplace Matthew presenting the PowerPoint for this application. So we have a photo of the current site. There is a single-family home, historical ruins, and a storage building. Next slide. The property's location within the Strawberry subdivision. You can see to the north, historical ruins. Next slide. The zoning map showing the property is within the R2 zoning district. However, as mentioned, the subdivision dated from 1970 to 1971 and does not comply with the R2 zoning district. Next slide. And this is a conceptual proposal for the development. That concludes the department's testimony and presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Laplace Matthews. We will now proceed to our next bill, bill number 36.0288. I believe, Ms. Laplace Matthews?
The applicant did not get to present.
I'm sorry. Applicant, you may proceed with your presentation.
Good day, Senate President Potter, honorable members of the 36th Legislature, members of the listening and viewing audience. I am Nia Sylvester, Operations Manager of Rittenhouse Consulting, LLC. I appear before you today on behalf of our client, Mr. Earl Charles, to provide testimony in support of Bill number 36-0288, an act to amend official zoning map number SCZ-7 for St. Croix by rezoning plot numbers 242, 243, 563, and 564, Estate Strawberry Hill Quarter, St. Croix, U.S. Virgin Islands, from R2 Residential Density 1 and 2 Family to R4 Residential Medium Density. The subject properties consist of 4 parcels located in Estate Strawberry Hill, Christiansted, St. Croix. As the authorized representative for Mr. Charles in this matter, we respectfully request the legislature's favorable consideration of this rezoning. The proposed rezoning is intended to facilitate responsible residential development that is consistent with surrounding community and compatible with long-term growth objectives. The proposed rezoning seeks to provide an appropriate residential density that supports future housing opportunities while maintaining respect for the existing neighborhood character and surrounding land uses. The proposed development will be compatible with the surrounding residential neighborhood, where the nearest residence is situated approximately 30 feet away. It will also comply with all applicable R4 zoning standards and regulatory requirements. The primary objective of this rezoning is to facilitate the construction of a residential apartment building comprising 6 units. The development is a direct response to the chronic shortage of affordable rental housing on St. Croix. The project plans involve developing 3 of 4 plots in a 2-story 6-plex residential complex, featuring 4 2-bedroom units and 2 1-bedroom units. Currently, 2 of the plots contain concrete structures included in 1-story home and storage, while the remaining 2 are vacant with existing vegetation. The project will connect to public sewer system and the Water and Power Authority's portable water system. Furthermore, the development will offer essential amenities such as high-speed internet, CCTV security, trash removal, and dedicated green space, with 10 parking spaces provided on site. We have worked closely with the Division of Comprehensive and Coastal Zone Planning within the Department of Planning and Natural Resources. Based on our engagement, we are appreciative of the department's favorable recommendation to rezone the properties from R2 to R4. We are committed to working collaboratively and transparently with all other applicable divisions of DPNR, neighboring property owners, and this honorable body throughout this process. Thank you for the opportunity to present this testimony today. We respectfully ask for your favorable consideration of Bill number 36-0288 to address the vital housing needs of our community. We are available to answer any questions the committee may have.
Thank you very much, Ms. Sylvester. I think we've exhausted the testimonies on Bill number 36-0288. We can now move to Bill number 36-0289. Ms. Laplace Matthews, you may proceed.
Thank you. I'll ask Planning Technician Kishoy Samuel to present that testimony.
You may proceed, Mr. Samuel.
Good day, Senate President Milton E. Potter, members of the 36th Legislature, legislative staff, and members of the public. My name is Kishoy Samuel, Planning Technician with the Division of Comprehensive and Coastal Zone Planning, CCZP, within the Department of Planning and Natural Resources. I am here to present the department's recommendation on zoning map amendment application number CCZP 0108-25. This application submitted by Ms. Andrea L. Christian Michael seeks a use variance to the R2 residential low density 1 and 2 family zoning designation for plot number 395 Estate Wim West End Quarter, St. Croix. The purpose of the request is to construct and operate a senior citizen assisted living home and adult daycare facility. The 0.376 acre parcel consists of vacant land and is surrounded by a mixture of vacant land, residences, a church, and undeveloped land near the highway. The proposed project includes construction of a single-story, 2,700 square feet, 5-bedroom residence to accommodate 6 to 8 live-in seniors and 4 to 5 daytime participants. The daycare would operate from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. The applicant proposes 5 employees, including 3 nursing staff on shifts and off-street parking for 3 or more vehicles. The construction is anticipated to occur in a single phase lasting 6 to 9 months. Water will be supplied by both cistern and public water line, and wastewater will be handled by a septic tank. At the DPNR CCZP public hearing conducted on February 20th, 2026, one adjacent property owner expressed support with concerns, submitting written comments. Key concerns included existing sewage odor problems in the area and the project's impact on sewer capacity, construction, dust, and the need for mitigation measures, whether the sewage system will be designed for commercial level use, responsibility in the event of system failure, procedures for handling medical and biohazardous waste, agency oversight and facility inspections, management of noise and nighttime activity, communication to neighbors through educational outreach. The applicant responded to each concern, including adopting best management practices for dust, clarifying medical waste disposal procedures, and committing to a neighborhood outreach program. The 2024 Comprehensive Land and Water Use emphasizes improving access to health and appropriate housing options, including specialized housing for seniors and vulnerable population. One of the stated land use strategies is to identify appropriate zoning districts for assisted living and senior care facilities, ensuring access to services, healthcare, and supportive environments. While the zoning code does not permit assisted living and nursing type facilities in the R2 zone, such uses are only permitted when they meet the following conditions. 1, minimum lot size of 1 acre. 2, maximum building coverage of 30% of lot area. 3, 25-foot minimum size and rear yards and 50-foot setbacks from residential properties. And 4, off-street parking compliant with Section 230 of the zoning code. The petition property cannot meet these conditions, making the proposed use ineligible under R2 without a variance. Additionally, the zoning code does not recognize adult daycare as a listed use, which strengthens the need for a use variance. The department acknowledged that this proposal provides a needed community service for seniors on St. Croix and that an assisted living facility with daycare services would contribute positively to the island's caregiving infrastructure. Based on these considerations, the department supports approval of the requested use variance. Pursuant to Title 29 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 3, Section 238, the report of the Planning Office regarding this proposal, including the detailed reasons for our recommendation, is incorporated into the record submitted prior to the Committee of the Whole hearing. We respectfully request that the PowerPoint presentation for CCZP 0108-25 now be displayed.
Leah Laplace Matthew presenting the PowerPoint. This is the map 0 aerial view of the property, which is vacant, and it is immediately adjacent to the Melvin Evans Highway. Next slide. This is the zoning map showing its location within the R2 zone. Next slide. That concludes the department's presentation and testimony on this particular application. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Laplace Matthews. Mrs. Andrea Christian Michael, property owner, are you prepared to proceed with your presentation?
Good day, Senate President Milton Potter, other members of the 36th Legislature, staff, the viewing and listening audience. I am Andrea L. Christian Michelle. Thank you for the opportunity to appear before you in support of my request for a use variance to establish Joyful Love Assisted Care and Daycare Center at number 395 Estate Wim, Frederiksted, St. Croix. This request is based on both a personal commitment to caregiving and a growing need within our community for safe, supportive environments where seniors can receive compassionate care and meaningful daily engagement. My desire to serve seniors was deeply influenced by the loving examples of my paternal grandmother and my step-paternal grandmother, whose patience, kindness, and dedication to family shaped my values for an early age. Their examples inspired my lifelong respect for dignity, responsibility, and caring for others. Professionally, I have spent 13 years working as a paraprofessional supporting individuals with varying needs, and I currently serve as a classification officer with the Bureau of Correction, where professionalism, structure, and sound judgment are essential. My background also includes experience in the banking industry, co-ownership of a heavy equipment rental company, and ownership of several small businesses, including restaurant, mobile clothing, boutique, and beauty parlor. These experiences have strengthened my leadership, responsibility, and ability to manage operations effectively. In addition to my professional background, I have significant personal caregiving experience. I cared for my mother after she was diagnosed with dementia and until her passing the following year. I also supported my stepfather during a difficult period in his life, and for the past 15 years, I have been the primary caregiver for my 52-year-old disabled sister. These experiences have strengthened my patience, compassion, and understanding of the emotional and physical needs of individuals requiring daily care. The hardship that leads to this request is the limited availability of small home-like care environments for seniors on the west side of St. Croix. Many families struggle to find safe and supportive spaces where their aging loved ones can receive supervision, companionship, and assistance while maintaining dignity and quality of life. Without approval of this use variance, the property cannot be utilized in a way that would address this growing community need. The proposed facility, Joyful Love Assisted Care and Daycare Center, will be located on approximately 4/10 of an acre and will operate within a residential-style home environment. The residence include 5 bedrooms, 3.5 bathrooms, a living room that will also serve as a recreation area, and a kitchen and dining space designed to provide a warm and welcoming atmosphere. Outdoor space will include seating areas and a raised garden for light gardening and relaxation. The facility will provide structure, activities that promote social interaction and emotional well-being, including arts and crafts, gardening, music sessions, movie days, bingo community visits, and virtual support through visiting clergy. Residents will receive 3 nutritious meals daily, snacks, and access to grooming services through visiting beauticians and barbers. Family engagement will be encouraged through designated visiting opportunities such as Family Saturdays, allowing loved ones to remain actively involved in residents' lives. Joyful Love Assisted Care and Daycare Center will be operated with careful attention to maintaining the peaceful residential character of the neighborhood. The facility will remain clean, well-maintained, and responsibly managed with minimal impact on surrounding properties. The purpose of this request is not simply to operate a facility, but to create a home-like environment where seniors can live with dignity, companionship, and care while providing families with peace of mind. Granting this use variance will allow this property to serve a meaningful community purpose while remaining compatible with the surrounding residential area. I respectfully ask for your support of this use variance request. Thank you for your time, consideration, and dedication to the well-being of the St. Croix community. I remain available to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Ms. Andrea Christian Michael. Colleagues, we will now proceed with a 4-minute round, beginning with you, Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. You may proceed.
Thank you so much. Good day to my colleagues. Good day to the testifiers. Good day to staff, those here in the well. My first set of questions, I want to talk about 360289, the senior citizen living facility and adult daycare. I do actually love the idea because I think it's very important when we could create situations where our elderly could be more in a home setting with their peers. And I also love the idea about the daycare. One of the things I think I had traveled away and I was passing by and I saw a store and my friend was telling me that is an adult daycare center. And I was like, wow. And it was a huge facility. And it was in a mall. And I was like, they said a lot of people come and drop off their parents, grandparents during the day and pick them up after work, just like how you would see them do with young children. And I thought that was such an excellent idea. And I'm happy to hear when we as individuals here in the territory start to look at these other options to really help take care of our elderly. So the first question I want to ask in regards to that, what type of qualifications or licenses are you aware of that you would have to run adult daycare?
Well, so far I've been investigating. I've got a list that I have to work on, which is licensing. Let's see. We have to have training for CPR.
Okay.
We have to have a certified nurse who will come in and take blood tests.
Good.
Give medication. We have to also have training on how to deal with dementia patients and how to dispose of soil materials, soil clothing. Also
so you
licensing
definitely
how
have
to
to have.
take care of the daycare center.
Okay, excellent. So you definitely have to have training for all of that. Quickly, security. Are you going to be? Is it assisted living where someone will always be there? Or if people are going to leave, do you have to have security? Is that going to be a situation like that? How is that set up?
Well, it's proposed to be set up with on staff, which is 3 CNAs, 3 shifts. So it's a 24-hour care facility.
Excellent.
And then we have the daycare, which will be run from 7 in the morning to 7 p.m. That gives the family time to drop them off and give them time to pick them up whenever they finish doing what they have to do. So we have staff on time, all time.
Okay, thank you so much.
Security, no, we won't have that.
Okay, I appreciate that. 360288, in regards to the apartments. How would these apartments be marketed? Are they going to be affordable housing, boutique apartments? How are you marketing this to the public?
Good afternoon, Senator Alicia Barnes. It's just going to be standard marketing, no specific target group designation as relates to affordable housing.
Okay.
Just standard rental units.
Okay, thank you so much for that. And is there a timeline for construction? Have you guys already analyzed that?
We don't have a specific timeline. We're looking, well, short answer, hopefully within 24 months from the date all permits are acquired.
Okay, thank you so much.
Time?
I was on the last one.
You may wrap up, Senator. You may wrap up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. 360272, the restaurant. We know with restaurants, parking. Is that going to be addressed in the drawings and the setup and the layout?
Yes, thank you for that question. Right now we have on-site parking as well as street parking as well.
Okay, excellent. Well, I know my time is called, so thank you so much for the responses on these 3 pieces of legislation. I personally don't have an issue with any of them, so I will make my decision during session. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. I wanted to just circle back around just the discussion about affordable housing. I know former Senator Barnes, the testimony said that the affordable housing crisis was really the justification for this project. What are the projected rental rates for these units, if you know, or if you can say at this time? I know that the
Senator,
affordable housing, we are in an affordable housing crisis for sure in the territory.
So, Senator, we are in a housing crisis, definitely in the territory on all levels. And these units are being proposed for standard market value in terms of the offering for the particular units.
Okay. What does that look like?
So again, we are projected 2 years out for completion, so we would do our market analysis accordingly. And again, also quite frankly, the developer would anticipate a reasonable profit. So it would be cost, a reasonable profit margin, and aligned with standard market value at that time.
Okay. Thank you for your response. Senator Franklin Johnson, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I might get smaller in this chair and you're not being able to see me.
I'm actually looking at your chair over here on St. Thomas, Senator.
Not today. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I want to start out with a simple question to all three of these bills here. And I'll start off with Mr. Acevedo, then Ms. Barnes, and then Ms. Christian. If approved, do you guys have the whereabouts of completing these projects, financial backing, in a timely manner?
Right now, the owners are in construction, and they do have finances to start construction.
Is former commissioner, you got so much a title, former commissioner, former senator. I'll use former senator today. The financial and whereabouts to complete this project?
Senator, yes, the developer has the wherewithal to begin the project and then approach an appropriate institution for financing to complete it. But there's definitely the wherewithal to commence the construction of the project.
Okay, and Ms. Christian?
Yes, I do have the financial backing to start and looking forward for grants to complete everything needed.
Okay. I know when I saw this name, Mr. All Charles here, you know, you got me scared for a moment because I didn't say a third or anything like that. My uncle, gentleman that really had a lot to do with my life, that was his name. So when I saw the name, I like, All Charles. But I didn't say, I don't have a first or a second right now in the family. I was looking to see if you was a third. But I like to see when local folks come with projects and trying to build this community and build it. And I said to people, if DPNR approves you, I don't have no fight with you with these projects. I just would like to see timelines, and that's why my first question was basically, do you have the whereabouts to complete these projects? And seem like everybody is ready to go with these projects and get them going. And then Mr. Xavier, you talk about a nightlife there. What kind of control you're gonna have with the noise disturbance with your tenants that you plan to put upstairs?
Originally, they wanted to do that, but I convinced them to focus on the restaurant purposes and the housing. So we're trying to keep nightlife to a minimum around that area.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I think I had one more question here, and I think it would be to, but you say you have a 24 months expectation, am I correct?
That is the objective. If we can try to come in, compress that timeline, definitely, but in terms of the permitting and then commencing work and then approaching an appropriate institution for final financing to complete the work, we're estimating 24 months.
Okay, thank you. And then,
Senator, also too, that also factors in the fact that there's significant construction activity and the availability of a crew as well.
1 minute.
Thank you very much. And then, Ms. Christian, do you have any kind of preliminary drawing, idea as to what this project going to look like?
Yes, I do, but I didn't work with it today.
All right. Those are things we look forward in seeing so we can have an idea visually as to what you're going to do with your property and the project. And it's important for the neighbors to see what type of project you're going to be laying out there. So hopefully you could get that to us at some point.
Sure will. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Johnson. Mr. Acevedo, I wanted to get some more details about the anticipated operating hours. Do you have any? Can you speak to the issue of noise mitigation, security measures for the bar and restaurant, particularly given the site's neighborhood context and the residential units above?
Thank you for that question. Again, the restaurant will be operating around normal hours, so I don't see any type of band or loud music to make it like a bar scene or nightlife. We're trying to keep it a family-friendly restaurant, so It has a small bar, and we will be serving restaurant, but that's to supplement the restaurant. I mean, we'll be serving alcohol, but that's to supplement the restaurant.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for your response. Senator Angel Bolquez Jr., you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon to the listening and viewing audience. Good afternoon, Central staff. And good afternoon to the testifying panel before us for the 3 rezonings. I wanted to start off with Bill 36-0272. I see that originally the applicant requested a B1 zoning and DPNR recommended the B2 zoning. What specifically why did DPNR require the B2 zoning? What specific items were necessary for that zoning that the applicant wanted? What was the difference?
Thank you for that question, Senator. So the property, because of the residential use, there's a requirement, a minimum lot size requirement. For the B1 zone, the property would not have complied. So we would have been creating a violation from the get-go.
Okay, very well. Thanks for placing that on the record. I did see that there was some public opposition focused on what they entitled as poor conditions or maintenance history of the property. So I wanted to ask the applicant, would you be able to provide us with any assurances that you will provide or actually maintain the improvement of the property after the rezoning and upkeep?
Thank you for that question. So when the original complaint came in, the property owners went ahead and cleared the property from all the debris. Again, it was a vacant land, and they started to take care of it. So right now is not as deplorable.
Okay, very good. So to state on the record, you have already made advances to clean up the property.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, excellent, excellent. And continue to do so because, you know, we all want to make our neighbors happy as well, but we also have mutual respect for one another, and that's a great thing. I did hear the chair talk a little bit about, you know, the hours of operation and noise controls. Those are some of the things that I was actually curious about myself because the surrounding areas does have some properties to include a church. So I just wanted to make sure that, you know, the applicant was also taking those things into consideration. So I'm happy to hear that as well. I wanted to move forward to the next item, which is 36-0288. So I understand that nearby there are historical ruins that exist on the property. And I'm just curious to know what happens if the required Phase 1 Cultural Resources Survey identifies any significant historical or archaeological findings, because we never know what's going to happen until that time comes. Are there any contingency plans by the applicant, or maybe DPNR can just share a little bit of what happens next when something like that happens?
Senator, thank you for the question. There are historic ruins on the site. We've already determined that the Phase 1 Cultural Resources Survey will give us more insight as to the nature of the ruins rather. And then if it's determined that there has to be a Phase 2 archaeological survey, it will come with development recommendations as well. And the developer will have to adjust the design and the specifications of the development to incorporate the recommendations, the preservation recommendations that would come out of the Phase 2 and or Phase 1 archaeological or cultural resources survey.
Okay, thank you for that. And DPNR, would you like to respond, please?
Just to reiterate that the results of the survey would determine the final development plan. So adjustments may need to be made, and the applicant would be required to do so.
Okay.
Time.
And I'm hearing that the applicant would be more than willing to do so. Mr. Chair, if I may, please.
Yes, you may. You may.
Thank you very
Continue.
much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I wanted to move on to the last item, which is Bill number 36-0289. And I understand that the property is less than a half an acre and it's proposing 6 to 8 units living residential adult daycare, which I'm very, very happy to hear that someone out there is actually putting this on their radar, because we know of the issues or the lack thereof of adult services for our elders and elderly. So I want to commend them and ask them just a quick question. You propose only 3 or more parking spaces, so that sort of jumped out at me, for your employees and your visitors and your caregivers and your vendors and your daily activities. So is that a minimum or is that the maximum amount of parking spaces? Because from my perspective or my vantage point, I'm like, well, I don't know if that's enough parking spaces. So maybe if someone could just help me understand a little bit better.
For now, that's a minimum as we're planning it to acquire more property to extend for parking space. Mm-hmm. But for now, that's the minimum of 3 vehicles.
Okay, because I'm just, and I won't belabor too long, Mr. Chair, sorry. But, I'm just thinking about, the dropping off items and food and government services that may come and go thereof to include visitors, So I'm glad to hear that you're going to expand on that because I think that 3 parking spaces is just not enough. So thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Angel Bolkers Jr. Ms. LaPlace Matthew, we moved from R2 to R4. That's I guess, somewhat of a significant jump. Was an intermediate designation such as R3 considered? If not, why is R4 the minimum necessary to achieve the stated goal of the 6 units?
Thank you for the question, Senator. So the R3 and the R4 were both analyzed. And with these applications, we have to look at the past, present, and kind of think of the future. So in reviewing the historical characteristics of this subdivision, it was recognized that it was incorrectly placed in the R2 zone to begin with. That subdivision was created in the 1971, and all the lots are about 5,000 square foot, which is even less than what the R3 would require, which is 6,000 square foot. And because they're small lots, they are required to be tied into the public lines, the water and the sewer, which would make them appropriate for R4 zoning.
Thank you very much for your response.
Senator?
Senator Bonds, you may proceed.
Yes, I just wanted to add, Senator, if I may, that we did request, our zoning request as stated by Ms. LaPlace was from the R2 to the R3. However, the department's recommendation was R4 to ensure that it was more compatible with the surrounding areas, and we support that recommendation as well. And the only significant difference for the development, which it did not impact the development, is that R3 can take you up to 6 stories. R4, you're limited to, I think, Ms. LaPlace, 3 stories. And so that was the only significant difference, but it did not impact our development because we're just doing 2 stories anyway. So we were okay with the R4 recommendation.
Understood. Thank you very much for your response. Senator Hubert L. Frederick, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Very much, Mr. Chair. Again, a pleasant good afternoon, colleagues, testifiers, viewing and listening audience, my office and central staff. I love the fact that we've got some very innovative entrepreneurs trying to get things done. So let me start off by that. I support businesses. I just want to make sure that we're covering all of our bases. Let me start off with Mr. Acevedo. How many parking spaces are available off-street parking?
On-site or off-street?
On-site parking.
Okay, on-site right now, there's 4 handicap parkings as well as the entire street parking.
4 handicaps and what else?
There's 4 handicaps right now on the property. The lot size is 5,000 square feet, so it's not much we could do as far as having parking, but we did include 4 parking spaces on site inside the property.
Okay. So where would the patrons park for the restaurant and the bar?
Hopefully on the street or on site.
Well, the on-site would be for the residents, right?
It's gonna be short-term rentals, so yeah, if they do have a car, they could use the parking. Again, it's a town area, so we're hoping there's a lot of walking and not much vehicles needing to park.
Even off-street parking is a challenge in that area on that street, because there's a property before yours, right? Before the
property is located between the church and what we call the Uju. So actually, that road is not utilized as the main road, so it has parking on the side of the road that residents do use.
Yeah. So my only concern was the parking is going to be a challenge with the restaurant. This is a bar with a restaurant, and I noticed in your illustration there's, I think, about 8 tables, 6 to 8 tables.
Like 7 tables.
7 tables, see? So, I mean, to seat, what, 4, 5, 6 people, that's a lot of people. So just something to consider. We already have parking issues downtown, so that's my only concern with that issue.
Thank you.
But let's move on to the next one, which I find in all my years of looking at a creative way to make some work, this is the most creative I've seen. I've never seen a design like this where you build a 6-story building.
1 minute.
A 6-unit building behind a residential building. That was pretty interesting. And to get the parking to fit the way it did, that's artistic when I look at it. And the fact that it worked, I'm happy. I have my same concerns about what a previous senator talked about, any archaeological or cultural findings, because anywhere around historical property or structure, there's usually some other things. So that's something to consider. On lot 243, is it, who lives in that house? Is that?
30 seconds.
Who lives in it?
It's vacant right now.
It's vacant, so it will be a rental property as well? How many bedrooms is that?
3.
3 bedrooms, okay. And where do they park?
We have 2 carports, lots of parking in that spot.
Okay. So best of luck on that project. That's very different. So last but not least, Ms. Christian. Mr. Chair, can I just finish up this one?
Yes, you may, Senator.
I commend you for this beautiful project because we need assisted care and daycare for seniors, no question. My biggest concern is the size, 2,700 square feet. And you're looking at 6 to 8 patients and 5 employees. That's 13 people right there to fit into a 2,700 square foot facility. That's super tight. So that's a concern I have. Is there a minimum requirement right now by code for the number of individual you need for a bedroom when you have a assisted care living facility?
For the assistant care living facility, for each room, there'll be 2 beds.
Right,
So,
what's the square footage requirement?
13 by 7 by 11 by 8. I can't remember offhand, but it's about, I really can't remember offhand. Sorry.
Okay, but there is a requirement as to the size that's appropriate for that
Well, no one told me anything as yet about the required size for room because I'm still doing my investigation. So I did my plan, my personal plan, based on experience from my first bedroom that I built. So I know it was like a 13 by a 12. So with that could hold like 3 beds, but I want it to be like a 2-bedroom for each room.
Okay, let me not abuse my time. Thank you very much, and hopefully we'll get more questions. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for your leniency.
Thank you very much, Senator Hubert Frederick. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Test. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers. Senator Barnes, good day. How you doing? For the R3 that you recommend, on the map that I saw, I didn't even see a R4 on the map. I saw R2. I don't even think I saw the R3. And you said that you're satisfied with the R4. Is there anything else, designation that you could have probably tried to get rather than the R4 that would accomplish what you want?
Senator, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Senator, to accomplish what we are attempting to accomplish, the R3 or the R4 designation would work. What DPNR rightfully placed on the record is that the subdivision, the Strawberry subdivision, was R2, and really and truly the entire subdivision is what can be characterized as a pre-existing non-conforming use because it predates the enactment of the zoning code of 1972. And so we requested R3, which has lower density requirements. DPNR recommended, and we are comfortable with that recommendation, R4, which provides for a higher density, with lower stories, which did not impact us because we're only going up 2 stories. But the R2 designation in that particular area, it's not compatible and it's really incorrect because it is more of an R4 zoning, and so that is what DPNR recommended so that it can be in conformance with the zoning code and land uses and projected land uses.
Okay, thank you for that. Mr. Acevedo, in regards to, like was mentioned, parking, residential building, people supporting your business, it probably going to create a whole traffic nightmare in the area. What do you say if somebody says that to you?
Well, I just realized, and after I finished talk, there's a shanty and like a huge parking lot right, like a 1-minute walk away from the restaurant, and then the government parking lot is like a 3-minute walk. So the surround, even though it's in town, it's like to the edge of town where it's not so congested. So I don't see a traffic issue personally.
Oh, okay. Well, at least that was good information to put out in regards to that. And
1 minute.
Ms. Christian, Michelle, Michael, Mitchell, thank you. In regards to you are doing your calculations for your facility, and you are saying 7 to 8 beds. What's the lowest you would be comfortable going if because of space and the size for how small the lot is, what would be comfortable or what would make sense for you to continue on if you have to reduce in size?
Well, I didn't think about reducing in size because for now, that's the proposed size and future to build up.
Okay.
Because I can put rooms upstairs with there's these like elevator-like ladders that can carry the patient from downstairs up while they're in the wheelchair. So that's just the proposed idea for now.
Okay. As long as you, I like to hear your conviction, sticking with it, but we just know how small the area is. but at least you have an idea and a plan for it going forward. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator DeGraff. Mr. Plas Matthew, it's showing here that only one neighbor participated in the public hearing. Was outreach adequate, given that this is a residential neighborhood with a church and other residences nearby? And in your view, should a broader notification effort be required prior to final approval? What are your thoughts on that?
There's always concerns with public notification. Our policy has been to make the application and the process what I call an asynchronous process, meaning that the application is available prior to the public hearing for review. You then have the hearing, which is recorded, and then we have a public comment period after the public hearing where the public can listen to the recording, view the application, and still submit comments. So I believe the process that we've, not 100%, but it's say 99.99% effective.
Right.
But if we want to increase the radius, that's a code change that can be done.
Yeah. I mean, I think I ask you this question probably every day that you come down, every time that you come down here, because it always concerns me when we have a major initiative and very few persons participating in the process as far as neighbors are concerned. So I always want to err on the side of giving people more opportunities to be involved. You can't force them. But you are comfortable with the process. You what do you say? Asynchronous. You kind of use a fancy word there. Yeah.
Yes, Senator. Meaning that the public hearing is not the only opportunity.
There are multiple strategies for getting the word out. Okay, thank you. I appreciate your response. Senator Carla J. Joseph, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you so kindly, Mr. Chairman. A pleasant good day to the testifiers, and I'm hoping everybody is well. I wanted to first commend all of the applicants for looking at your properties and trying to find some really good use for your properties. But I do have one question, and it's regarding, well, several questions, but this is on bill number 36-0272. This is your property, Mr. Acevedo. Let me see if it's you. Yes.
No, I'm representing Ms. Ana Tavares.
Okay, and just for my edification, because I know this is changing from a B1 to a B2, that's the proposed. What type of buildings or organizations are in the close vicinity? Say about 500 feet, if you could tell me.
The surrounding areas include a historic business as Valmy, sports shop.
Okay, go ahead.
It has like a junkyard on the same street. It has like a food van, a well-known food van that goes there for the week.
What's the name of the food van?
Projects, a developing project.
What's the name of the food van? What's the name of the food van?
Corinne's food van.
Okay, go ahead.
And the surrounding area it has neighborhoods, but it's I don't want to call them projects because they're being redeveloped right now.
Which community is that?
Red Brick. I don't know the official name.
D. Hamilton Jackson.
D. Hamilton. I'm sorry. D. Hamilton Jackson is being redeveloped. So with the hope that the project will fit the surrounding area, so we kept it small.
And we're designing there's other buildings there. I'm sorry to cut you off. My time is running quickly. Other buildings?
There are other businesses and buildings around the area, so yes. There's
like
buildings
what?
around the area.
Other businesses like what? I think I heard you mention There is a faith base.
There's an existing restaurant. There's an existing food van that comes daily.
Yes, but I
There's
believe you
family
mentioned that there's a faith-based organization there as well.
Yeah, there's a church right next to the vacant land.
Okay, what's the
They
name of
actually
that
share
church?
a borderline.
What's the name of it?
I don't know the exact name of the church, and that's my apologies.
Okay, so I don't miss Laplace Matthews. You have verified, I know you put it up here, you have verified documentation that you send them out for commentary
1 minute.
to this
Senator.
organization, and you didn't
Neighbors.
receive any response?
All neighbors within a 150-foot radius received notices by mail. The sign was also posted on the property, as well as newspaper ad. The church did not respond, but we did have the sporting complex. They did respond and attend the hearing.
Okay, all right, thank you so much.
30 seconds.
I also wanted to ask about the parking for the senior daycare center and assisted living. Not necessarily the parking. Let me just scratch that. I wanted to ask if you had looked, Ms. Laplace, for the disposal of medical waste in that facility. Is that something you would look at as far as your review of the application? Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman? May I continue?
Finish up, Senator.
Thank you. Thank you so kindly. Yes, have you looked at the disposal of medical waste?
So that was a concern that was brought up,
Yes.
and we did require the applicant to respond. So that is part of what would be permitted and certification for the facility.
Okay, good. And Ms. Christian, I definitely want to commend you on this idea, and I hope that you will be able to implement. And finally, while I wrap up, I wanted to look at the development for the market rate units in this area. I really want to commend the developer. I don't really have that much questions for you on that area because I don't see that you had any major opposition. But I just wanted to commend you because you're looking at putting in market rate units so that persons who are middle income and a little higher could have a very good area to live. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Joseph. Senator Novalee Francis Jr. Senator Novell is not there?
Mic check, 1, 2. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to everyone. Let me try this again. Good afternoon to everyone.
Good afternoon, Senator.
All right. So just some quick observation. I see that 5 of the 8 measures before us today is actually from St. Croix, which is a good thing. I'm happy I stayed on St. Croix. I almost went over to St. Thomas, so I miss all of you. So I'm happy that I remained here to be able to watch you in the face and must say that all of the individuals that's before me today is individuals I know personally for a long time. Along with certainly I see the understudies. Leah Laplace Matthew have her understudy here, Ms. Pagan, and as well as Croix, as well as you, former Senator Alicia Barnes, and having the Sylvester here. So, our future is bright, and I'm happy to see the undertaking by our understudies, and they're getting ready to take over the mantle here. So, kudos for that. So, I must say that all of these measures before us really talks about small business, it talks about housing, speaks to assisted living quarters, all of the needs that we currently confronted with. So I appreciate being able to vet these measures moving forward. Mr. Charles, congratulations, and certainly your project. I look forward to you being able to expand that and getting it going. I wanted to ask each of the individuals here before us today, Mr. Acevedo, Mr. Charles, as well as Ms. Christian, Michelle. What has been challenging in this process? I mean, what gives you reason for pause as you move on with this project? Anything? I will start off with you, Mr. Acevedo.
Right now is contractors, but the good thing is that the owners actually are in the construction field. So just once we do get the permits, my hope is that we're able to find laborers to start the project.
Laborers, yeah. Supply chain issue. Mr. Charles?
Thank you for the question, Senator Francis. The process has been going pretty good. Been a process, maybe could have been a little quicker, but Ms. LaPlace and her team did an excellent job.
Very well. So no major concern for you in terms of supply chain impact, certainly contractors or laborers to get this project completed in a timely fashion?
I ain't reached that point yet.
Yeah, so you don't have any concern about that. What about you, Ms. Christian Michelle?
Well, everything...
Andrea, right? Mama Jew.
Well, everything so far is moving according to how it's supposed to move. My little setback is trying to get with health department because we have to go through health department in order to find out what I need to get this assisted living daycare center moving. So that, and also the classes that needs to be taken by me and future employees.
As well as human services, you can also have a conversation with human services.
But mostly, I spoke to human service, but it's mostly Department of Health I have to go through for the licenses.
DPNR, Ms. Leah LaPlace Matthew, in respect to the multifamily use and getting those up and running, is the comprehensive plan and water use plan an opportunity to be able to address that, or are we going to still have a situation where everyone that's moving towards that in these neighborhoods would be required to come before us?
So the comprehensive land and water use plan provided the framework. So there's still additional steps that need to be done. One of them we're tackling right now is the table of permitted uses. A future next step is doing mass rezonings. That requires staff, funding, but that is another step because we've recognized certain areas from 1972 to now have either been placed into the wrong zones or there have been changes that justify updating the zoning for those areas.
Time.
My time has been called. I just wanted to follow up, Mr. Chair. Just really
wrap up.
Point. Yes. Ms. Leah LaPlace Matthew, so because we see the need for that as we continue to expand the housing stock here in the Virgin Islands, and we see a lot of individuals that's interested in expanding their property that they're somewhat delayed or hindered because of this. Is there any way of us being able to expedite that process or kind of narrow it so we don't have this protracted application process for individuals to be able to get our housing stacks up and running in a timely fashion?
As of right now, with the code and the options available, we do let clients know about the different options. You have subdivision, you have group dwelling, you have planned area development. So if the property qualifies, because you have to look at the acreage, you have to look at infrastructure, we do let clients know that that is an option. They choose whichever one they want.
Very well, thank you. And if you could just answer on the chair's time, the process by public notification is consistent across the districts, correct?
Correct, Senator.
It's the same that's done all over.
Yes, Senator.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time and opportunity.
Thank you, Senator Francis. And the one thing I'll say I really didn't hear much of today from any of the testifiers was anybody talking about renewable energies, how they're making these buildings energy efficient and so forth. I don't know if Ms. LaPlace, you want to weigh in on that? If they had a conversation with you about energy efficient buildings, whether it's solar, generators, batteries, whatever.
So energy efficiency, that would be part of the permitting process. So the applicants, some of the hearings, we do have other DPNR divisions join in, like building permits, environmental protection, and they'll give comments on different things that are available, but that would be tackled in the permitting phase.
And thank you for that response. It was saying we're going through all of this and we know what we face in this territory, no secret. Let's see how we could, make these things more energy efficient. Also, there's some, along with those lines, I think there's some upcoming financing when you have energy efficient buildings and so forth. Senator Clifford A. Joseph, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And good afternoon to the listening public. Good afternoon to the testifiers. And I will listen to the colleague before mentioning Mombiju. So Mombiju got about 3 representatives here today this afternoon. Presently, right now, to Ms. Matthews, I must commend you and your group for to me, all of these you already set the stage to me as far as supporting each one of these bills as they come forward. I know I'll start off here with 360272. The only question I would still have is the limitation and the bar portion.
Originally, that was what they were intending, but after discussing with the clients, kind of guided them to let's stick with the restaurant and still have the alcoholic beverages, but they don't plan to have like nightlife or like a bar scene, like music, loud music, other than house music for the restaurant.
Very important. That's a really key factor because, neighbors are neighbors. If I've been living in a place for whatever amount of time and here comes a bar and people out there late at night, because I live on the roadside and I already have to deal with everybody that drive in their car that have one of these sound systems. So I know to have something steady by your place would even be worse. In the 360228, I really don't have no problem at all with this particular establishment, other than when you're starting and when you're trying to get it finished, because as quick as we could get these residential establishment online will be good. And the mere fact that there is water and sewage, I don't see a problem with that particular that bill for sure. When I get down to 360289, again, you're waiting on the health department. My question to you is, have you at any time discussed with Human Services an ability to tap in for funding opportunity as well?
I currently have a grant writer who's working on grants to assist the assisted living daycare center.
Yeah, it's a great venture. I think it's well needed here in our community. So I wish all of you the best. I'm in support. I'm with DPNR. If they made the adjustment, if they had a problem, I'd have had a problem. So I'm in support of agencies that are doing their work and allow them to do their work. And it sounds like sense to me, and I think it's making all the sense in the world, just by the way they move the different zonings to suit each one of you. So again, when the time comes during the session, I'll do what I have to do. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Joseph. Senator Ray Fonseca, you're recognized.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to the panel of testifiers. I want to just touch quickly with Bill number 0288, former Senator Alyssa Barnes presenting. I know there's no community objections. I wanted to ask, the current building that's on plot 243, would that be touched in any way in this proposal? The one on plot 243, would that be touched?
No, Senator. Good afternoon.
Okay, thanks. Let's go to 0289, the R2 variance, the adult daycare residential facility. I think this is very important. It's very useful. You know, being the chair of the Health Hospitals and Human Services Committee, I know what it's costing us to do the Herbert Grigg facility on St. Croix. So I wanted to ask you some questions regarding the business model. I know the Medicare generally would cover short-term rehabilitation, prescription drugs, etc. And the Medicaid would cover those, but the Medicaid would have the room and board for the assisted living facilities, but it would be short-term, and it would provide the skilled nursing care, the physical therapy, and hospice care. So is that going to be included in your business model with this development?
Yes, it will be Medicare, Medicaid. It'll be based also on the income, and also propose grants that could assist those residents that cannot afford to pay or not receiving any Medicaid or Medicare.
Okay, so you would be providing meals and social activities and medication assistance and some therapeutic services?
Yes.
Wow, this is great.
There will be,
this is awesome.
yes,
I think we need you to come over on St. Thomas as well, because this is what we need. No, seriously, because the government model is costing us a lot. It's very expensive to do this. So you know, my congratulations to you. And this is one of those areas where we need to support the private sector in getting these services done for the community, because right now we have a shortage of senior facilities, assisted and also the full services. So this is great, and I want to see you be successful. Let's go quickly to
1 minute.
Bill number 36-0272. So it's a restaurant, and 3 efficiency apartments are going to be upstairs. Tell me about the neighborhood nightlife activities. How late is it going to be open? Is it going to be a full nightclub or just a
30 seconds.
restaurant bar?
No, it's not going to be a nightclub. Normal operating hours, we estimating close by 11 o'clock. And currently right now, like a couple yards away, there is a establishment that caters to that nightlife environment. So we definitely don't want to compete with that person. So we're more focusing on the restaurant and rentals of the unit.
Okay, so I just wanted to get that clarified. Let me go back to Bill 0289, Mr. Chair. Can you just list for me some of the therapy services and the social activities you're going to provide for the seniors, and then you could answer on Mr. Chair's time. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
So what we plan to offer is our days where Saturdays will be family activity days, barbecue days. We have Sundays where we have a pastor or a priest come in to bless our residents. Then we have bingo nights, movie nights, visitors like you all, senators, governor, whoever can come and give a little time with the residents. Also, we have therapy, which is light exercise on them, massages, volunteers. We'll be asking for volunteers to come in to do hygiene care, which is cutting the hair, giving them a shave, manicure, pedicure, that sort of stuff.
Thank you, Senator Fonseca. Along the lines of those questions, Ms. Christian, how would one, when you're up and running, take part, be able to become a resident of the structure, the facility? They'll be recommended from Human Services, or like families could come direct to you? You'll be linking.
Family can come direct to me, Human Services. I'll be advertising. I'm also advertising in the church community where we have a lot of elder citizens that attend church.
Mm-hmm. All right. Senator Kurt Valley, you're recognized for your time.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. In reference to the senior assisted living facility, you don't even have to advertise. There's so many people in need of that care right now that before you open, you'll be filled to capacity. Because there's a need. The government of the Virgin Islands presently paying for senior assisted facilities in Puerto Rico for boarders from the hospital. And that money is allocated to Juan Louis to pay for some 8 individuals that were boarders and had to be sent to Puerto Rico. So even if you have the ability to transfer that to St. Croix, at least a local person would be generating the revenue instead of sending the monies to Puerto Rico. So it's good. It's very good. And I think you have to work out. Do you need a certificate of need from the Department of Health in order to operate?
Yes, I need different certificates from him.
So you need to begin to have those conversations, but I don't see any issues with that. It's a half acre, right?
Yes.
Okay, and hopefully you utilize it right and you'll be able to fit everybody.
Thank you.
Now, Strawberry, I keep on hearing historical. What's historical there?
So good afternoon, Senator. They are a series of structures there. It looks like.
Okay, but it doesn't date back to the 1800s.
Well, I spoke with Sean Krieger at SHPO, and he did confirm that there may be some historical significance there.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you'll be coordinating to make sure that whatever needs to be preserved is going to be preserved.
Correct. And the design does not contemplate disturbing that area at all.
Okay. Okay, that's interesting. I want to know what part of Strawberry, well, I could ask that after the record, what part of Strawberry. Now, the Richmond property, because you're right across from Valmees. Right? Right? There's a house on the corner, I think it's owned by a local family, and then you're the lot, an abandoned lot there. Who's the owner of the lot presently?
Ana Tavares.
The same person that wants to develop the property now?
Yes.
And is there a justification as to the condition of the property that is in right now? I saw in your testimony that you said the property is in poor condition. What is the justification as to why the property owner is keeping the property in poor condition as we speak?
Originally, it was in worse condition, and then with the complaint from the neighbor, the property owners went ahead and started cleaning up. So right now, other than a vehicle that's being fixed and some light debris, is not as bad as it was before.
But I just want to put that this is the same property owner that developed it that was keeping the property in poor condition, which is not really a great thing because it wasn't being kept in a condition in which the surrounding residents were pleased with, and they actually had to make complaints. Now, the property is 5,000 square foot. That's kind of small. 3 apartments. The only parking on the street is on the one side. You can't park on both sides. The side by Valmees you can't park on. The next side, you do have some parking. But how do you propose 3 apartments with 3 full-time residents and then a restaurant and a bar? And you said the bus shanty, that's what I got shanty you're talking about where Corrine is.
30
Yes,
seconds.
that's the parking lot that I was talking about.
Yeah, but that's government property. So that's, and that isn't, it's not a parking lot per se, but it's a bus shanty. But where do you propose for this parking to take place? Because I'm just not seeing it. Across the street is Veteran Affairs. Farther down is Water Got, Red Brick. Where do you propose the parking?
Right now, we do have 4 on-site parking. The housing is not going to be a full-time housing for guests. And government parking lot, as you mentioned, the bus shanty, we hoping we could, for temporary parking for the restaurant purposes, as well as the side of the street parking, we hoping.
Mr. President, can I ask the next question? Yes.
Yes,
Mr.
you may
Chair.
proceed. You may proceed, Senator.
Your original proposal, your proposal to DPNR says the purpose of this request is to develop a mixed-use building with bar and restaurant on the bottom floor. And then in your testimony, you said a first-floor restaurant with dining and food service, including a service of alcoholic beverages, which is a bar. This is right behind a residential and right next to a church. Just put it out there. What happens a lot is that you have a zoning change that come before the legislature, and then the legislature tries to work with the property owner. And then it is passed and the property owner develop, and then the legislature is bombarded with calls for loud music and the type of behavior that's exhibited in that area. And this is right within residential, so there would have to be provisions or some type of variance that just like a restaurant. You cannot have a bar open until 11 o'clock in a residential neighborhood. I wouldn't want to live right there, and right behind me is a bar open until 11, and they could play some soft music. Right now in Castle Coakley, every day the residents call our office about the bar that's right across the road, the loud music, they can't sleep in the night, the windows are rattling. So I don't have an issue with development in terms of the 3 apartments and a restaurant. But we have to put in provisions, no bar, no music. They don't want to sell beer and they're going up, but no bar, no sit-down place where individuals, it's just going to, because it's a residential neighborhood and nobody wants that for their neighborhood. And at some point, we're going to have to say, hey, we just can't continue to place bar next to residences. So that's my position on that. If we can reword this so that they could have the 3 apartments along with a restaurant, I would definitely support. But alcoholic beverage or just mushroom into something else, and 2 years from now we'll have issues. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Viale. Senator Avery Lewis, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Barnes, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Senator.
As it pertains to your client here, the buildings, describe it to me. How the interior going to look? Is it energy efficient? You know, I know Ms. Laplace talked about during permitting, but I'm asking you, as I see here, you talked about 24, from start to end, you're going to take about 2 years. So describe how that's going to look for me in 2 years.
Senator, it's a standard apartment unit to the extent that we can incorporate energy efficiency as well as design components that are environmentally friendly. That would definitely be contemplated, but it's going to be a standard apartment housing. It's not going to be smart technology per se, but it will incorporate to the best extent possible energy efficiency as well as environmentally friendly building materials.
And so tell me, this area have sufficient parking?
Yes, the way we have configured the design, we're able to accommodate 10 parking spaces.
Because that does scare me, you know. I'll be honest. I say a neighbor of mine built up his apartments, you know, 4 2-bedrooms, put 4 parking spaces. I don't think he anticipated that these tenants would have companions or children that's starting to drive. Everybody parking on my side, you know, so now I becoming a bad neighbor. So I just want to make sure that we having sufficient parking. I for progress, but I think for things to be done right. We can't be cooping other people's land and saying, well, you could park over there, you could do this, you could do that because you see no use on my property. So I'm just putting that out there. Again, I'll ask everybody to make sure these things are ADA accessible. I think that's part of DPNR rules, but I'm just putting it out there, speaking for those, the voice for the voiceless, out there. As it pertains to the restaurant, Mr. Acevedo? Acevedo?
Yes.
Yes. They, you know, I understand wholeheartedly what you're trying to achieve with the bar and restaurant. At times, you know, restaurant can't be successful unless you're selling liquor. That's being, you know, honest. But, you know, it always comes with a little problem after that, you know, because when these guys get started to get nice, the music don't always sound good low anymore. They always want to hear it high. Everything got to be blaring. And then that create problems. And I'm hearing we don't have sufficient parking at this time. You want to expound on that?
Just to clarify, I was brought into this project probably like a month ago. The original designer had a medical issue and he's in Puerto Rico right now. So with my meeting with the clients, I specifically asked about the bar situation just because I know how it looks adding a next bar in Christiansted. But they're more focused on the restaurant side of the business. So if we do have to make a small design change interior to don't have the bar sitting area, that won't be a problem. And for parking, it's in the Christiansted town where parking is not the best already, but we did provide on-site parking, and the hope is that the rest of the parking could be supplemented by the surrounding parking spaces, government parking lot, and right around the Shanty area.
Time.
All right, thank you. Mr. Chair, may I ask Ms. Christian one last question?
Yes, you may proceed.
Ms. Christian, the one thing I like to ask of you is, you know, in your communications with Department of Health and even Human Services, I know you have your room set out, you don't have your plan, but if you could have a full-time rehabilitation center on board, rehabilitation office or clinic, you know, whether it be, I know government can't do it all, but it will be public, private, and hopefully the government continue paying on time. But good public-private partnership, a good rehabilitation center in your assisted living building would be great. I just want
Thank
to
you.
put that
That
out.
will be considered.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Lewis. I don't see Senator Gittins. Okay, I wanted to ask you, former Senator Barnes, on the development plan. You said 2 plots currently contain existing concrete structures, including a home. What is the anticipated plans for those structures?
So the home is vacant and the home will be placed into the rental stock of the developer. So the developer anticipates renting that particular unit as well, or home. And then there is storage on the site. The other structure is just a storage facility.
Okay, understood. And Ms. Christian, just one question. I know the neighbors specifically flagged existing sewage odor problems in the general area. And this facility proposes handling waste from medically vulnerable seniors using a septic tank rather than a public sewer. And this is probably more for Ms. LaPlace Matthews. Was there some sort of engineering assessment done to confirm that the septic system will be adequate for a somewhat commercial care facility on 0.376 of an acre lot?
Thank you for that question, Senator. So for this particular application, Division of Building Permits was part of the public hearing when that concern was brought up. And they stated that prior to a septic tank, there would actually have to be assessment from Waste Management to determine if she can first tie in to the public sewer line. If that is not available, then she would have to provide the justification for the septic tank and showing that it can handle the capacity.
Okay. Thank you very much for your response. At the appropriate time, I plan to vote favorably for all of the requests in this block. I think, colleagues, we've exhausted our round of questioning for Block 2, and we're going to allow the testifiers 30 seconds to just give their wrap-up statement on St. Croix. So we're going to begin with, let's say, Mr. Acevedo, and then Ms. Barnes.
Yes, thank you.
and then Ms. Christian, and then Ms. Leah Laplace Matthew.
Thank you. Before I close, I would like to personally thank your chief researcher, Dwayne Calwood. He helped me through this process. So thank you, Dwayne. In closing, this project will improve the property, support small business, and benefit the community. We respectfully ask for your support. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Acevedo. Former Senator Barnes.
Oh, thank you, Senator. I'll just like to thank you for the opportunity and the members of this body. I would like to again commend DPNR on their recommendation that brings the particular area into conformity with the surrounding usage. So I commendations to them in that regard, and commend my client for the foresight in moving forward with this particular venture. And just congratulations also to the two other applicants here. I think what they're doing is commendable, and definitely very much impressed with their presentation. So thank you, Senator. And we're asking for the favorable consideration of the measure before you.
Thank you very much, Senator Barnes. Mrs. Andrea Christian, you may proceed with your 30 seconds.
Thank you, Senator. Senate President Potter, your staff, especially Dwayne Carwood, all the senators that had responded to me via email, Senator Avery Lewis, Senator Kurt Vaile and his staff, and also to Joel Mercado also for his assistance. Thank you all for your time, and I appreciate everything that was done today.
Thank you very much, Ms. Christian. All the compliments that my chief researcher is getting, I might now have to give him a raise. So this is a little risky. Ms. Laplace Matthews, you may proceed with your statement.
Thank you, Senator. These three applications highlight the need for changes to our zoning code. So just as a reminder to the public that the comprehensive land and water use plan, its adoption is not the end. There's more steps coming. Things like correcting errors on the zoning map where subdivisions or entire estates were placed into the wrong zones. Those have to be tackled with the appropriate staffing and funding. Changes need to be made to the table of permitted uses. The table of the development provisions have to be updated as well. So this is not just a one time, it's adopted and it's finished. This is a 10 to 20 year project.
Understood. Thank you very much, Ms. Laplace Matthews. Committee of the whole will stand in reset for 5 minutes so that we can transition from Block 2 to Block 3. Good afternoon once again. Session for Monday, May 11th, 2020. Committee of the Whole, Committee of the Whole for Monday, May 11th, 2026 is back on the record. Madam Clerk, can you please proceed with the agenda for Block 3?
Block 3 of the revised official agenda reads as follows. Bill number 36-0291, an act granting a zoning use variance to plot number 295-D-2, Estate Barren Spot, King Quarter, St. Croix, to allow warehouse and storage services general. Invited testifiers are the Honorable Jean-Pierre Oriol, Commissioner of the Virgin Islands Department of Planning and Natural Resources, and Kevin Rames, Esquire, the property owner's representative. Bill number 36-0287, an act to rezone right-of-way parcel number 1-68A, a parcel numbers 1-68-1, 1-68-2, 1-68-3, 1-68-4, and 1-68 remainder estate Baccarat, number 5, Frenchman's Bay Quarter, St. Thomas from R-1 residential low density to PAD, planned area development R-3 residential medium density. The invited testifiers are the Honorable Jean-Pierre Oriol, Commissioner of the Virgin Islands Department of Planning and Natural Resources, Mr. Joseph Todd Donahue, property owner, Mr. Roosevelt David, property owner's representative, and Mrs. Corell Sheridan, resident.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. We are going to move straight into our testimony. Before we do that, I'm going to have the testifiers in the well put their names and position on the record just as a mic check, beginning from my right, moving to my left.
Good afternoon, Corell Sheridan, private resident.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Aaliyah Felix Blyden, private resident on behalf of the Hodge family.
Good afternoon, Kishoy Samuel, planning technician, DPNR.
Good afternoon, Roosevelt St. C. David, representing the owners of the property.
Good afternoon, Joseph Todd Donahue.
Good afternoon, April Donahue with Sweetgrass Valley Properties.
Good afternoon, Morella Cornelia, CFO and manager of Sweetgrass Valley Properties.
Good afternoon, now to St. Croix.
Good afternoon, Gail Pagan, planning technician at DPNR.
Good afternoon, Leah Laplace Matthew, territorial planner, DPNR.
Good afternoon. Kevin Rames, legal counsel for CDP LLC.
Thank you very much, testifiers. Ms. Laplace Matthews, you may proceed with your testimony.
Good afternoon again. For the application, bill number 36-0291, that testimony will be read by planning technician Kishoy Samuel.
Good day, Senate President Milton E. Potter, members of the 36th Legislature, legislative staff, and members of the public. My name is Kishoy Samuel, planning technician with the Division of Comprehensive and Coastal Zone Planning within the Department of Planning and Natural Resources. I am here to present the department's recommendation on zoning map amendment application number CCZP0118-25. This application submitted by CDP LLC seeks a use variance to the B2 Business Secondary Neighborhood Plat zone plat number 295-D-2 Estate Barron Spot, King Quarter, St. Croix. The purpose of the request is to allow warehouse and storage services general as the principal use, specifically the development of a self-storage facility comprising 491 climate control units. The property lies within an active commercial subdivision bordered by Home Depot and other zone to the north and east, Melvin Evans Highway to the south, and a residential subdivision elevated 50 feet above the site to the west. At the DPNR CCZP January 28, 2026 public hearing, the applicant representative attorney Kevin A. Rims testified that the parcel is part of a commercial subdivision under phase development for nearly 19 years. The proposal includes 2 fully enclosed air-conditioned storage buildings, 1 two-story building, and the other is a single-story building. Approximately 6,000 square feet of building footprint, 12 parking spaces, construction timeline of 10 to 12 months, and 2 employees for facility operations. The current B2 zoning allows various commercial and services uses, but does not allow self-storage facilities as a principal use, hence the request for a use variance. No opposition or concerns were expressed with the proposal at the January 28th hearing, and no post-hearing comments were received. The department evaluated the request in relation to the existing B2 zone, which currently allows 197 different uses spanning residential, retail, office, automotive, industrial, wholesale, storage, public services, and utilities categories. The 2009 Rutgers and Duncan and Associates assessment of the Virgin Islands zoning and subdivision codes noted that the current table of permitted uses is outdated, overly specific, and in some cases inefficient for modern land use needs. The assessment recommended grouping some similar uses rather than making narrow distinctions. Under this modernized framework, wholesale, storage, and distribution related uses, including various types of wholesale food storage, distribution operations, and bottled water storage, are already permitted in B2 and are functionally similar to self-storage facilities. The use variance request is also compatible with the 2024 USVI Comprehensive Land and Water Use Plan because it places a low-impact commercial service use in an appropriate commercial area and is functional, consistent with permitted B2 uses, advances comp plan goals for modern, flexible land use interpretation, relies on existing infrastructure and avoids land use conflict, and supports orderly commercial infill and economic activity. Based on this analysis, the department finds that the proposed warehouse and general storage use is compatible with surrounding commercial uses. The facility aligns with the existing character and development patterns of the commercial subdivision, and a use variance would address an inconsistency in a zoning code by treating self-storage similar to other allowed storage-related uses. Our recommendation of approval does not undermine the comp plan, rather it implements its intent in the context of an outdated zoning framework. Therefore, pursuant to Title 29 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 3, Section 238A, DPNR recommends approval of the requested use variance to allow warehouse and self-storage general as a permitted use. Pursuant to Title 29 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 3, Sections 238, the report of the Planning Office regarding this proposal, including the detailed reasons for our recommendation, is incorporated into the records submitted prior to the Committee of the Whole hearing. We respectfully request that the PowerPoint for CCZP 0118-25 now be displayed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Samuel. I believe media is queuing up that PowerPoint now. I guess that was. Okay, we're going to stand in recess for 2 minutes so that we can post the proper PowerPoint. Go back on the record. The PowerPoint is posted. You may proceed, Ms. Matthew.
Property's location, which is off of the Melvin Evans Highway, within the commercial subdivision that currently has Home Depot and AutoZone. Next slide. This is the official zoning map. The property was originally R2. However, about 19 years ago, it was rezoned to B2. Next slide. And that concludes the department's presentation and testimony on this application.
Thank you very much, Ms. Matthew. Attorney Kevin Rames, are you prepared to move forward with your testimony?
Thank you so much. Mr. Senate President, senators, staff, employees, representatives of the DPNR, and members of the general public. My name is Kevin Rames. I represent the company CDP LLC, which is the developer of the Island Crossing Shopping Center. We've come here today to request a use variance for plot number 295 B2 of Estate Barron Spot, Christiansted, St. Croix, U.S. Virgin Islands, from B2 business scattered to B3 business scattered. As I said, CDP LLC is the developer of the Island Crossing Shopping Center in Estate Barron Spot. The anchor tenant in the shopping center is the Home Depot, which is one of the most successful mid-sized Home Depots in the United States. Island Crossings recently welcomed AutoZone, which has added a new option to the marketplace for auto parts on St. Croix. The future of Island Crossings is very bright, with 3 new additions expected over the next 12 to 18 months, which include a locally owned children's play center, a locally owned family wellness center, which are both in the pre-development stage, and of course what we have here today, a self-storage facility for which a use variance is respectfully requested. The Island Crossing Shopping Center is in a tax incentive financing district, which was of course approved by the legislature, which means that it started as a public-private partnership in which the infrastructure, including roads, sewer, water, electricity, were constructed with borrowed funds arranged through the Virgin Islands Public Finance Authority and First Bank Puerto Rico. Those borrowed funds were expected to be paid off with the property taxes and the gross receipts taxes to be generated by the tenants of the shopping center. I'm pleased to say that in mid-2025, the $15 million infrastructure construction loan was paid off in full, and the infrastructure was deeded over to the government of the Virgin Islands. The property that is the subject of this application for a use variance is on the left side of the west entrance road into the Island Crossing Shopping Center as you approach the parking lot for the Home Depot. The property is designated as I said, plot 295 D2 of Estate Barron Spot. It is currently zoned B2 Business Secondary Neighborhood, which does not allow for the construction and operation of a self-storage facility. The proposed use variance will change the zoning instead to B3 Business Scattered zoning designation, which will allow for a warehouse and storage service land use. I've provided the legislature with copies of a schematic with elevations. The property has never been developed and is surrounded on 3 sides by undeveloped lots. It will be a single-phase development which will be owned by the Four Rivers Property Group and Prime Storage. There is a 10-month timeline to full construction and operation. There will be 2 buildings, a 1-story building and a 2-story building, with a total of 461 climate-controlled storage units. There will be 12 parking spaces with decorative land use landscaping throughout. CDP LLC respectfully requests that a use variance from B2 Business Scattered to B3 Business Scattered be approved for this purpose. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Attorney Rain. I think that concludes the testimony for Bill number 36-0291. We will now move to Bill number 36-0287. Ms. Laplace? Matthew, you may proceed with your testimony.
Thank you. That testimony will be read into the record by Planning Technician Gail Pagan. Good day, Senate President Milton E. Potter, members of the 36th Legislature, legislative staff, and members of the public. My name is Gail Pagan, Planning Technician with the Division of Comprehensive and Coastal Zone Planning within the Department of Planning and Natural Resources. I'm here to present the department's recommendation on zoning map amendment application number CCZP 0091-25. This application, submitted by Sweetgrass Valley Properties, LLC, seeks to amend the zoning designation of right-of-way parcel number 1-68-A and parcel numbers 1-68-1, 1-68-2, 1-68-3, 1-68-4, and 1-68 remainder estate back row, number 5 Frenchman Bay Quarter, St. Thomas, from R1 residential low density to R3 residential medium density. The purpose of the request is to construct workforce housing for approximately 450 contractual workers who will be engaged in major public sector reconstruction projects involving schools, the hospital, roads, and other capital improvements. The 6 parcels have a combined acreage of 14.034 acres and are surrounded primarily by undeveloped land and low-density residences, all zoned R1. Infrastructure plans include tapping into the public water system with backup cisterns and wastewater handled via a sewage lift station back to the public sewer system. Required DPNR reviews include a flora and fauna study, Phase 1 cultural resources survey, and a stormwater pollution prevention plan. The proposal consists of 18 one-story buildings, including 15 housing buildings and 30 single occupancy modular units each, 2 common use buildings, including kitchen, dining, laundry, fitness center, 1 pump building over the cistern, approximately 257 parking spaces, and a construction timeframe of 6 months, which includes relocation from St. Croix of renovated modular units from Lime Tree's modular housing. The proposed temporary workforce housing is intended to remain in operation for 10 to 15 years. At the DPNR CCZP public hearing held on December 29, 2025, there were 21 attendees with 1 letter of support and 14 letters of opposition submitted for the record. Concerns included incompatibility with neighborhood character, including increased density, noise, light, traffic pollution, and security issues. Fear of future dense commercial or residential development under R3 after temporary housing ceases. Claims of insufficient project details, missing environmental studies, inadequate setbacks, and possible impacts to an environmentally sensitive gut. Concerns the project resembles a temporary industrial-style man camp, incompatible with an R1 neighborhood, potential negative impacts on the tourism corridor near Frenchman's Reef and the West End, recommendations to allow the project only under a temporary exemption, not a permanent rezoning, with conditions such as increased setbacks, height limits, and post-project downzoning. The 2024 Comprehensive Land and Water Use Plan identified a severe territory-wide housing shortage driven by high construction costs, limited developable land, low local incomes, and high demand from non-residents. However, the comp plan also emphasizes the need to avoid spot zoning and ensure rezoning's further comprehensive planning goals. The department conducted an analysis of whether the proposed development requires rezoning to R3. The review found that the project can be fully developed under the existing R1 zoning using the Planned Area Development PAD tool, an established mechanism in the zoning code since 1972. The PAD option requires a minimum of 5 acres. The site has 14.034 acres. It allows multifamily development, creative site design, and clustering to reduce environmental impacts. It requires construction plans, environmental and cultural studies, and a construction schedule. It includes an expiration clause if construction does not begin within 2 years and provides greater public protection by binding the applicant to approved plans and preventing future high-density or incompatible uses without legislative action. The department determined that the PAD tool accomplishes the applicant's goals without requiring permanent upzoning. The PAD would ensure greater environmental safeguards, clarity of development details, and stronger long-term protections for adjacent residential communities. Rezoning to R3 could allow future high-density development, including up to 6 stories, incompatible with the R1 neighborhood, conflicting with long-standing community expectations and the adopted comp plan. After careful consideration of the applicant's request surrounding land use, public input, and consistency with the comprehensive land and water use plan, the Department of Planning and Natural Resources recommends denial of the zoning map amendment request. The department finds that the proposed development can be fully accomplished under the existing R1 zoning through the Planned Area Development option, which provides adequate flexibility while safeguarding the community and ensuring compliance with planning principles. Pursuant to Title 29 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 3, Section 238, the Planning Office report and all supporting documentation are incorporated into the record submitted prior to this Committee of the Whole hearing. We respectfully request that the PowerPoint presentation for CCZP 0091-25 now be displayed.
Leah Laplace Matthew presenting the PowerPoint. We have the map geo aerial photo showing the 6 properties that are part of the petition. Next slide. This is the official zone map showing the properties within the R1 district, and there has not been any rezonings in that area. Next slide. This is a conceptual plan layout of the modulars proposed over the 14 acres. Next slide. That concludes the department's presentation and testimony on this application.
Thank you very much, Ms. Laplace Matthew. We will now proceed to the property owner, Mr. Donahue, or your representative, Mr. David.
Yes, sir.
You can.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Honorable Milton Parter, esteemed members of legislature and distinguished guests and listening public. I'm Joseph Todd Donahue, principal of Sweetgrass Valley Properties, a local development group vested in the Virgin Islands. I sincerely apologize. I did not submit a formal written statement. However, I feel compelled to share directly from the heart. I've been the owner of the property under consideration for this zoning change. My permanent intent...
I'm sorry, Mr. Donahue, just as a practice.
Yes, sir.
Before you
Okay.
improvise on the spot, we would need to get a copy
Okay.
to circulate among
Okay. No
my
problem.
colleagues. So I don't know if you have a copy, you can send it, forward it to me, I'll forward it to my
Yes, sir.
colleagues.
Yes, sir.
And in the meantime, I don't know if Senator David, if you want to proceed while we're getting this together, or if you want to do after.
I'm ready to go.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Mr. President, Mr. Chair.
Afternoon, Senator.
My name is Roosevelt STC David. St. Clair is the middle name. For approximately 20 years, I have been a licensed consultant and realtor here in the U.S. Virgin Islands. Joining me are Mr. and Mrs. Donahue, owners of Sweetgrass Valley Properties, LLC, and Ms. Morella Cornelius, a Crucian, a trusted and competent chief financial officer of this company. From whom, if I may say, you can't get more local and Crucian than this. Mr. Chair, I greet you and the rest of your colleagues with humility. Through this company, Mr. Donahue has engaged me to present a rezoning request of property they own at number 5 Bacaro, St. Thomas, VI, containing 6 parcels. This request is to move from R1 zoning to R3 so he can build badly needed workforce housing, specifically to house contractors and other skilled workers to construct the Roy L. Schneider Regional Hospital on this island, schools and other infrastructure projects funded with federal dollars. This company is a local company, local developers. Currently, there are some $20 billion plus available for these purposes. God forbids that any disaster happens on the island or the mainland, similar to what happened in Louisiana some years ago. And the billions we have are reallocated somewhere else. According to the late Addie Otley, we would be up a creek without a paddle. This would be a profound, catastrophic occurrence. A word to the wise is sufficient. The reconstructing of these very important facilities cannot be allowed to linger. Honorable Senators, the greater public good is about to be served, and only you, as lawmakers, can make it happen. Virgin Islanders deserve to have top-class healthcare services like anyone else, any part of the universe, any part of the globe. And the longer we procrastinate and delay, the riskier it is for those of us who may die unless these healthcare needs are met sooner rather than later. It is to be emphasized and re-emphasized that once these federal dollars are spent on these mandated facilities and that no local funds are being spent on the construction activities, then and only then would the local funds can be used to bring the various health specialists that are now absent, very absent indeed. Unfortunately, many people who are suffering with many ailments and would like to travel off island for special care, they simply cannot afford it. So their pain and suffering prolong, month after month, year after year, and inevitably they pass on to the great beyond. How sad. How sad. What is conspicuously missing here is the housing availability. Capacity is woefully lacking. This is more than a housing shortage. It is a housing crisis. And lawmakers have an opportunity of a lifetime to fix this and fix it now. Recently, there was a very controversial rezoning request on St. Croix in the Beeston Hill area. Lawmakers and other stakeholders collaborated, compromised, and took action. Now, the housing stock on St. Croix is about to be increased. That is what leadership does. We cannot allow the perfect to be the enemy of the good. The greater good of the community takes precedent over and above any other interest. Rebuilding our schools must also take precedent over any other interest. Just like we are entitled to have first-class, state-of-the-art healthcare facilities, we must also have state-of-the-art educational facilities so that the atmosphere of learning can be significantly enhanced and our students can be equally prepared to compete with the rest of the universe. Lest we forget, there's another $6 billion in federal funds to fix WAPA. People must be brought in. Where are they going to stay? I am of the opinion that wherever there is progress, the likelihood exists that there would be some degree of impact one way or the other. But through meaningful discussions, compromise, and reasonableness, mitigation can bring positive results. Finally, Mr. Chair, I suggest that all parties be brought together so that the hurdles can be cleared and the greater public good can be served. Mr. and Mrs. Donahue have already invested some $12 million in this venture, and this company want the best for the Virgin Islands. There is no significant risk here, and I recommend approval when the body meets, and according to Mr. Chair, on May the 26th, I believe, in official session. I thank you for the time, and I'm available for questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, former Senator Roosevelt David. Mr. Donahue, I don't know if you had an opportunity to send for it.
I did, sir, but
Okay.
it's up to you. Whatever you'd like to do is fine.
Yeah, once we receive it, I'll disseminate it to everyone, and I'll allow you to read your testimony.
Thank you, sir.
Okay?
It was sent to Elwood.
Did you send Mr. Calwood?
Yes.
Okay, excellent. So what we'll do is I'll allow the other two testifiers to proceed while we get this situated, and then we'll have you read your testimony. So I'll start with you, Ms. Aliyah T. Felix Blyden. Are you prepared to proceed with your testimony at this time?
Yes, Senator.
Okay, you may proceed.
Good afternoon, Committee Chair Milton E. Potter, Vice Chair Kenneth L. Gittens, honorable members of the Senatorial and Central staff, fellow testifiers, visitors present in the chambers, and members of the listening and viewing audience. My name is Aliyah T. Felix Blyden, appearing today as a private citizen in a personal capacity only, on behalf of the Hodge family, owners of parcels 1-18, 1-11, and 1-12 Estate Bacaro, St. Thomas, U.S. Virgin Islands, all of which directly border and are substantially impacted by the proposed rezoning application identified as CCZ P0091-25. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to provide this testimony today as a voice for all affected residents. I respectfully submit this testimony in strong opposition to the requested rezoning of parcel 1-68 from R1 residential low density to R3 residential medium density. Like many residents of this community, I learned within the past 24 to 48 hours that this matter was placed on today's Committee of the Whole agenda. Neither our family nor, to my knowledge, the residents most directly affected by this proposal received notice of today's hearing. This is particularly concerning given the already deficient notice and disclosure issues surrounding the DPNR proceedings. Further, I am now learning that this application is no longer simply a request to rezone from R1 residential low density to R3 residential medium density, but instead involves a planned area development pad, yet affected residents were never properly notified of such a material change, nor were we afforded an opportunity to participate in any hearing specifically addressing a pad application prior to today. That lack of transparency and meaningful notice is unacceptable. As reflected in my previously submitted objection to the Department of Planning and Natural Resources submitted on January 9th, 2026, and attached for reference, our family strongly objects to this application based upon the incompatibility of the proposed use with the long-standing low-density residential character of Estate Bacaro, the substantial impacts to neighboring property owners, improper notice of the true scope and nature of this project, and the serious procedural deficiencies surrounding the notice and disclosure process. At the DPNR hearing, residents learned for the very first time that a trailer-style man camp would potentially be relocated into our neighborhood, and that additional parcels, including parcel 1-61-4, would effectively form part of the proposed development despite not being disclosed in the original public notice. These were not minor omissions. They were material facts directly affecting the scope, intensity, and character of the proposed project. Residents were therefore deprived of a meaningful opportunity to conduct due diligence, prepare informed feedback, or fully understand the true nature of what was being proposed. Homeowners should not have to extract basic information through questioning at a public hearing. Yet, that is exactly what occurred. Even now, residents still lack a complete and transparent understanding of the full scope, operational plan, density, infrastructure impact, traffic and safety implications, parking accommodations, and long-term use associated with this proposal. We recognize the territory's need for housing solutions and acknowledge the tremendous workforce demands created by ongoing redevelopment projects throughout this territory. However, supporting workforce housing does not mean supporting the placement of a large-scale transient workforce encampment or trailer-style housing facility within an established, family-oriented, low-density residential community. While workforce housing may be an important public policy objective, this proposal raises serious concerns regarding whether the applicant is attempting to avoid the ordinary economic costs associated with housing and accommodating its workforce by shifting those impacts onto an existing residential neighborhood. St. Thomas already has established hotels, guest houses, apartment rentals, and other lawful lodging accommodations that are appropriately situated and designed to support temporary occupancy. Rather than investing in and utilizing existing businesses and infrastructure within the Virgin Islands economy, this application appears to be seeking permission to establish or relocate a large-scale transient housing facility directly adjacent to family homes to reduce operational costs and maximize convenience. The economic benefit or convenience to a private developer cannot outweigh the negative consequences imposed upon neighboring residents who invested in this community, relied upon the protections afforded by R1 zoning, and who will be forced to absorb the resulting burdens, including increased density, traffic, transient occupancy, noise, disruption, strain on infrastructure, safety concerns, and potential diminution of surrounding property value. Estate Bacaro is not an undeveloped or transitional area. It is a long-standing residential community built and maintained by generations of Virgin Islands families who invested in this neighborhood with the reasonable expectation that the surrounding area would remain consistent with its established R1 residential character. I myself am a third-generation resident of this neighborhood. My children are fourth-generation residents of this neighborhood. As outlined in my original objection, my family has long opposed similar rezoning efforts for decades to preserve the subdivision as a stable, family-centered residential community. Residents today are already experiencing the cumulative impacts of poorly coordinated development approvals in the surrounding area. Increased congestion, parking spillover, roadway strain, and infrastructure deficiencies already affect this neighborhood due to nearby resort and redevelopment activity. Yet, despite those existing conditions, no comprehensive mitigation plan, improvement solutions, or commitments impact analysis has been shared, at least not with the affected residents of the area. Instead, residents are being asked to continue to accept sweeping zoning changes with limited information and inadequate procedural protections. We are also deeply concerned about the broader precedent in this application that this application creates. If the government adopted a comprehensive land and water use plan after years of planning, public meetings, expert consultation, and taxpayer investment, then residents are entitled to ask why established residential communities are now being considered for uses that appear inconsistent with those planning objectives. Workforce housing, if genuinely necessary, should be strategically located in areas that support such land use. If private developers require temporary workforce accommodations for major projects, they should be required to meaningfully invest in the existing Virgin Islands economy by utilizing or contributing toward existing hotels and hospitality providers, apartment rentals and lawful lodging accommodations, established guest houses and villas, motel-style accommodations situated in commercially appropriate areas, and the construction of workforce housing facilities in remote or non-residential locations specifically suited for transient occupancy. What due diligence was conducted to explore and ensure that there are not available properties that can house or facilitate the needs of this application? Established residential communities should not become the default location for cost-saving workforce housing solutions simply because doing so may be cheaper or more convenient. Accordingly, should the legislature consider advancing this proposal despite the serious concerns raised by affected residents, we respectfully request that at a minimum, the following conditions and safeguards be required. 1, proper re-notification of all affected property owners and surrounding residents. 2, new public hearings specifically addressing the actual application under consideration, including any pad designation or material modification to the original application. 3, full disclosure of every parcel implicated in the proposed development and the exact intended use of each parcel. 4, independent traffic, drainage, environmental infrastructure, and public safety impact assessments. 5, binding community benefit and economic investment requirements mandating that the applicant utilizes substantially invest in existing Virgin Islands hotels, rentals, guest houses, and lawful lodging providers where feasible, contribute to local housing and infrastructure initiatives benefiting Virgin Islands residents, avoid placing transient workforce housing within established residential communities merely as a cost-saving measure, and explore commercially zoned industrial, remote, or otherwise appropriate non-residential locations for any temporary workforce accommodations. And 6, legally enforceable operational limitations governing occupancy, duration of use, security measures, noise mitigation, future expansion, and community oversight. The residents should not be forced to bear the long-term consequences of piecemeal planning decisions that permanently alter the character and stability of established neighborhoods without full transparency, meaningful due process, and comprehensive planning safeguards. Finally, I must directly address DPNR's recommendation to deny the rezoning request while suggesting that the project could still proceed under a planned area development structure while retaining the underlying R1 designation. Respectfully, residents find this deeply concerning. The issue before this body is not simply the zoning label assigned to the property, but the actual intensity, character, and impact of the proposed use on this established residential neighborhood. A PAD should not become a mechanism to accomplish indirectly what cannot be justified directly through rezoning. If this proposed workforce housing development is incompatible with the surrounding low-density residential community under an R3 rezoning analysis, then the same concerns remain under a PAD. For the reasons, for all of these reasons, including what I have just mentioned, in my previously submitted objection to the DPNR, we respectfully urge the legislature to deny advancement of application number CCZ P0091-25. Thank you for your consideration and for allowing the voices of affected residents, even if just a few, to be heard.
Thank you very much, Attorney Blyden. Correll Sheridan, you may now proceed with your testimony.
Good afternoon, Committee Chair Milton E. Potter, committee members, other senators present, members of the Senatorial and Central staff, fellow testifiers, visitors present, and those listening, including our homeowners and neighbors in Estate Buckaroo. My name is Correll Sheridan, and I appear before you today in a personal capacity, representing myself and the other owners of 1-10 Estate Buckaroo. We strongly oppose this application submitted by Sweetgrass Valley Properties, LLC, seeking to rezone multiple parcels within Estate Buckaroo from R1 to R3. I am only today learning, and I'm not sure if it's a typo, that the application has been modified to a PAD. We have received no notification from the Department of Planning and Natural Resources of this change in application. PAD is not checked on the application within the files provided on the legislature's website, and therefore I assert that there has been no public hearing on this application if it has in fact been changed, or if there is a typo in the short title of the bill. The original application includes parcel 1-68-3, which directly borders our 3-acre single-family residential property. And I would like to share after my testimony a photograph from our property on the morning of the public hearing, showing the current condition and maintenance of the site. Many of us had believed that the present situation was temporary and was related to reconstruction activity at the Westin Hotel. We are deeply concerned and disappointed that what we thought was temporary is now being proposed as a permanent condition within our quiet neighborhood. Further, I would be remiss if I didn't address the lack of meaningful notice and public participation throughout this process. As a listener to public hearings, I often heard the desperate cries of homeowners who felt railroaded, unsupported, and ill-informed by the Department of Planning and Natural Resources, as well as throughout the process. I am now painfully familiar with those cries and will be a proponent of making changes to the process. Homeowners deserve, and your voters deserve, more timely and forthcoming information throughout the process, especially from their government. In this case, homeowners were first notified over the Christmas holiday period when many residents were traveling or experiencing mail delays. And the public was notified of this hearing last week, right after the carnival festivities. These compressed timelines significantly limit the ability of many affected residents to fully participate in a manner which would be meaningful and that has a permanent impact on their neighborhoods. Additionally, I must say, during the public hearing, the applicant provided a scant overview of the proposal, with little pushback from DPNR, who didn't even require the applicant to address all of the parcels in the application. At the outset, I must note that Sweet Valley Properties has failed to provide a detailed site plan, development specifications, infrastructure analysis, and a clear explanation of how these parcels will be ultimately utilized if rezoned. Perhaps additional details will be provided today, which, based on the testimony thus far, has not been, just a lot of scare tactics. Homeowners should not have to extract basic information through questioning at a public hearing, because it was only after direct questioning by the homeowners at the public hearing that portions of the actual development and their intentions were revealed. This lack of transparency is deeply troubling. Even more concerning is now the legislature is being asked to approve a sweeping zoning change affecting a long-established residential community without adequate specificity, without enforceable accountability, and in direct conflict with existing neighborhood covenants and objections from a majority of the adjacent landholders. Let's be clear, we support workforce housing. We recognize the critical need for housing solutions in the Virgin Islands, and we agree that thoughtfully planned, mixed-use development has an appropriate place within our community, such as in the Tutu Park area, as was outlined in the Virgin Islands Land and Water Use Plan. However, we oppose the placement of a large-scale, medium-density workforce housing development within our quiet, family-oriented, low-density residential neighborhood that lacks the infrastructure, safety planning, and land use compatibility needed to support such intensity. Today, residents of Estate Buckaroo have already faced the consequences of poorly coordinated development approvals. Homeowners have been forced to install no parking and towing signage along residential roadways because nearby hotel developments have failed to provide sufficient parking and taxi queuing infrastructure for employees, contractors, visitors associated with the Westin and Marriott Cove properties. I must note that the legislature has also approved another hotel development in the area, which is not yet opened, but which will further exacerbate current challenges. The surrounding roadways and public infrastructure are already inadequately maintained by the government. Road shoulders are often overgrown, lane markings have faded and are disappeared entirely for most of the roadway, and there are no pedestrian safety measures along that roadway. We are asking the legislature to stand up for its constituents and demand responsible, coordinated planning before approving additional density in this area. The Virgin Islands government has had nearly a decade of advance notice regarding workforce demands associated with disaster recovery and large-scale disaster redevelopment. Yet, we still lack a comprehensive workforce training initiative program, coordinated housing strategies, adequate infrastructure planning, and transportation solutions. If workforce housing was truly a priority for the executive branch, then legislation in that vein should have been sent down by the governor, not this zoning request. This zoning is not the answer. Designated areas throughout the Virgin Islands should be identified, again, through thoughtful planning. Areas should be supported by infrastructure, transportation access, utility access, and there should be a focus on economic integration. At the same time, the legislature should be advancing meaningful investments in workforce development, vocational education, and skilled trades so that Virgin Islanders themselves will benefit from the billions of recovery dollars flowing into this territory. Legislature pushed back on the Department of Labor and the Office of Disaster Recovery for creative ways in which the youth of the Virgin Islands can prosper from the rebuilding efforts rather than watch from the unemployment line or from a jail cell because they were not properly equipped. There are several critical factors that warrant denial of this request. First, traffic flow and intersection safety. A medium-density development will significantly increase vehicular traffic through a four-way intersection that was never designed to accommodate this volume or intensity of use. The area already experiences substantial congestion from hotel guests, hospitality employees, beach traffic, special events, restaurants, and weekend activity. Workforce housing will add a continuous shift-based traffic during the early morning, late night, and weekend hours. Additionally, increased trash collection and servicing will further obstruct traffic flow, as bin servicing already blocks traffic in both directions when being collected. There has been no traffic study, no mitigation plan, no roadway improvement proposal. Second, incompatibility with neighborhood character and scale. A medium-density, trailer-style workforce housing development is fundamentally incompatible with the surrounding low-density, single-family residential character of Estate Buckaroo and the adjacent resort corridor. Homeowners invested in this neighborhood with a reasonable expectation that existing zoning protections and restrictive covenants would preserve the character, density, and quality of the community. Once the scale and character are altered, they cannot be restored. With the cumulative aspect of previously approved hotel developments and this proposed rezoning, Estate Buckaroo is being permanently transformed without any comprehensive or coordinated vision for the area's future. Third, the area is not walkable. Residents rely heavily on personal vehicles. Workforce housing will generate more vehicles than the site can reasonably accommodate, particularly given the realities of multi-vehicle household and limited transportation alternatives. Residents are already experiencing more spillover from the hotel projects, again, without adequate parking infrastructure. That's not a speculative concern. I will show how many residents in Estate Buckaroo have had to place signs to prevent parking in front of their homes. Fourth, higher density developments inherently generate increased activity levels, late night arrivals and departures, deliveries, service vehicles, trash collection, outdoor gathering, and continuous operational noise. Because workforce housing often serves employees working non-traditional schedules, these impacts may extend into the overnight and early morning hours. This opposition is not directed towards people or workers. It is directed towards placing an inappropriate intensity in a residential neighborhood. Fifth, each zoning request, the hotels first, now workforce housing, has been evaluated in isolation, while the cumulative effects have not been considered. This pattern of piecemeal decision-making undermines public confidence in planning processes and erodes the stability of established neighborhoods. Furthermore, the existing neighborhood covenants state in part, alterations or excavations of terrain shall not be made, which will substantially affect adjoining or other property. No temporary structures shall be permitted for more than 30 days. No shanty, garage, trailer, tent, or other structures of a temporary nature shall be used for residential purposes, and that these covenants and restrictions shall be effective and run with the land and are automatically extended for 10-year periods unless action of a majority of those owning parcels. Those restrictions were relied upon by homeowners when making permanent and large investments in this community, and it is a fair expectation that these restrictions will be adhered to by this legislative body. In conclusion, there are 16 families who worked hard to purchase land and build in the quiet residential area of Estate Buckaroo. There are 14 letters of opposition that have been submitted. There are 16 families who currently live in a residential area whose backyards will become a trailer park or will abut a trailer park if you approve this rezoning. Workforce housing should be strategically located, again, near infrastructure, transit corridors, commercial centers, access to food and entertainment, areas already planned and designated for higher density. We are at a critical time in the Virgin Islands. Not even a month ago, the Bureau of Economic Research suggested a tax on residents. If we're not careful about how these unprecedented levels of investment are managed, we risk allowing billions of dollars to flow through this territory while leaving long-term residents with declining infrastructure, diminished quality of life, and fewer opportunities to benefit from that growth. If we let that opportunity slip away and we end up with nothing to show for it, shame on our elected leadership, appointed leadership, and shame on any Virgin Islander who didn't step up at a public hearing to demand better for our future. Workforce housing is very important, but placing it in the wrong location without adequate planning, parking, traffic, pedestrian, safety measures, and respect for existing covenants harms both the workplace and our community. If the legislature adopted DPNR's Land and Water Use Plan in December of 2024, why are we now considering a proposal that is fundamentally inconsistent with that very plan not even a year later? What was the purpose of the years of planning, public meetings, expert consultation, and taxpayer expense if those policies can just be set aside so quickly, parcel by parcel? At what point do homeowners lose confidence in the Virgin Islands, zoning protections, neighborhood covenants, and long-term planning? Finally, if DPNR itself does not support this application, why are we here? For all of those reasons, we respectfully and strongly urge this body to deny this rezoning application. And I would like you to take a look at the photos provided with my testimony. Thank you. The first picture is one of the signs that is directly in front of someone's home, where they had to place signs so that cars do not block our communal mailbox, as well as the entrance to their home. Next slide. There's another sign there on the roadway indicating the same, about not parking in our residential area, the road that we utilize to get to our homes. Next. Another sign going up the hill, because that's how far the cars seem to park on the side of the roadway from the Westin, from the Marriott, taxi queuing, employee parking, and sometimes even guests of the hotel, because there is not proper parking at the existing infrastructures. Even there at the Westin Hotel, someone is parked in an area that they should not be parked in, and that happens very often because there is not adequate parking, again, for employees, for the visitors, as well as any contractors and taxis. There's no space. That is the current condition that I can see outside of one of the bedroom windows from my home, and that was taken on the morning of the public hearing. That is the condition: porta potties, trailers, other debris around the property that we thought would be gone based upon the support that this property was given for the Westin to be completed. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comprehensive testimony, Ms. Hodge Sheridan. Mr. Donahue, we have disseminated your testimony, so you may proceed with it now.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, Honorable Milton Potter, esteemed members of the legislature, distinguished guests, and the listening public. I am Joseph Todd Donahue, principal of Sweetgrass Valley Properties, a local development group vested in the Virgin Islands. I sincerely apologize I did not submit the formal written statement. However, I felt compelled to share directly from my heart. I have been the owner of the property under the consideration for this zoning change. My permanent intent once I bought the property was for housing for local residents. In light of the delays in major capital projects, I decided to assist the territory and government by assisting in providing workforce housing in hopes of moving these capital projects and to preserve the federal funds appropriated to the Virgin Islands. Currently, these projects are delayed due to the lack of workforce housing. My 14-acre in Estate back row will be used temporarily to facilitate the movement of these projects. We have considered a development approach that maximizes impacts on the property. This is not a deforestation project. The approach and development is with aesthetics and understanding of the surrounding neighborhood. To note, none of the major contractors involved in the GVI rebuild have a housing component secured, thus delaying the rollout of these projects.
You know it would have made a difference.
Please mute your mic on St. Croix. Please mute your mic. Sorry, Mr. Donahue, you may proceed.
Yes, sir. It is anticipated that as a result of this, some of the projects are at least a year behind. In light of this, I have committed to ensure that the territory can move expeditiously to move the projects forward while protecting the funds earmarked for the Virgin Islands. While I acknowledge that workforce housing may not be the ideal use of this land, it is nonetheless a necessity for our community. The rebuilding of our schools and hospitals is paramount, and such progress cannot be achieved without adequate workforce housing. This is an urgent matter, particularly as we risk losing crucial funding from FEMA if we are unable to advance these projects. I urge you all to consider the long-term benefits of establishing new educational and healthcare facilities for our communities. Even in light of temporary inconveniences, less than ideal views of potential impacts on property values, which will be positive in the long road. I also understand construction is an arduous process that is rarely appreciated during the process, but the end results are always worth it. I'm sure we all wish we had a magic wand and we didn't have to trudge through the difficulties, the dirtinesses, and the inconveniences of this upcoming construction season. But I will say, I believe our families, our children, our grandchildren, and our aging population and communities are worth all of it. It is important to clarify that our intentions is not to maintain workforce housing indefinitely. Once the projects are completed, we envision developing the property into a vibrant mixed-use housing community featuring parks, lush landscapes, a community sports center, and a beautiful outdoor recreational with walking trails. Our commitment to the U.S. Virgin Islands is genuine, and we aspire to foster prosperity and create a positive impact within our community. Thank you for your attention and consideration.
Thank you very much, Mr. Donahue. Senator Marvin A. Blyden, you're recognized for your point of information.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Mr. Donahue. Let me ask you a quick question in respect to your man camp proposal. As former Senator Sensi Davis stated that you are Virgin Island and not Virgin Islanders, we communicate with each other. Have you communicated with anyone in terms of availability of such land that's already zoned R4? Because I know that the gentleman right here in the chamber with over 20 acres that have been collaborating with everyone in terms of workforce housing, particularly because of the crisis we have. I discussed that in my summit. That was part of the summit, and I'm asking a question. Did you discuss that with anyone? Did you come to me or anyone else in respect to Bandcamp?
Yes, sir. As far as the workforce housing, when I was originally approached, I asked them, tell me how many you need, and they at that time said at max peak would be 800. And I said, it will be hard to find 800 anywhere. I'll do 450 on these 14 acres because I don't want it to be too encompassing. Since then, it's went up to 2,500. So my 14 acres, that 20 acres, and other areas will have to be utilized to be able to get this project done, especially if we want it done in the next 7 years.
But my point is there are areas already designated R4 to accommodate workforce out there. But I'll dive in when my time comes. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your response.
Thank you very much, Senator Blyden. I wanted to ask Ms. Laplace, Matthew, DPNR recommends denial and identifies the PAD, the Planned Area Development Tool, as a fully adequate alternative. Has the applicant been formally offered, and has it been considered? Has it been rejected? Can you please just elaborate on that? Your recommendation for rejecting the initial recommendation and recommending that we go the planned area development route as a pathway forward. When I hear you on St. Croix, Ms. Matthew.
Thank you for the question, Senator.
Excellent.
So prior to the department's public hearing, the applicant was informed, as is our practice, of the various development options, including the planned area development. As I've mentioned in previous testimony, they chose this avenue. But the planned area development was presented to the applicant as an option.
Okay. Thank you. What are your thoughts on that, Mr. Donahue? The planned area development option, or Senator David?
So I was one of the contractors at the West End, and when I was at the West End, I do know what they're talking about. I still have a whole crew there. Parking is super hard, all of that. For me, there was also housing for not only me, but the staff from the hotel, as well as staff from the Ritz, staff from the bars, the restaurants. Housing was just too expensive. And at that time, when I bought the property from Mr. Purcell, the owners of the hotel asked me if I could build some type of housing that could accommodate a lot of their workforce, that would make it to where that they could afford and they could live closer to the site. So that was my long-term intention, is to make it to where the local people and everyone has a place to go that they can afford, because bartenders, waitresses, the chefs, the laundry people, it's although it pays well, it compared to cost of living here and the cost of housing, it's extremely expensive. And so my intent was to try to make it better for everyone there. So that's why I chose to go with the R3, is after the 7 years or 8 years or 10 years, hopefully 7 years, we could tear all that out, and then we can start building affordable housing that would be really nice.
So as far as you're concerned, the planned area development option that DPNR recommends is not an option. You are pretty much...
I would, it is, there's always options, there's always give, but I would like to be able to make it to where after this project's done, we can go right into the next one and get the community to see it, get them to look at it, make sure that that we can have a nice system to bring housing that everyone can afford.
Okay. Sounds like you're saying, without saying it, that the PAD is not something that you're, at this time, ready to explore. DPNR's recommendation.
Yes, sir. It would not be my first option.
Okay. Thank you. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Good afternoon to my colleagues. Good afternoon to the testifiers, people of the territory. When I first saw you, I said, wait, that's the solar guy. Do you plan on using any of this workforce development to help build out these solar plants? Because, I mean, 100,000 of them, that's a major project.
Yes, ma'am. I think, so that would be Christian. I'm the, hey, we do favor.
You look like the solar guy.
We do favor, yes, ma'am. I know exactly who you're talking about.
He looks like the solar guy.
But, I mean, I'll accept that because I like
Everybody
his house
says
in
that,
St.
right?
John. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Well, I want to also ask, this particular location, and I've listened to the testifiers speak about their opposition, and we all know that area to be somewhat, would be considered somewhat pristine. So I understand their concerns about putting 400 people in that area, additional almost, 300 cars almost. That is going to be, for that narrow road, even me sometimes going over there, if I have to go to an event at the hotel, is a concern for me with parking and all these other things. Does the PAD limit you? Does it limit you in any way? Are you saying that if you use the planned area development, you're only limited to this project and you can't do anything else?
Yes.
And that's it. So you're saying your thought process is just rezone and I have the options to move on to other projects. Okay, understand what you're saying about that PAD. Ms. Laplace, in the Virgin Islands Code, I see them talking about temporary housing. When it comes to temporary housing, is there anything in the code that allows you to build temporary? I don't.
There's no category for temporary housing. It would fall under our regular dwelling housing categories.
And that's what I thought.
And with the planned area development, future changes have to be brought before the legislature. So there is the opportunity to change in the future.
Yeah, because that's what I was concerned. I kept hearing like temporary and we could take it down and it's only limited. But I don't recall in our code there's any laws for temporary. If you build it, you build it. It could stay there for 100 years. It doesn't matter. You understand? So what would be the obligation for you to take it down? There really wouldn't be any. It would be an honor system, in all honesty, that you would want to take it down because there's nothing in the code that speaks to temporary. I know this firsthand because I was my contractor on my own building. So that's why I know that.
Yes, ma'am.
So that part, you know, I'm trying to figure out how would we be able to obligate that, in all honesty, when you really don't have to take them down if you don't want to. Let's be honest. Now, I also want to talk a little bit about, are you opposed? The consultant spoke about Beeston Hill. And you said ultimately you want to use this property to move forward to do like permanent housing. You see this project more as temporary and moving on would be more permanent. 30 seconds. Would you be amenable to us limiting it to housing? Because that's what we did with Beeston Hill property. We limited it and said, listen, you can't do anything other than housing because that particular R3 zoning has a huge doorway for a lot of things.
Time.
Could I quickly wrap up? Thank you, Mr. President. So that particular R3 zoning is open to a lot of things that could potentially, when you move on later for development, it could be other things that will create a lot of chaos for people in this community.
Right.
Now, as it relates to the pushback, I do sympathize with them. I've traversed that road. I can't imagine people trying to go home in the night and there's a traffic jam with so many cars trying to get in the afternoon. And some of those roads are so narrow, you got to pull off a little bit just to get around. Like, have you thought about that and the type of impact that would have on not only the potentially 400 people you're bringing in, but the residents that already live there and the way of life for them?
Yes, ma'am. So we did a 257 parking space, not because we will need 257.
Okay.
These are workers that are being flown in to help with the work. They will not have vehicles, so there will be buses there. And so we feel, the majority of them. I mean, these are not your high-level people that work in the offices or the project managers. These are the guys that get their hands dirty and get the job done. And so we figured there would need to be 50 parking spaces that would be needed for that. But every time the West End has a charity event, they have called me and asked me if their employees can park there because, as they said, there is no parking. And I've always at free of charge.
So the parking lot, is that going to be additional income for you? Like you make a deal, it's just free?
If it's a charity event, it's free because I really appreciate. I mean, I'm big on charity. So the 3 charity events that they've done, it has.
Outside of charity, what if they just need space? Would you be looking at that as another way to collect income, like
honestly, I haven't thought about that, but that's a good idea.
Listen, I'm looking to see where this thing is headed. So.
Yes.
Senator
Ms. Sheridan,
Francis Heiliger, your time was called maybe about 3 minutes ago. I was just kind of letting you go.
You were a little distracted.
But you took advantage of my distraction. So I'm going to give you an opportunity just to wrap it up so that we can move on.
Ms. Sheridan and the young lady sitting next to you, I heard your opposition. What if there's a situation where you have, because ultimately it's going to be up to this body to decide. What if you're not capable of swaying everybody in one direction versus the other? What would be amenable as a solution outside of all out, no, you can't come here? Because you might sway me or a couple of people. What if you don't sway the others? What is the potential to potentially get this resolved?
Well, I believe that there are other locations. Workforce housing there's plenty of other locations. Senator Blyden just explained that. I do not think that the executive branch has done enough research, has done enough questioning, has done a survey. I don't think that anybody in this room can say that they have heard from the executive branch looking for properties, looking for homeowners who are willing. I haven't heard not one single creative solution to this problem. A rezoning and making a change to a residential area for us is not the solution. We do not feel that every available option to the government of the Virgin Islands has been explored as it relates to training our workforce to be prepared to take these jobs, some of them. And we also don't think that the workforce housing has been properly explored by the government as well.
Okay.
Thank you.
Just in addition to what Ms. Sheridan has stated, I think one of the bigger concerns for me anyway is just the lack of transparency and the lack of due process for the individuals involved. And I see some serious concerns if we are to proceed in the affirmative here with respect to those who are interested parties seeking further remediation.
Okay. Thank you for your responses. I will do my further due diligence on this. And thank you, Mr. Chair, for the additional time.
Thank you very much, Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Senator Franklin D. Johnson, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I always start off by saying I don't go against the grain with DPNR. And 90% of the time, once they're for a project, I support it. But also when they're not in support of a project, I think in my 6 years being here, I probably went against them twice, if that much. So I'll start off with that, but I'll ask Mr. Kevin Raines one quick question, and then I'll come to this second bill. What size storage units are you going to have on that property? Because you say you're going to have, how much of them, 400 or something? 491. What size? They range from what size?
They are, really standard size. They're going to be 50 up to 50 square feet.
Okay.
Yeah? But there's going to be a variety of sizes. There's going to be 461 units, and they're going to be from units that you can, only put, a small number of things in, and to units where you can put your entire household furniture in as you're moving off island.
No outside storage, right?
No outside storage.
Right.
They're all inside.
I have no problem with this here. Let's talk with the next bill. There's so many concerns with this measure here, and I know many of the residents in Bacaro. I've driven through there. I have some friends I go and I visit, and those roads are narrow, and most of the property owner have to try and even maintain the road on their own. But there's so many complaints. Several residents believe the project resembles a temporary trailer-style labor camp rather than a normal resident housing. Residents argue that all affected parcels were not clearly identified and that some property owners were not properly informed before hearing. Opponent says that proposal does not clearly explain the full site layout, use of each parcel, density operation, traffic flow, parking, or long-term. The project proposed housing for roughly 450 workers, but residents question their parking and roads can handle the additional vehicle, bus, vans, delivery, and shifts the traffic. Residents worry that added traffic and parking could block roadways, driveways, and emergency access in neighborhood. Opponents raise concern about lighting after hours activity, common areas, possible bar, dining facilities, bus, and workers moving in and out at all hours. Residents are concerned about runoff, flooding population, and impact to the gut and drainage area near the site. Opponents say more study is needed and vegetation, old growth trees, possible endangered species, grading, hillside disturbance, and cultural resources. Some residents question whether there is adequate sewer capacity or whether the project would require a wastewater treatment system. Residents fear that once the R3 zone is approved, the developer could later build apartments, condo, or trailer-structured beyond the temporary workforce housing proposal. Long-time residents say they bought and built homes relying on R1 zoning and expect the area to remain low density. That's just a few. That's just a few. And like I said, I have friends and people that lives in that area, and I, you know, sometimes when I'm in St. Thomas, I go and visit. And the homes inside that area are not small homes. People spend their lifetime building these homes. And now to put something like this in that area, you're going to depreciate the people's value of their property and their homes. It's as clear as that. There isn't no other way around this. I can't see me supporting this measure, and I'm very straightforward. I don't hide behind things. This is not a good look for that neighborhood or for that area. So I won't even go through any bunch of questions. I know of the area. I've been through there quite often. And I could see the size of the homes. And when those pictures were being shown on the slide, those are no small homes. You can't just have people invest nearly $500,000 in some of these property for somebody to put a trailer park inside there. And I understand the need for these homes for, you know, for the construction that we're about to do. Gotta find a better way out. Ms. Laplace, you had something you wanted to say, please? Because my time already been called.
Yes, if I may, Senate President Potter, I wanted to address the elephant in the room. The adjacent property owners mentioned covenants for that subdivision. One property owner did submit a copy to me of their original deed, which details the covenants and restrictions. This deed was from 1975. The applicant may not have been aware that there's covenants and restrictions. We need a copy of the survey map from 1968, as well as a copy of the original deed. That covenant existence may put a hindrance on their project. The zoning code states that the zoning law cannot be used to abrogate or annul covenants. This may end up being a court matter.
It will be.
Thank you very much, Ms. Laplace. I rest. My time has been called, but I really can't support this. It's just ain't right. It just don't feel right for me. It just don't look right. It just don't smell right. And I can't just put people who have spent all their life on in to build their homes for 400 people to come into your neighborhood. That's some serious difference there. You know, thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Franklin Johnson. Senator Court-Ville, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Donahue, I know that you stated that the land, you acquired the 14 acres and you're trying to build this housing development on Man Camp. Who do you have agreement with? Which contractors do you have agreement with that's going to populate these 450 beds?
Thank you, sir. As I have, all of them are still trying to figure it out, but word of mouth, I've had Suffolk, Kiewit, OTL.
Okay, so hold on.
Riley.
Because you're developing an area, you want to develop an area with 450 beds. Are you telling me that you're developing an area based on word of mouth and you don't have a concrete contract with some of the developers?
Are you asking who's building it, or are you asking who's staying there, or who's building it, sir?
No. I'm not. In order to build something, it means that you have a request from one of the major contractors for housing. So I'm asking, who has come to you that you're now building this 450 room Man Camp? Which company are you dealing with for this particular development?
ODR came to me, sir.
Okay. Okay. So, and that's a lot, because there have been different developers from the individuals that had the proposal with the barges, to the man camp that exists on St. Croix with over 1,000, and I don't think any of those individuals have been approached by ODR for the use of those facilities, which would not intrude on any particular area. The issue I have with this, in the Virgin Islands, temporary becomes permanent. 10, 15 years from now, and they ain't taking nothing down. Whatever is built there is going to stay there. Why would you want to go in a state back row? I said before, is there any available government land that we could lease to these developers that want to build? Are there any existing facilities? We have moving out of schools left and right. We're not going to repopulate that we could repurpose for this particular juncture. But you want to go into a state back row and claim you and take it down 15 years from now? It ain't gonna happen. There was a facility built across on Buccaneer entrance, and it's not even as large as this. That was supposed to be temporary housing. Aesthetics horrible for the area. It's deteriorating, and it's been up there for over 25, 30 years right now. We want the island to move forward, but we can't move forward making these type of decisions. Isn't there also a proposal for Sinead Bay from the same group to develop Sinead Bay and bring in trailers? They're trying to sell Sinead Bay and actually do the same concept. The residents already have all the letters.
No, that's not true.
I mean, I know they're going to, and I'll finish now.
I'll give you an opportunity.
I know there's going to be that push that we need it, we need to get this or that. You need to be responsible. Look at the other options. And if there's land that is not next to residential area and in more commercial areas, use that. And if it's government land, use that and let the property come back to the government after. But I can't see myself supporting this. And Mr. David, you try to relate it to Beeston Hill. Beeston Hill is a residential development of permanent homes. It's nothing like a man camp. So to try to throw that and say, a controversial request was voted on at St. Croix, and to correlate that with the man camp is totally wrong. Totally wrong. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator VLA. So Donahue, it looked like you wanted to. Donahue,
Yes,
looked like you wanted to respond.
Yes, sir. So the Sinead Bay, our Virgin Islands, we get stories talked about all the time. I'm the guy that is actually purchasing Sinead Bay, and it's for the 50 units for my guys to stay in during this job process. I had never had any intention of adding trailers or containers or any extra housing there. There was 28 lots that go to it, and if anything, I was going to build homes on those 28 lots. So that got blown up on Facebook. I talked to the people that started the whole thing and told them that that wasn't true. And as far as whether or not those units stay or go, we can make it a mandate. I have no intention of keeping those there and have no problem it being written into law that they have to be removed, because that's not what they're there for.
Thank you. Thank you for your response. The notion of temporariness is something that I'm kind of trying to wrap my head around. We're saying 10 to 15 years. Is 10 to 15 years, when you're talking about planning, is that temporary? Can that really be characterized as temporary?
Well, sir, my understanding is that all the work has to be completed by 2035. Because I am a contractor as well, all the contracts that I have been working for so far, they're trying to have the contracts done by 2032. 2032 to 2035 is when it's supposed to be over. Mm-hmm. I also understand construction and rain delays and all of that. So I don't know the exact date when we will be able to finish this. I don't know the exact date when FEMA's like, this is your drop dead date. My understanding is 2035. And we all know how that works. It may take a year or two longer. I do not see it taking 15 years. I'd be shocked if it is 10 years. But every year, it seems like it's getting pushed back every year.
Okay. Thank you for your response. Senator Dwayne DeGraff, you're recognized for your...
Point of information. Point of information.
Senator Joseph, I'll come to your point of information immediately following Senator DeGraff, since I already called on him to speak before the point of information.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers, all of you listening and present. Mr. Donahue, thank you for looking to step up. But I have a particular way about me. I just won't support it. I'm a support with the residents. And the whole corridor of Frenchman Reef, I live here all my life. The one place I've lived longer than the Virgin Islands, I spent a year in Baghdad, Iraq. I went to war. So I saw 400, I saw thousands of us going into an area as soldiers, similar to how influx of 450 people or more of strangers come into our territory to develop our territory. So I've been a part of it. I know how it is. It's a tumultuous task. Being a Virgin Islander, a Sunday is a quiet day. Visitors coming in to the paradise that we experience every day. We wake up, we see the ocean. We wake up, we smell fresh air. We feel a yellow sun. People coming into the territory, go out their minds. They're here experiencing what we live with every day. That's all it is. I won't be disrespectful to you in any way, but I have to agree with residents are one. And right now, the original residents of those neighborhoods are elderly people. These are the children. These are the grandchildren. The younger generation. You see, I grew up in my 60s. I appreciate any and everything Virgin Islands. So what you're doing, I understand, because we want to develop our territory. But for me, it's don't rush to do something. We change it administrations. We rushing. We trying to get money. Let's get it done before we lose this money and different things. We have battled 2 Cat 5 hurricanes in 2 weeks. And we still here afloat. We still survive. We got our heads up. That's what Virgin Islands is going to do at the end of the day. Have our head up despite not having everything. So that's what I will vote no to the bill for. Not because Mr. Donahue and he this and he that. No, I ain't getting posting nobody. But as a Virgin Islander, looking at, and we may not have a particular area, we may never agree on some place. At some point, we have to make a move, and we're going to do it. But I just want to be able to explain myself to you and to the residents and to the Virgin Islanders that this is what the Virgin Islands means to me, because I have seen 400. I've been a part of thousands of soldiers going into Baghdad, Iraq, and I know what it could be. So to have 450, you can't even guarantee it's going to be 450. Can you guarantee it's going to be 450 only?
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir.
See, what I've seen in Iraq, there were other countries that provided people to maintain the bases that we are on. You might have 450 who work 6 a.m. to 6 p.m., and another 450 who comes in and works 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. 450 doubled, because that's how they operate. A man camp, if you're going to say 450 and whatever 450 could fix, then we're going to fix. That might be so. But like I said, you don't have, if I may wrap up, Mr. Chair, you don't have locked in contracts and different things like that. You may need more. But I've seen where you can take 450 and they utilize a property where, hey, as one set of people come out of bed from their morning shift, the next set going. I've seen it. Okay, I'm saying countries that come in and provide services for us at war. So I'm just saying that's what it is. The Virgin Islander who you hear kicking back and fighting back isn't about you. It's about what we want to preserve. And this is the best way we know how to preserve it by not supporting it. That's all I would say, okay? Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Dwayne DeGraff. Senator Clifford Joseph, you're recognized for your point of information, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This question is to Mr. Donahue. Did you mention on the record that you were approached by ODR for these housing?
Yes, sir.
Okay, because Mr. President, I wanted to be clear. 2 weeks ago, we had ODR here, and she was saying that the housing gonna go through the contractors. So I'm just surprised to hear that. One thing I must say, quick in this point, is we really got to take a real strong thought, every one of us as senators. Our landfill don't have space for much. So really give good thought in supporting the badges. So when they're ready to leave, they get up and go. We do not have a lot of space. I don't care which land we have. We don't have the land space for our landfill to take any garbage after it's all done. Nothing personal with nobody, but let's really start thinking about our future. Because I had something to get rid of some of the waste, and we there questioning that. And now we sitting back here and going to allow individuals to bring a whole bunch of stuff that going to end up needing to go in the landfill where we don't have space. So give it some consideration. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Clifford A. Joseph. Senator Angel Bolquez Jr., you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon to the listening and viewing audience. And good afternoon to Central staff and our testifying panel here before us for these two bills. While I see the intent of the developer and assumingly ODR trying to find an entity or organization to try to fill the gap on something that will affect our recovery efforts for the next, per se, decade. I want to say, thank you for trying, but the aesthetics and compatibility with that area are not really matching up. So I think the next big question is, where is the middle ground, if any? And I think that that's something that you're going to have to go back to the drawing board with DPNR and the residents of the area to find, hopefully, a middle ground, because we all know that this recovery is not going to happen without the workforce. So I understand where you're coming from. I understand what your intent is. I see the importance of what you're trying to accomplish, but overarchingly, the aesthetics and the compatibility are just not quite there. So I encourage you to go back to the drawing board and get all the stakeholders together and hopefully find the middle ground that is needed so that we can move forward. And we also know that there's other individuals who have land or property and ODR. If you're listening, I think that you need to approach other entities or even utilize government properties that are derelict, that can be fixed in some way, shape, or form to accommodate, obviously safely for individuals who will be housed there, but we really need to start, putting boots to the ground and getting this thing going. One thing I wanted to ask, and I'm going to switch over to the next development, which is in bill number 36-0291. I know that the bill is requesting a variance for a 491-unit climate controlled self-storage facility. There is 2 large air-conditioned storage buildings, but what I saw also, there's only 2 employees. Is that correct? For this facility, 2 employees?
Yeah, all you need at a self-storage facility is somebody to check people in and check people out, at the entrance. There will be contracted security personnel, but other than that, you don't really need anybody other than somebody at the front desk. People who have storage units will simply go to their unit, put things in, take things out. It doesn't really require individuals to actually man the facility.
Okay, well, duly noted, but I like to see developments that are creating jobs. I'm not saying that this development is not creating jobs. I just find that I would have preferred to see more jobs associated with the development Hopefully that's something that can change. I think 491 units is a lot. There's a lot of movement going on at any given point in time. If you can buff up those numbers, I would be happy, but that's your decision. I know that the nearby residential subdivision sits approximately 50 feet above the site. Has the developer evaluated, along with DPNR, any impacts with any generator noise, any issues that would take place, stormwater runoff or anything like that?
If you're familiar with the site, when you come into the Home Depot in the western entrance, on the left-hand side, you'll see essentially a cliffside. And the residential development is up on top of that cliffside. This development will not have exterior generator.
No generator associated with the property. Okay. No noise.
Exterior generators. No.
No noise pollution. Okay, good. Okay, I think that's all for me, Mr. Chair. I thank you for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Bolkes. Senator Hubert L. Frederick, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. A pleasant good afternoon. Again, testifiers, colleagues, listening and viewing audience, my office and central staff. Let me just cut through a lot of this stuff. First of all, Island Crossing, I'm very familiar with that development. I was involved with it as my career led me to be involved at First Bank many years ago. It's been a slow development, but we're at a point now I'm proud to see where it is, and this is just another step. It's a minor rezoning application, and it's for a climate control storage facility. Don't matter to me, whatever. That one I'm fine with. In reference to Mr. Baco's property now, that one is of more significance to me, because what the public needs to understand, the government of the Virgin Islands recently did something that was really phenomenal. We gave investors an opportunity to come to the Virgin Islands and invest in hotel development projects and allow them to get their money back when they were ready and convert that asset. If we financed it through, a mechanism we created, which is a hotel development financing corporation structure, that they could get their money back out of it, and after the bonds are repaid, the government of the Virgin Islands will own the asset, the hotel, free and clear, without putting in any money. The Western Frenchman Reef is one of those property. That's the first one we did. $448 million we've got tied up in that thing, not directly, but indirectly. That could be ours in 30 years, which it could be $1 billion piece of asset. Are we gonna play around and jeopardize that with a man camp? Are you gonna let visitors come to the Western Frenchman Reef and deal with the traffic that we're about to deal with? Come on, guys. Let's think about what we're doing. I understand Mr. Baco is doing what he needs to do. It's your property. You try to make a hustle. But just remember, too, there's something called a covenant.
Mr. Donahue. No, Mr. Donahue.
Mr. Donahue?
At Baccaroo. Baccaroo is the place. Donahue is the name of the owner.
Sorry, Mr. Donahue. So I just wanted him to understand it's nothing personal. This is just business. I think as a senator, I have to protect the government of the Virgin Islands' interests, and it's in our best interest to make sure that the Western Frenchman's Reef is a successful project and that we get our money out of that thing in the next 30 years. And this temporary housing situation is just not going to be beneficial to us if our guests have a bad experience going to and from that hotel. So keep that in mind. It's a very serious issue we need to consider. And remember about the covenants that Ms. Laplace Matthews talked about. If that's something they have to deal with. We don't have anything to do with that. So we'll vote accordingly when we have the time. But just keep that in mind when we do our thinking and our deliberation about this. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Hubert L. Frederick. Senator Carla J. Joseph, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. A pleasant good day to everyone. The property, let me start with the easy one first. The property that Mr. Rames, Attorney Rames, good to see you. Good to see you again. The last time you were here was a bit heated. It was a bit heated conversation. This conversation this afternoon isn't so heated.
Oh, we love the heat, you know that.
Well, I don't have any issue. I'm familiar with the area that you're proposing to build the storage facility, but I just wanted to ask one question. The type of facility you're building for the storage, are you going to use containers, or this is going to be a hardened facility?
No, it's a hard structure. It's a building, normal building, but you go in the building, it's air conditioned, it's 2 floors in the larger building, and you can go into your unit. There'll be climate controlled units, so there won't be any containers or anything like that. It'll be, essentially a very secure, very attractive building structure. Yeah.
Okay, and it will be gated as well. Similar composition.
Yes, it'll be gated.
Of a storage facility. Okay.
Sure, absolutely.
I really appreciate that DPNR, you're granting a zoning variance. Know that I would prefer to see these zoning variants rather than the zonings in themselves, because it holds the applicant to what they're saying they're going to do. Now the big question for the rezoning at Estate Susannaberg. I went to an event on Saturday, and a constituent singled me out Saturday night. Singled me out, and he said, I live in the Estate Susannaberg, Mr. Donahue area, and he was very passionate. He was like, I am not for this. It's going to change the whole layout of our neighborhood and everything. Now, I have been one senator to consistently advocate for the preservation of residential areas. People say I'm against the bars and the restaurant. No, because people invested their money, and those are generational wealth. Okay, they invested, their parents or them sacrificed. So I could appreciate the discussion here today, because the 2 ladies are Juris Doctorate. They both have Juris Doctorate, and some of the people where we have some of those other zoning don't have that ability, and they don't even respond or go to DPNR. So I appreciate you young ladies being here to advocate for where you have your home and you're building your family. Now, Mr. Donahue, is it a possibility that you could build some houses there, but not at this magnitude?
That's my ultimate goal. That is my ultimate goal.
Okay, but for right now, you need to get this rezoning.
Yes.
Okay, because it looks like it's going to take you a sizable amount of years to keep this temporary.
30 seconds.
But we don't have any guarantees, and now we have this covenant and restriction area that DPNR has mentioned. Are you aware of this?
No, that's all news.
Oh, when did you purchase this property?
4.5 years ago.
Who did you purchase it from?
Nick Purcell's.
That's what I thought. I thought it's been out there for a while, and a lot of us are familiar with Mr. Purcell. So I really thought that was it. How much of the property you were proposing to build a man camp?
Time.
Mr. Chairman?
About 7 acres.
Yes, you may wrap up, Senator.
7 acres, so half of the property? Mm-hmm. Pretty much. And how many stories are you looking at?
There are no stories. Everything's a single story.
Single story.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So, Mr. Chairman, I would like to ask the 2 young ladies who in opposition a question. May I proceed? I'll stay with you until you close out.
Very
Does it look
quickly.
like
You may ask them the question, Senator.
I wanted to ask you ladies, What do you see as a perhaps some way that, because we have this need for housing, we have need for housing here, whether it's low income or it's moderate income housing, where do you see that you can work with the developer to accommodate this? Do you see there is a workable place? Because we have to develop areas so that these persons can come here and do the work. We don't have the capacity of the workforce here. We all know it. Let's talk about the reality. Where do you see that you can meet the developer at a certain area? Ms. Felix Blyden.
Leah Felix Blyden, private resident, on behalf of the Hodge family. Third generation resident of Estate Bacaro. For this intended purpose, I don't see a middle ground. I do not see a space for this type of use in this area. I do believe we've both said, other individuals have said today, that we need to explore other areas that are available on our island to accommodate such a purpose. But in that particular space, I do not see it being appropriate. I don't see it being compatible. I don't see it being anything that the residents of that area would agree to or appreciate. However, as Mr. Donahue said, he has plans for other types of development. I think that's something that can be considered in terms of housing, because we know in addition to needing space for the infrastructure development that we need on island, we also have just a housing crisis in general for those of us that live here, right? So those of us that may not have had the opportunity to live in, purchase, enjoy Estate Bacaro. There's a lot of residents that would like affordable housing or housing in general. We don't have a lot of that, so maybe if that's the conversation. But for what I have heard the intended purpose is today, I see no middle ground.
Okay, no middle ground for you with this intended purposes, but perhaps some way and going forward for affordable housing. That's what you're saying. Okay. Ms. Sheridan?
I believe that the owner has been very clear today. He does not want a pad. He doesn't want a pad for a reason. He wants a specific zoning that would give him more carte blanche in our neighborhood. He said that. And so if that is truly his desire, then I agree with Ms. Felix that would be a very difficult pill for us to swallow. If he intends to build single-family residences with a park and with this and that, he can do that in the R1 zoning, and again, there's no need for us to be here. But I think he has been very clear in what he has said, and that's not what he wants. He wants an R3 and all of the opportunities for multifamily dwellings that comes with that rezoning.
Okay, so thank you so much. I have gathered as much information. I thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, for allowing me this extra time, because this is a very critical issue. We are battling the workforce here to get our projects going forward, and also the residents. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Carla Joseph. I gave you about 20 minutes, you know. You are not made for about 20 minutes. Thank you. Thank you, Senator. Yeah. Senator Marvin A. Blyden, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Again, good afternoon to all. And thank you so much for your testimonies. In respect to bill number 36-0291, when it comes to the warehouse and storage service on St. Croix, I have no problem with that. I will be supporting that. But when it comes to bill number 36-0287, French Mambi, Estate Bacaro, I'm not going to ask any question. I'm going to have to make some statement, because I'm very frustrated at the matter of fact, to be honest with you, in the way we do things around here. In the way, in my opinion, I feel that we really are not serious and we don't understand the urgency of the moment when it comes to this housing crisis. I believe that it's unfortunate for Mr. Donahoe in respect to his investment. As I stated before, I've met with all parties in terms of this recovery when it comes to the housing crisis. I've met with individuals with land, contractors with resources and land, met with the different agencies that is responsible for assuring that we have these services in place to accommodate individuals who's going to come to the territory to help us with our recovery. And nothing to date. I know there have been discussions with different contractors, Suffolks, and others in respect to providing a man camp for them. One individual can house over 2,000 people. He have the land, he have the resources, nothing so far. So we are not serious. And until we get serious, we're wasting our time. And we're wasting people's time, and we're not going to be where we need to be at in terms of getting stuff done on time. So all this talk don't make no sense to me. I don't like talk. I about action. Wasting people's time. I will honestly, again, on public record, ask for those individuals who are responsible for these bundles and all of these companies that's coming into, tell them to speak to some individual. They have the information already. I've been going to all of the different industry DNA stuff that they brought forward. These individuals were there, gave their information, and still up to this day, nothing. We are not serious. That's the problem I have. We are not serious. We talk a good talk. Former Senator David did an excellent presentation on behalf of his client. Excellent consultant. But at the end of the day, not this one. It can't happen. Not in that area. We really need to get serious and work on behalf of the people. It's not about no individual. It's about the people.
1 minute.
And as far as I see, there's a lot of talking going on, but I ain't seen enough effort in terms of really moving the needle forward. Our workforce is not readily available. We know that. We've been knowing that, but I'm not seeing anything in terms of getting them ready. Why? There's no reason why. We should be an example. We should be an example.
30 seconds.
And it frustrates me in many ways when it comes to us as a society, because I'm part of that. And at times I feel like no matter what I do, what I try to do, like my hands are tied. Because you give good advice, you bring individuals, you communicate, you try and share information, but nothing happens.
Time.
Why is that? And this is what happens when we don't work with each other, when we don't respect each other, and when individuals bring things forward that make sense, it's like, and so my ask for today, honestly, is that moving forward, we really need to take the recovery serious. We need to do less talking and more action. I tell her they talk. Because time is money, and we run out of time. We don't have much time left. Again, there's individual here with the resources to assure and assist with this recovery when it comes to workforce housing, when it comes to emergency housing, when it comes to temporary housing. We need to really step up and work on behalf of the people, because at the end of the day, that's who it's about. And that's why we are all here, working on behalf of them. Mr. Chair, I really don't have any questions. I want to thank you so much for the time, and we need to get serious moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Marvin Blyden. Senator Avery Lewis, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon to my colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers. Good afternoon to the people of the Virgin Islands. Mr. Rames, one question. Not Mr. Rames, sorry, Ms. Laplace. As it pertains to the storage warehouse, help me just understand something. It says a use variance from B2 business scattered to B3 business scattered be granted. What's the difference between both? You mind educating me on that, please?
Yes, it's an error in the wording. The use variance is what is being petitioned for. It would allow for the use in addition to what the current zone allows. The current zone is B2.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for that clarity. You know, as it pertains to Bill 36-0287, I want to put things in perspective a little bit. And Ms. Hodge and Ms. Sheridan, I thank you all for your testimony here today. I really see the young people stepping up and defending theirs. That's what we need. But I just want to put some things in perspective today. And I hope that, you know, whether it's in Bacaro, Limburg Bay, Savannah, Bovoni, Frederickstead, Christianstead, we are going to feel some pain in this recovery. So whether we twist it, we turn it, within the last 2 months, we have been to several groundbreakings. The Grove Place Fire Station started back, the education complex, PCB, and Living Community Estate projects. The hospitals just already about ready to break ground. Claro Marco, Alexander Henderson, so St. Croix Southwest, St. Thomas South. The bundling going to start. Roads going to be digging up. Infrastructure going to be going in. A lot of us going to have to leave home a lot earlier. These are things we're going to have to be faced with. Central High School, modernization of a complex, the airport P3 projects, these ports. Pretty soon, out there by Hartman, we got the traffic block up every afternoon and morning. Great, I was just awarded that to make the road go back at the library. That's going to start pretty soon. Weimar Highway, thank you. You know, when it comes to this, you know, I hear the residents, I hear Mr. Donahue, you know, I hear DPNR. Now, the part that stumbled me here today was when it came with the covenant and so forth, you know, and I'm very respectful and mindful of the law. So we'll see how that coin goes. But I'm just putting on the record.
1 minute.
Outside. No. Give me the time for the lady in yellow. I'm just putting on the record that with the rebuilding, there's come a little pain. Mm-hmm. And we are going to have to partake in it. Outside of the government projects I've listed, I've seen where the Hamburg property going to start demolition. A lot of private sector work going to start. And, you know, in a sense, I agree with my colleague that spoke before me, but taking things serious. Because just like how we have urgency for temporary housing, we must have urgency for permanent housing. Mm-hmm. And it's upon us as a body, elected officials, government officials, to start doing things a little differently to make sure that our people have housing. The temporary part, I guess we got to figure it out. But the permanent part, we're touting that we have millions and billions of dollars in the territory. We got to start putting people in homes. But again, Mr. Chairman, I'm going to close now. I don't have much question. At the appropriate time, we'll vote accordingly. But I'm just saying, with this rebuilding, there's a lot of pardoning and excusing going to have to go on because it's going to be painful. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Lewis. Well, without question, we are in a housing crisis, both temporary as well as more long-term. We are in a crisis throughout this country, and we are in an even more challenging situation based on our geographic location, our limited land mass. So it is real. It is real. We need to rebuild our territory, and people who are here to rebuild need a place to live. There is just no question about it. I think that as a territory, we need to understand the urgency of the day, urgency of the moment. I think we're going to have to pool our resources, pool our brain power to come up with some creative strategies to figure this out. I know there was some conversations about possibly using mothballed cruise ships. We heard about barges being utilized. So I don't know, Ms. Laplace Matthews, if the territory were to explore using a mothballed cruise ship that will be repurposed for workforce housing, what role, if any, would DPNR have in making that a reality?
I believe that would involve the Division of Coastal Zone Management. I believe that may require a water permit.
Okay. Thank you for that. Mr. Attorney Rames, I wanted to ask you a question. I'm supportive of this rezoning for the storage facility, but I wanted to understand the application is submitted by CDP LLC, but the facility will be owned and operated by Four Rivers Property Group and Prime Storage. What is the legal relationship between these entities, and will the variance be transferable to these new owners without further legislative review?
Okay. Yes, the variance will run with the land. The variance is applied for by CDP LLC, but the building will be built by Four Rivers, and the building will ultimately be owned by Four Rivers. The relationship between CDP LLC and Four Rivers is the relationship between the seller of the land and the buyer of the land. CDP is the owner, developer of the property, and ultimately Four Rivers is going to actually build the building and operate the self-storage facility. So one of the criteria of the contract is that when CDP delivers the land to Four Rivers, that the land be properly zoned, or that the land have appropriate use variance for the intentions that that Four Rivers has for the land.
Thank you. Thank you for that clarification. Colleagues, we've exhausted our...
Mr. Chair, if I may, a number of issues were brought out here,
yes,
and I believe it's fair for the developer and his team to respond to some of them. And
Sure.
I would like to request some time to do that.
Sure.
Good.
I will give you an opportunity to put your position on the record.
I want to thank all of the senators who made their contribution to this process. And I believe that most of you know that I served in this body for 5 terms, unbroken, undefeated. And reason being, I calculated well. I calculated in the best interest of the community. And sometimes the unknown brings fear, real fear. And I could point to a specific issue while I was here. I moved a rezoning for Beacon Point in my area. I live at Windberg, right next to Beacon Point. I have the smallest house in there. And the big home owners came out against it. It was going to create all the problems I heard here today. All of the problems. Guess what happened? The rezoning went through because we had strong senators who saw it was in the best interest of the community. Tourism, in a big way, supported the facility. Vendors benefited. Taxi drivers benefited. The Treasury benefited. Our economic activity increased. Contrary to what I'm hearing here today, my small house property value went up. And there is no longer any concern about that property being the Beacon Point. Now, we're hearing about other areas with land, 20 acres plus, zoned R4. Well, we heard here today that you need some 2,500 people to rebuild this territory. And that 34 acres 14 and 20 would only be able to take 1,000 workers. Where the rest of the workers going to go, the other 1,500? Someone has to tell me that now. Which Frenchman Reef, that's completely off. Because the Hotel Development Act, there's a contract. And no matter whether traffic or no traffic or whatever happens there, they have a responsibility, an obligation to pay back the money. So that's a non-issue where I'm concerned. And not only that, Frenchman Reef is so far away from this property. So how does that come in? I don't get it. Now, covenants, there are covenants all around. Where I live, there were covenants when I bought that property. Covenants don't last forever. They disappear sometime with time. So we're just hearing about these covenants. We need to review them. We have attorneys that would review them to see whether those covenants mean anything today to this development. So you could hear all these things here and there and believing that, oh, that's it, the end of it, because covenants were written in 1975 or things of this nature. We got to look at all of this. Now, with the Beeston Hill project that I referred to, I believe Senator Cordvilla is always very, very calculated. But in this one, he missed it. I made a comparison with the approach of bringing resolution, the collaborative approach, not comparing the residential area and a man camp. So there's a distinction right there. I said, what is concerning to me here, though? What is very concerning to me here? I have not heard one senator say, this $20-25 billion dry up. Where are we going to get the monies to build our hospitals so that the people of the Virgin Islands could get health care, just like people anywhere? Why do you think we have so many people going to Cleveland Clinic? You go there and you believe you're in the Virgin Islands because we do not have the facilities, the health care that we require. And I'm wondering if we couldn't even come up with the 10% match for federal funds. We had to get a waiver down to 2%. Where will we get $20 billion? Nobody talked about that. Where would it come from? You're going to appropriate from the general fund? The general fund has it. You sometimes have to go into the insurance guarantee fund to help to pay payroll. So where is the money going to come from? We got to look at that as very well. It is the greater good of the community. And of course, people have concerns when they invest. When they invest, they want the property to remain as it is and what have you. But it's a misnomer to believe that when certain developments surround it, that automatically the value goes down. No, I personally experienced that my value went up. I want to thank you for this time.
Thank you very much, Senator Roosevelt Sensi David, for your presentation. You are a formidable advocate, I must say. This is a challenging one. It's a challenging one for us, challenging one for the Senate, challenging one for the residents who purchased their property with the anticipation of the quiet enjoyment of their property, and now 10 years later or 5 years later, this proposal is being introduced. And it is a viable one. We need workforce housing. We do. There's no doubt about it. But at the same time, how do you balance the rights of the property owners to enjoy their property in a manner that they were promised when they shelled out substantial funding? Temporary, 10 to 15 years. Maybe if they were 2 years, maybe they might have been willing to bend somewhat, but it's from a property owner's perspective, the anticipation of 10 to 15 years with the unknown, like you said, Senator David, the increased traffic, the density of the camp, that you don't know what will come along with it. So I understand and I appreciate the concerns, and we have to listen to homeowners too. They have a legitimate right to be heard, and that is what we allow them to do. I agree with one of the testifiers, I believe it was Ms. Sheridan Hange, that I think we need to do a more intense job of sounding the clarion call about the need for workforce housing. And if we have residents who may have options, who may be willing to, step up to the table to offer, property that they may own. And I don't know, I'm not fully persuaded that we have broadened the pool of people who may be able to bring their ideas to the table. This is a difficult one. It's a complicated one. Senator Marvin Blyden, you're recognized for your point of information.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. It's not that complicated, to be honest with you. First of all, I want to clarify the record. Former Senator David talked about 1,000 workers to house them, but with 20 plus acres, based on the research that the individual already did, you can house up to 2,000 plus individuals. So that's number one. I want to clarify that. So he can house over 2,000 individuals with 20 plus acres based on the code. Secondly, he's correct in respect to most of what he said in his closing statement. I honestly don't want to hear anything about individuals renting their homes to contractors. No. That happened after Hurricane Marilyn. Everything went up. It ain't come back down. You understand? It creates more of a crisis. We need workforce housing. We need to do the right thing. We need to assure that what's available, we do what we need to do. I mean, it's not that difficult. We need to make the decisions, the right decisions, based on our situation now. And that's the problem I have. Because, like I say, a lot of talk, but no action. For the record also, I spoke to Adrian Acton a while ago on my phone just now, or like 2 minutes ago, and she said she never told anyone about building workforce housing. She said she mentioned it, but she never told anyone about building any workforce housing, because I know when I sent an individual to her, she told them the same thing that was said on the record. They need to go to the contractors. And that's what those individuals have been doing, but to date, nothing has been done. Like I say, we need to get serious, but it's not that difficult. We need to really want to make a difference and make things happen. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Senator Blyden. Point of information, Senator Avery Lewis.
Thank you. Again, Mr. Chair, for today's discussion. First, I'd like to just say, yesterday began Police Week. I'd just like to say, congratulations and happy Police Week to all law enforcement officers as well. But I must say this, that on April 28th, the same ODR put out a plea, just like we said, a clarion call, for calling all landlords. And this is, they were looking housing to relocate people for the Envision program. I don't know about St. Croix so much, but I know in St. Thomas, we strap for housing. We strap for housing. So whether Estate Bacaro, Limburg Bay, Savannah, Nara, Peterborough, they got to go some way. But I'm just saying, ODR have put out a clarion call, and they're looking for places for to relocate people for the Envision program. And again, Mr. President, I'm going to say this here. We as a body going to have to make some tough decisions, because it may be Bacaro today, but it's going to be someplace else tomorrow. We're only going to say something, some other place going to say something, but we have to make some tough and popular decisions, and as leaders, and we must lead and lead from the front. And I'm going to rest there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Avery Lewis. Senator Kenneth Gittens, you're recognized for your point of information.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to all. I couldn't follow the last part of the proceeding because somehow there were some technical difficulties, but I was listening to the closing of the good former senator there, the man with the plan. But, you know, while I recognize the need for housing to support workers, you know, my concern is as to what commitments are being made to ensure that Virgin Islanders will actually benefit from the employment, the apprenticeship, and workforce training opportunities connected with these projects, rather than relying predominantly on off-island labor. At the same time, we have to take into consideration all the other things that's coming before us. So the proposal has been described as a temporary housing associated with ongoing public sector projects. But I wanted to know what legally binding commitments or redevelopment plans are in place to address the future use or repurposing or removal of the buildings and infrastructure once these projects are completed.
Senator,
response?
Senator, you directed a question to who?
To me, sir?
Yeah, to the former senator that just gave his closing, or the applicant.
I am not certain what commitments were made, but the developer here, I'm sure, could answer that.
Yes, sir.
Yes, that's what I said. Or the, thank you.
I am very committed on getting rid of the housing. The housing was something that was asked for me, and we're going back 2 years ago when they weren't bidding the jobs because they could not figure out how they were going to do housing. 2 years ago, I was asked if we could do it. I stepped up because I did the West End, and when we were lucky enough to have our guys stay at the West End, and then there was a time where they needed them out of the West End, and we could not find housing for our guys. And so I knew how bad it was going to get, and I originally bought 5 units to be able to house employees for me and for my local guys that would need to bring in specific trades that we don't have trained up correctly yet. I then got asked, can you do more because they're not bidding the work? And so just like everyone in this room, I stepped up. I'm like, we have to do this. We have to get our islands fixed. We have to get our roads done. We got to get our power done. We got to get our sewer done. We got to get our water done. My dad's not here because he's too sick and the hospitals can't handle him. My dad brought me here. So I'm very compassionate about the money that we have to be able to get these islands fixed, to be able to get to where my kids will want to stay, where my daughters will want to have babies here, where I'm so committed that I stepped up and I put all my savings into making this happen so that we would have housing when the school started. So I don't care whatever we need to put as far as language, that all that stuff gets ripped out the day the jobs are finished. I have no problem with that because that was never my intentions for that property. I never wanted it for that property. But what I do want is I want our islands fixed, and I want to be able to help in any way, in any capacity I can. And I am very offended and very upset that we're willing to give even more money to the contractors that are coming, that are going to take it back to the states instead of giving it to the people here that is going to stay here and that will help this community. Because every contractor that is coming here, if they do housing, the rate that we have, I have a contract for, the rate that I have, I set that rate. Now they will go there and they will do it. They will make the money. Do you think it'll stay here for the islands? Absolutely not.
So I think
I'm sorry, I'm very passionate about this.
Yeah, well, don't let your compassion take you to the hospital now. So just calm yourself down. But between you and DPNR, has a comprehensive assessment been conducted regarding the impact this rezoning and increased residential density may have on the surrounding infrastructure, including traffic, utilities, draining, emergency services, etc.?
Thank you for the question, Senator. No, that would have come if it was a planned area development. With rezonings, it's conceptual.
Say that one more time. You said
The comprehensive impact that you're asking about, that would have come if it was a planned area development application. Rezonings is just a conceptual.
so. There was none done on this.
Correct.
All right.
Can I speak on that,
Thank
sir?
you. If the chair allows you to do that, you may.
Thank you very much, Senator Gittens. You good?
I'm good. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much.
I thought he was saying something. Thank you.
I would just like to speak on that.
Briefly?
Yes, sir.
Briefly.
Real briefly. The West End took the power away from our WAPA, and they're self-generating. They put an RO in and took the water away from WAPA. So that was another calculation of that land. We have plenty of water, and we have plenty of power because the West End has no longer using any of our services. And so for me, that was a big reason why I thought that place would be good, because we already have the infrastructure there.
Thank you. We're going to close this out. I'm going to ask to give all of the testifiers who provided testimonies a 30-second wrap-up opportunity, beginning with Ms. Felix, Attorney Felix Blyden. You may proceed with your 30 minutes. 30 seconds, not 30 minutes.
Thank you. I just wanted to close by saying this is not about opposing progress, workforce housing, or economic development, and it's certainly not simply about property value, as has been suggested throughout the proceeding. I believe that's a misleading characterization of the concerns raised by the residents today. This is about responsible planning, transparency, compatibility of use, and the failure to meaningfully include the very residents whose lives and community will be directly impacted by this decision. The property owner / developer had the opportunity to appear before this body with an entire team of representatives, consultants, advocates to present and defend the proposal. Meanwhile, the residents, if I may, received inadequate notice, learned of significant changes to the application during this hearing itself, and were left scrambling to understand and respond to a project that could permanently alter the character of our neighborhood. That lack of due process and lack of meaningful public participation cannot be overlooked. We've repeatedly heard broad statements about the greater good and the workforce housing crisis, yet no one is meaningfully addressing why this particular residential neighborhood must bear the burden of that crisis. No one has disputed that there are other available locations more suitable. No evidence has been presented showing that alternative sites were seriously explored, that partnerships with existing entities were pursued, or meaningful efforts made to identify locations already appropriate for such use. And quite frankly, if this type of development is truly viewed as entirely compatible and appropriate, then one must ask why it is always proposed in someone else's neighborhood. Most importantly, nothing presented today demonstrates that adequate research has in fact been conducted regarding the long-term impacts on this community. Residents are not asking this body to stop development. We are asking the legislature to require thoughtful, transparent, and responsible planning before permanently changing the character of this established residential community. Excuse me. For these reasons, respectfully, I urge the body to deny this application as presented, including the attempt to advance the project through a pad structure.
Thank you very much, Attorney Felix. Ms. Correll Hodge Sheridan, you may proceed with your 30 seconds.
Thank you, Correll Hodge Sheridan, a resident. I would just like to thank the residents of Estate Baccarat who could not be here, but who have been active participants. 14 of them sent letters of opposition following the public hearing and have emailed DPNR, have emailed our senators, have emailed yourself with questions, with concerns, and have fully detailed all of the opposition to this matter. I also want to thank the legislators today for their questions and their comments. And I ask you, when you must vote on this measure at legislative session, to reflect on what you heard here today. Reflect on the presentation made from the applicant himself and his representative. No details, no rendering, no promises unless pressed. Did you, any of the senators who must make a decision, were you provided with any significant details on what is actually planned for that property? It's 14 acres, and 7 acres is going to be developed, where these trailers are going to go, where they're coming from. Did you hear any of that today? In fact, I think the opposite was presented. Scare tactics, a refusal to meet in the middle, refusal to adhere to the pad, go down that road to get additional information, additional studies, a flat-out refusal to do that, a pathway to get exactly what you say you want. But that's not going to work because it's a little bit more restrictive. Why? Because more is planned. More is planned that is aligned with R3. And it's not going to be 10 years. It's going to be forever. That's what I got out of this today. So don't be fooled and don't be scared into action. This false sense of urgency that we have from one property owner. There are 16 affected parcels within Estate Baccarat, 14 of which have stated their opposition. There is a landowner in this room who spent his afternoon with us. He was here from 1 o'clock, and he has more acres than what is proposed here today, and he is ready, willing, and able, because he is in the construction industry as well, to provide workforce housing in an area that is already zoned for that usage. Why are we here? DPNR has said they don't support it. DPNR gave a vehicle in which they maybe, because we'll still fight that, maybe can get through with the pad, but they don't want it. Why don't they want it? Reflect today before you vote. Reflect on what you have heard here today. There are other options, and do not be pigeonholed into making a decision without ensuring that all options are fully explored. Force the governor, as he sent down this zoning, force him to send down other items of legislation that speak to training for our workforce and speak to well thought out workforce housing options. Force him to do so. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Hodge Sheridan. Senator Roosevelt Sensi David.
Mr. Chairman, I want to thank you and the other colleagues who participated in this process today. I am just urging leaders to lead. I'm urging leaders to lead, to do what's best for this community, to enhance the quality of life for the people who live here, giving people the opportunity to live longer, and this would only happen through the best medical care. Here is an opportunity to bring this resolution to a head. I want to thank you so very much for this time, and I'm looking forward to having more discussions on this proposal. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Roosevelt David. Mr. Donahue.
Mr. Chair, thank you for allowing me to speak today. And I, too, am very big into our community learning trades. Trades take time to learn. You don't just wake up a day and you're a plumber. It takes 4 to 5 years to even be able to sit the test so you can be a master plumber. All of these things take time. And the awesome opportunity that we have in the Virgin Islands is that we have commercial projects that are going to be going on to where every individual in the U.S. Virgin Islands, if they want to, can work hard and leave after this is all done with a trade that will be able to go anywhere and get a good paying job. Secondly, I understand that this back row is a very nice area with nice houses and what have you. So would we have this conversation if it was in a poor area? Is it just because of where it's, because we have some wealthy people that we can't have it there? Are they better? Is their place better and more restrictive to everyone else? I have a real hard time listening to this. This is a temporary thing to be able to ensure that we can start spending the $20 billion to be able to get these islands fixed. And that's where I'm coming from, and thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Donahue. And St. Croix, Attorney Kevin Rames, you're recognized for your 30-second wrap-up.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to make this presentation to the Senate and to the people of the Virgin Islands. CDP LLC in the development of island crossings has engaged in a public-private partnership that really worked for the people of St. Croix. It brought the Home Depot there, it now has brought AutoZone there, and it's about to bring a large, very modern, climate-controlled storage facility. In addition, it has provided opportunities for local people, to dream big about what they want to do there, including someone who wants to do a family wellness center and another person who wants to do a children's play center, and those are on the boards there. This is a successful project that was conceptualized by the Virgin Islands Public Finance Authority and CDP. And it is about to come to, a greater degree of fruition with the approval of this use variance. Thank you very much for the opportunity to make this presentation, and we look forward to the future development of island crossings as it becomes, a place for all of us and a, significantly varied opportunity for shopping and for just essentially being, here on St. Croix. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Attorney Rames. Ms.
Good
Leah.
afternoon. Leah
Yes.
Laplace Matthew with DPNR. And as I mentioned earlier, the Comprehensive Land and Water Use Plan, thanks to the public who were pushing it for all these years, who were part of the planning process, it is a living document. The department is working behind the scenes to implement, and implementation is going to take time. We are going to take it step by step, but I ask the public to stay informed, read the plan, follow DPNR website and Facebook page for announcements of various projects that we're working on as we implement this comprehensive land and water use plan, planusvi.com, dpnr.vi.gov. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Laplace Matthew. Colleagues, testifiers, the Committee of the Whole meeting for May 11th, 2026 is officially adjourned.